scenes, but a crowded 1997 would elevate her already rising star power. This film, Wag the Dog, Volcano, and Donnie Brasco would keep audiences seeing her all year long and led to more roles for years to come. Bridget Wilson had a hell of a run from the early 90s to the early 2000s with classics like Last Action Hero and Billy Madison.
That Veronica Vaughn is one piece of ace.
But also underrated gems like House on Haunted Hills remake and as Sonya Blade in the fun first Mortal Kombat film.
Give it up, baby. I've studied all your moves.
Yeah, I studied this!
1997 was the year that Geller broke out with her start as Buffy the Vampire Slayer, as well as a turn in the other Williamson slasher of that year, Scream 2. While he has the least amount of screen time, the movie would also boost Freddie Prinze Jr. to have a strong career in front of the camera before moving to voiceover work, particularly in the Star Wars universe. Philippi had already appeared in a couple movies and TV shows.
Welcome to my channel.
Barry, but like his co-stars, this would give him shots in bigger movies
Welcome
like
to my channel.
And Studio 54. Hewitt was the biggest name in the group, with a music career already under her belt, and big shows like Party of Five and Kids Incorporated. Her big screen output and run on TV would continue steadily into the mid-2000s. Behind the camera was director Jim Gillespie, and unlike Wes Craven for Scream, Gillespie came and went as a director, with only a handful of theatrical releases after today's film, including a forgotten Sylvester Stallone thriller called I See You from 2002.
I see you. You see this.
Let's be honest though, the real star of this film is writer Kevin Williamson, who became a ridiculous success after Scream came out. He would write Scream 2, The Faculty, Cursed, and Scream 4 for the big screen, while also creating Dawson's Creek, The Following, and the Scream TV series for the small screen. He adapted Vampire Diaries into the Juggernaut TV show, and his sole directorial effort was Teaching Mrs. Tingle, which he also wrote. In fact, Teaching Mrs. Tingle bears a lot of similarities to another Lois Duncan novel, Killing Mr. Griffin. I'm guessing Williamson was a fan. I Know What You Did Last Summer would make $125 million on its $17 million budget. While critics didn't much care for it and called it out for capitalizing off Scream's success, which is kind of funny when you remember that Williamson wrote both films and this film actually before Scream, it was a success nonetheless. I Know What You Did Last Summer was written by Lois Duncan and published in October of 1973. At less than 200 pages, it was written as a teen thriller, or what we call a YA novel now.
How do you do, fellow kids?
While I didn't know it was based on a book, viewers of a certain age were quite fond of it, and the movie adaptation made the novel a smash hit well after it was written. Duncan was an active writer for just under 70 years, and wrote nonfiction, full-on novels, poetry collections, had audiobooks, a few children's books, and even edited a couple anthologies. She would drop out of college and had her first book published in 1958 under the pen name Lois Carey. That novel, Love Song for Joyce, would be the beginning of a long-lasting career. While I Know What You Did Last Summer may be her most famous work, she stepped away from horror and thriller after her daughter was murdered in an unsolved mystery in 1989. She wrote a book called Who Killed My Daughter in 1992, and a sequel to that called One to the Wolves in 2013, but it would seem the killing in New Mexico was a sad random act of violence. In August of 2021, however, a suspect was apprehended on seemingly unrelated charges, but later confessed to the murder of Duncan's daughter as well as 2 other killings. Her family would receive justice and closure for the heinous crime, but sadly, Lois herself would pass away in 2016 and not live to see it herself. Other adaptations of her work would be the made-for-TV thriller Summer of Fear, which is actually an early Wes Craven film starring Linda Blair, as well as a handful released just after today's subject in the late 1990s. These include the Dennis Hopper-led Held for Ransom and I've Been Waiting for You with Sarah Chalke and Ben Foster. She was also the author of kids' book Hotel for Dogs, which would get the adaptation treatment from Paramount starring Emma Roberts in 2009. Duncan would take the interesting road and revisit some of her novels to update them with the times. I Know What You Did Last Summer would have cell phones and updated clothing added, as well as having the Vietnam War change to the war in Iraq. While Duncan was happy and thankful that the movie reignited interest in her novel and made it a bestseller, she absolutely hated the film version and spoke out against it for the remainder of her life. She was not expecting a slasher film, but that's what was popular at the time. She would also lament that once a property is optioned, it's completely out of the writer's hands. Both film and novel revolve around a group of 4 friends who were involved in a terrible accident involving a car hitting a person, and both have those 4 friends trying to avoid blame and consequences for their actions. The characters have the same names in both mediums as Ray,
Ice.
Helen, Barry, and Julie.
Welcome
are the
to
four
my
people
channel.
involved in the initial accident. The plots of both are kicked off when Julie receives an anonymous note saying, "I know what you did last summer," and she goes to warn her friends. In the book and the movie, Helen, Julie, Ray, and Barry are all warned with warning signs or minor pranks, and Barry is seriously injured by who they believe has written the note and knows what they did.
Hello, man.
Two of our main
Good
characters
morning.
decide to investigate and visit the family
Hello.
home of the person they killed that night, and are greeted by the sister of the victim. She explains that the family went into disarray after the loss of their other child, and the two leave to pass on that information. Helen is chased by the killer, and in the end, it comes down to Ray and Julie versus the person who wrote the note. Well, that previous section was a little light, yeah? The book and the movie have the bare bones of similarities, like character names and overall plot device, but that's kinda it. Starting with what happens as the initial incident, the book is a hit and run of a young boy on a bike, and the group of friends actually call the police about 10 minutes after. Unfortunately, the boy dies on the way to the hospital. The movie sees the friends strike an adult man, and instead of calling the cops or just leaving him, they attempt to dispose of the body. As they attempt to do this, a friend of Julie named Max sees them, but nothing is said between the group. The movie group are all in the same grade level, but in the novel, Helen and Julie are a year younger and still in high school for the story. After Julie gets the note and tells the others, Barry confronts Max, who, doesn't exist in the book, and Max is killed shortly thereafter. Barry is shot in the book, but run over by his own car in the film. Julie has guilt in the book enough to send flowers to the funeral of the boy they killed, and this is how the antagonist finds out it was their group. He tracks the order from the local florist and then follows Julie to Helen and puts two and two together. While Helen's sister is not exactly a kind person, to say the least in the movie, she's briefly a suspect in the book, and we also see Helen's mother, father, and other siblings. When Julie goes to the home of the boy they ran over in the book, the family is so distraught, and the sister explains what happened to them all afterwards. The movie version...
My love, you see what they've done? I couldn't stop them.
I know, baby. We'll get this fixed in no time. Together. You are the new contractor? Good. Let's come in and estimate the damage.
Please, I'm not sure what they've done with the fireplace. Could you check if it's still fine? We wanted this to be the living room. The kitchen, it's such a mess all around.
It also looks like they finished nothing upstairs. Those will be our personal rooms. That's what they've been doing instead? Unbelievable. The floor is a total mess. Oh well. I've got a bad feeling about the terrace. Did they really push the sofa off the ramp? I cannot believe it.
version of the sister gives no insight as to what happened to the rest of the family, and is creepy as all heck, while only mentioning that a friend of the family has come to visit a couple times. Then there's a couple of huge differences between the mediums. First off is the violence depicted in both. The book only has one fatality, the hit and run that starts the whole story when the boy dies. The film kills off Max, Helen's sister, a cop, Barry, Helen, and then the main villain. Who the writer of the note and the stalker of the kids changes from page to screen as well. The movie killer ends up being the person they hit with the car in the beginning. His daughter was killed by the younger brother of Anne Heche, and he killed him before being struck by the car. The crew in the film assume it's the young man at first that they killed, but they learn it was the grieving father they almost killed months after. The book has a much better mystery behind it as well. The book in general is a much more sleek mystery thriller than the slasher film that became later. Julie in the book ends up dating a character named Bud after Ray goes away and has zero interest in getting back together. Helen has a new guy move into her complex named Collie Wilson as well. Now, not only are Bud and Collie the same person, but he's the older brother of the kid they inadvertently killed. Finally, the ending of the book involves Ray figuring things out after a call from Barry and rescuing Julie from strangulation by hitting Bud/Collie with a flashlight. The two agree after that it's time to go to the police and admit their crimes. The movie sets up sequel bait after killing the hook-wielding bad guy. Julie goes back to college and finds another note, only to have someone crash out of the shower and attack her as we fade to a black screen. While there are a lot more minor differences between the two, these are the ones that make major changes between the source material and its film adaptation. The book is a well-written thriller that has been updated by the author and gets a re-release every time a new major adaptation comes out. It has a great mystery behind it and wasn't just a cash-in on other projects at the time. The film did well, but doesn't stand up next to Scream or even some of the other slashers that came out in the late 90s and early 2000s. It got a direct sequel called I Still Know What You Did Last Summer the next year. That one has a surprisingly fun supporting cast that includes John Hawkes, Jack Black, and Jeffrey Combs, while also adding Brandy and Kai Pfeiffer to the returning Jennifer Love Hewitt and Freddie Prinze Jr. It's not great, and while it still made $84 million, it wasn't as much as the first one and cost quite a bit.
What about the sequel? What the hell was with that fat white Jamaican?
Oh, I want to kill that mother too, man.
There was a third film called I'll Always Know What You Did Last Summer in 2006 that went straight to video. The less said about that one, the better. Amazon also picked up a show adaptation that just lasted one season in 2021. While the adaptations have more legs than the original novel, thus the bigger legacy, the novel is a superior work and I highly recommend you give it a go. It's a quick read, and if you like it, Duncan has a ton of other books to look into. While the Marvel Universe continues to chug along and James Gunn attempts to resuscitate the DC Universe into something worth watching, we will yet again go back to the world of graphic novels for our inspiration on book versus movie. It's really a very untapped realm as there are so many good horror comics out there, many without adaptations yet. The ones that have been adapted are very fun and interesting. Today is the mostly forgotten early 2000s movie that is based on the stunning and epic graphic novel from famed wizard and all-around cranky dude Alan Moore. Like many graphic novels, the journey to page and then screen was long and arduous. It's based on the very real killings in Whitechapel that were later attributed to Jack the Ripper. While both have a lot of truth to them, along with quite a bit of fantasy and conjecture, how close to the source material does the 2001 film get to? Line up your suspects as we find out what happened to this adaptation. Considering the source material From Hell was started in 1989, the movie took quite a bit to get going. This tracks considering the development, forgive me, hell some of Alan Moore's other works went through, like V for Vendetta and most famously Watchmen. Moore is also famously against adaptation of his works, as he's been personally disappointed by nearly every one of them. He even had his name removed from The Watchmen, and it's credited to artist Dave Gibbons in the adapted from section. The rights to the movie passed through a few studios before finally settling in at 20th Century Fox and getting into production. The Hughes brothers were chosen as directors, and Johnny Depp, Heather Graham, Robbie Coltrane, and Ian Holm were signed on to star, with Terry Hayes and Rafael Iglesias hired as screenwriters. The Hughes brothers had made a name for themselves, first with directing a couple of music videos for Tupac, but then in the world of film made a splash with the 90s hit Menace to Society, followed quickly by Dead Presidents. After this movie, it would take a while, but they would come back with the moderate hit The Book of Eli in 2010. They had decent stock when they signed on to direct From Hell, and actually turned down the remake of Planet of the Apes to do so. They originally wanted Daniel Day-Lewis to play Aberline, but when he turned them down, they went through Sean Connery, Brad Pitt, and Jude Law before landing on Johnny Depp. Depp is no stranger to horror, with his first big role being in the original Nightmare on Elm Street, and a few other horror movies like Tusk, Secret Window, and The Ninth Gate thrown in. Robbie Coltrane has pretty much no horror to his name besides this, but in addition to his roles in the Pierce Brosnan Bond movies and of course Hagrid from Harry Potter, can I suggest you check out Mona Lisa and maybe Kroll? Graham got her start back in the late 80s and has shown up in things like Twin Peaks, Austin Powers, Boogie Nights, and other horror movies like Scream 2 and the wonderful Suitable Flesh from 2023.
Finally, we have Ian Holm, who is more famous now for his role in the Hobbit and Lord of the Rings movies, but Ash in Alien and his role in The Fifth Element are my personal favorites. The movie was released on October 19, 2001, and made $75 million on its $35 million budget. It was number 1 in its first week at the box office, but was very middle of the pack for critics. From Hell, the comic began development in the late 1980s when Alan Moore had finished watching a documentary on Jack the Ripper. He called his good friend and fellow legend Neil Gaiman, as you do, and asked for his help researching by finding case files of possible suspects. This led him to the theory by Stephen Knight, who proposed that the Ripper identity was created to cover up the birth of an illegitimate royal baby. This theory has been poked with holes and had contrary evidence thrown its way, but in a world of fake news and conspiracies about events being staged to cover up other events, it's not that crazy sounding. The story was released in multiple parts from 1989 to 1998. While it started in the magazine Taboo, the artist and author decided they wanted to move it to its own publishing in 1992. It finished its run in 1998 and was released into a massive 572-page tome that you can still get today with various additions, annotations, and addendums added from the author and other contributors. Moore is almost unmatched in his output with this, V for Vendetta, Watchmen, League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, and his comic book runs with Swamp Thing and Superman. While we're here, The Killing Joke is just flat-out required Batman reading. From Hell was critically praised and won several awards during its run and in re-release form. Both mediums follow a group of prostitutes and their friend Annie, who ended up marrying a rich man and having a child. Government officials and police separate the girl from her husband and child and have her lobotomized. The rest of the prostitutes begin to be killed off by the Whitechapel murderer, who would later be known as Jack the Ripper. The driver who takes the Ripper to and from his locations is forced to write a letter to the police. The letter is modeled after the real letter sent to authorities when the events took place, dubbed the From Hell letter. Inspector Frederick Aberline is brought into the official investigation, even though some of the police are complicit in covering up the murders. Aberline has little success in identifying the Ripper, but eventually it's revealed to be a physician of the Crown, William Gull. Gull has murdered all of the girls and has become unhinged with his belief that he is a god among men, even within his own secret society. He's put in prison for the rest of his life, and we see a vision of Mary, the final prostitute who he thought he killed, alive in Ireland, and the case of who Jack the Ripper is never gets solved. This is definitely one of those cases of a loose adaptation. The overall story is the same, but there are more things different between the two mediums than there are similarities. The first one is how the narrative is followed. The movie makes it all about Depp's detective, who is also a heroin addict and kind of a psychic. The drug addiction doesn't have a book alternative, but him being a psychic is taken from the psychic the book version of Depp's character runs into and tells him that Gull is the killer. Aberline also dies of an overdose at the end of the movie after keeping a secret about Mary being alive, even though he wants to be with her. There's also no relationship between Mary and Aberline that takes place over a huge chunk of the movie. Sticking with characters and motivations, the prostitutes in the book are actually trying to extort the crown, and that's when the queen turns Gull on them as punishment and a distraction from the royal baby being born. In fact, the entire message of the story and main character is different. While Aberline in the movie is kind of the main guy from the beginning, his character is an almost non-essential part of the comic. Gull is the main character, also known as Jack the Ripper, and we follow his story of going more and more mad as he kills all the women. He has an agenda that he needs to kill the prostitutes to assert the male dominance over females. He sees visions of London in the future, and eventually that he is the inspiration for works of fiction in the next century. While the movie follows Aberline in his journey to find Jack the Ripper, the source material tells you from the beginning who it is and what they're doing. Having that as a movie might have been hard to pull off and keep the audiences engaged. The endings of both men are different as well, with Movie Gull receiving a lobotomy at the hands of his counsel, while Book Gull is put in prison for the rest of his life while he transcends into godhood. There's a lot more political intrigue and even smaller details in the book that don't translate to the movie as well. Spanning 562 pages is pretty huge, while most screenplays for movies that are 2 hours run around 120 pages. The art style didn't quite transfer from page to screen either, unfortunately. While the directors tried their hardest, it just didn't work out as they'd hoped. Normally, it's a difficult decision to make between what holds up, the printed page or the silver screen, but this one's fairly easy. The movie From Hell I mentioned as almost a forgotten-to-time flick, and rewatching it, it's mostly flat. I wanted to like it so much more when I rented it from Video Unlimited over 20 years ago, and I wanted to like it more just 2 weeks ago when I gave it a rewatch for the review. Hell, editor Mike says it's the first movie he fell asleep to in the theater. The book is yet another masterwork by Moore. It's smart, overbearing, belligerent, and a genius take on a subject matter that deserves a crafted and catered look. The movie is an interesting piece of early 2000s horror with a fun cast and the potential to be good, while the book is a must-read for historians, horror fans, and salty necromancing wizard Moore fans alike. Do yourself a favor and read the comics, and then watch the movie as a supplementary spin on a hell of a tale.
Honey, come on over here, sugar buns. This machine just called me an asshole.
Having watched my third Stephen King adaptation in the span of 3 months with Life of Chuck, The Long Walk, and The Running Man, all of which were really good by the way, I thought it was time to go back to the Derry, Maine Memorial Library again and check out another book. In this case, though, it's the same book I checked out recently, as it's full of short stories. Personally, I find his shorter story adaptations more interesting by and large, as the creative team typically has to dig down deep to expand the story to feature length. Note I said interesting and not good necessarily. While some of them have their own interesting histories, like Children of the Corn going from less than 20 pages to a staggering amount of movie entries, or The Mangler going down as Toby Hooper Cheesy Gold, today's entry is something else entirely. It would be made into 2 movies a decade apart, have one of the best soundtracks of all time, and be the only movie that the King of Horror would direct himself, even if it took a Tony Montana-sized mountain of special sauce to get him and the crew through it. Keep an eye on those trucks as we find out who made who. I mean, what happened to this adaptation.
You can't do this! We made you!
While Stephen King projects had been happening since the mid-1970s, in the 1980s it was primarily owned by Dino De Laurentiis. He helped produce The Dead Zone from David Cronenberg, Cat's Eye from Louis Teague, and Firestarter from Mark Lester, almost John Carpenter, but that's a different story. Stephen King had gotten himself a 3-picture deal in 1985, and his directorial debut would be with an adaptation of his short story Trucks, which is housed in the Night Shift collection. The production took place in Wilmington, North Carolina for a couple reasons. One, old Dino had a production site not too far away, and it was also a right-to-work state, which means he could skirt unions and hire whomever he wanted. While King claimed to be drugged out of his mind during the production, on-set translator Robert Croce didn't see any of the bumps take place. What he did see were beers from 6 in the morning until 8:30 at night, which is also a way that some people make it through this movie. Now, the reason for that on-set translator, who was actually way more important than just that, was because Dino had hired cinematographer Armando Nannunzi, who was a big-time shooter on Italian films in the 50s and 60s, as well as shooting the original Birdcage and even Silver Bullet, which was another King property shot the year before. Which, of course, was also under the De Laurentiis banner. King drove his motorcycle from Maine down to North Carolina as he wanted to see some big rigs up close and get a grasp of how terrifying they could be in real life. When he got to the studio lot, though, he was so disheveled that the security guards at the gate wouldn't let him in at first. For the record, he hates this movie, but at the time wanted to direct it as he hadn't felt his movies were done particularly well, and felt that the old adage of, if you want it done right, you have to do it yourself, would work out.
And I finally decided if you want something done right, you ought to do it yourself.
Clearly it didn't. The movie would give us a few notable things, though. First is that he asked the band AC/DC personally to do the music for the movie, and after he was able to poorly sing one of their hits to them, they laughed and agreed to do it since he was clearly a big fan. While most of the songs are just reused from previous albums, and most of the score they wrote isn't even in the film itself, they did write Who Made Who specifically for this movie, and it's an all-time banger. The other oddly notable thing that I will forever be thankful for is that we have this movie to thank for Evil Dead being a franchise. Raimi and company couldn't get a lot of bites on making it a series, and King, who was a massive fan of the original, went out of his way to get Dino, who was making a small fortune on King adaptations at the time, to put Evil Dead 2 into production under his studio, and with that, we have the franchise as we know it. Casting was an odd one. While it does have a bunch of notable names like Frankie Faison, a super young Giancarlo Esposito, and Pat Hingle, King wanted the boss himself, Bruce Springsteen, to star in his version. This was even before the rampant cocaine, apparently, and Dino said hard pass and instead chose Brat Packer and eventual coach of the Mighty Ducks and part-time director Emilio Estevez. Some people think this is when the spark went out of King's eyes in regard to the project, but he held his sanity together, not just through imbibing on whatever substances he chose, but also being a teacher and a fan. He would show the cast and crew movies like Night of the Living Dead and Godzilla, amongst others, while giving his own personal commentary. While Pat Hingle loved Wilmington so much that he moved there after production until his death in 2009, the cinematographer lost an eye when the lawnmower scene shot a piece of wood into his, quote, shooting eye and blinded him. A settlement was reached out of court after he tried to sue Dino and King for $18 million, but he did work until nearly his death in 2001. The movie was released on July 25th, 1986, and was a failure for critics and fans. It made only $7.4 million on its $9 million budget while being blasted by critics. Its reputation has eased up with some, and it's attaining a cult classic status. It's seen more entertaining and schlocky than its made-for-TV remake, which is weirder and less fun. That came out in 1997 and starred Timothy Busfield, but it's mostly forgotten, even amongst King TV properties. Sadly, King hasn't eased up on his assessment and routinely uses this film as the reason why he never directed again. Trucks was originally one of the many short stories from King published in Cavalier magazine. This one happened to appear in the June 1973 edition, and like many of the shorts that showed up there, it was collected into his first published collection of stories, Night Shift, which hit shelves in 1978. Night Shift is a veritable breeding ground for adaptations, as over half of the 20 entries had been made into an on-screen property, from proper movies to segments of anthologies. I mean, hell, Trucks was adapted twice, to say nothing of how many children there are in corn out there in the world. Once by King himself in 1986, today's movie, and once more in 97, which aired on the USA Network. We've talked about King so much that I don't know what else to say about the man apart from a call out of appreciation that he lets students adapt many of his short stories for $1. This is part of what he calls his Dollar Babies program, and it can actually lead somewhere, as Frank Darabont, who has made 2 of the best on-screen adaptations of King properties ever, actually was able to participate in this exercise, and from this collection no less, which involved him writing a letter to King in 1980 inquiring about the woman in the room. Neat. The crux of the tale, namely that vehicles are having minds of their own and killing people seemingly all over, is what the stories all entail. There is a central diner truck stop location where a group of humans are holed up hoping that this will all pass. One of the men is hit by a large semi-truck and launched into a ditch where he's alive for much longer than he would probably like to be. After a decent amount of time and the death of some of the humans inside the diner, a bulldozer arrives to destroy some of the building they're holed up in. One of the vehicles is able to communicate via Morse code, which is deciphered by the surviving humans in that they need to refuel the trucks seemingly forever, and even when they run out of gas, they are refueled by a tanker so they can continue to do their jobs. Both movies dig deep into the reserves here to flesh out the story and have slightly different endings. I'll discuss Trucks, as I doubt we'll ever cover it on its own, and it's a direct retelling of the King story. That movie has a big focus on the action taking place in Nevada around Area 51, and has a bunch of different things go rogue besides just trucks and other large vehicles. This includes, at some point, a radiation suit blowing itself up, not like an explosion but with air, and using a pickaxe to kill a couple workers. It also takes place in more locales than just the diner, with a series of cabins also being where the action takes place. Like Maximum Overdrive, Trucks follows a much larger group of characters, presumably to up the death count, and while they also have to refuel vehicles at the behest of the group of controlled trucks, all three endings differ wildly. Trucks ends with the surviving characters blowing up the diner and getting into a helicopter before noticing that there isn't anyone actually piloting the craft before it heads further into the sky. This is actually the most downer of the three endings and the best part of the movie. Aside from the more characters in Trucks the movie and Maximum Overdrive, one of the biggest differences is seeing more than just the truck stop like we get in the short. We see Stephen King himself battle an ATM after it calls him an asshole, a bunch of kids get killed on a baseball field, and what an everyday neighborhood looks like after the attack, with hairdryers, lawnmowers, and other non-cars getting in on the action. Maximum Overdrive, as well as Trucks the made-for-TV film, also slowly lean into the action, with a couple deaths occurring before the characters fully figure it out, while the story just has the action starting with the trapped humans more or less already at the whims of the machines. King's own movie version also deals with a few subplots, like a son trying to get to his father, a love interest between a hitchhiker and an ex-con, and the owner of the diner and gas station seemingly being a weapons dealer. The story ends with the surviving characters stuck fueling the trucks in perpetuity, while the narrator has an awful vision of factories made just to build more cars, and the existing mechanical evils plowing over all of nature just to make more roads and factories. He also sees a plane flying overhead while acknowledging that while he wants to believe they're piloted by humans, that's probably not the case. An ending that Trucks the movie tries to pay homage to, seemingly. Maximum Overdrive is the only story with an actual explanation and a happy ending where the survivors head on a boat to an island and wait out the remaining siege. It's explained that a comet was used as a cover by a UFO that was blown up by Russia and that was almost certainly the cause of the machines taking over. It's a weird ending explained by text, but at least it gives us the AC/DC music over it. Look, none of the three really hold a firm place in the history of their fields. Trucks is a rather short story and is overshadowed by many of the other tales it rests next to in Night Shift, while Trucks the TV movie is almost completely forgotten, and rightfully so. I'm gonna give the win here to Maximum Overdrive, even if it is a bad movie. It's still a fun bad movie and has an absolute banger of a soundtrack to carry the bulk of the load, in addition to the bits of history the movie carries with it, like helping create Evil Dead 2, and the answer to why King never directed anything else. We know who made who now, and if you want to enjoy a story about big rigs taking on humanity, your best bet is a coke-fueled comet movie starring Emilio Estevez and directed by the author himself. Just remember to watch out for any trucks driving themselves while you do it.
Thank you for clicking on our video, everybody. If you like what you saw here, please make sure you like the video and subscribe and share with your friends who like this sort of content. Joe Blow was created by movie fans for movie fans, and we appreciate your support.
Darkman was a shot at major studio redemption for its creators, but it took multiple rewrites, a difficult casting process, was hard to shoot and edit, and yet somehow, miraculously, it still ended up with a shockingly long legacy. The movie hit #1 at the box office and was wildly successful in spite of itself, while bringing major horror vibes to a hero that doesn't hesitate to kill or let people die. This is Darkman, and it's still the best horror superhero movie ever put to screen. It's truly amazing to see how and where Darkman ended up when it could have just as easily failed. It never reached the heights that Batman or Batman Returns would rise to, but it far exceeds nearly everything that came before it, and holds up better than most things in the Marvel or DC universe of films. Its only real successors failed miserably too, like Jonah Hex or or never really given a chance like the interesting failure Dylan Dog, and yet somehow Darkman ended up being a franchise while also bleeding into several different media. So where did all this start anyway? Well, ironically, Sam Raimi for the longest time wanted to make his own movie about the Shadow. You know, one of those failed movies we talked about earlier. Universal had the rights though, and weren't too keen on giving him access as they were developing their own version. This being Sam Raimi and all, in the early 80s, he started creating his own character called Darkman. He had a short story about a guy that could change his face, which evolved into a 40-page treatment about a hero who had lost his face entirely. While Raimi claims that it wasn't meant to be horror-themed, he also admits that his inspirations were The Hunchback of Notre Dame, The Phantom of the Opera, and the Universal horror movies of the 1930s and 40s. He sees it as a tragedy more than a horror movie, with his hero being pushed to the brink. Respectfully, sir, it's the best superhero horror movie ever made. In 1987, he pitched his non-Shadow Shadow movie to Universal, who greenlit it with a modest budget of $8 to $12 million. The writing, though, became kind of a nightmare. Usually movies with more than a couple of writers on them end up super messy and hard to follow. Here though, Raimi got some class acts to help him, which included the Coen brothers, his brother Ivan, who added some medical knowledge, the guy who helped write Navy SEALs, and finally the Godwin brothers, Daniel and Joshua. After the 12th draft was completed, we had a lot of ideas and new characters, and Raimi had his shooting script. Whether or not it reads like it in the script, Darkman's horror shows up really well on screen, and it does it throughout the entire run. Here's the thing though, outside of a couple of scenes, the horror movie vibes really do come from that 1940s almost noir horror mentality. That begins with the wonderful credits sequence backed up by a Danny Elfman score. It could have felt like a Tim Burton movie, and yeah, kind of has Batman vibes in that beginning scene, especially with all the gangsters and that emotion-heavy operatic score, but that opening credits really starts it off horror. As a movie, it also has more in common with Evil Dead 2 than it does with Spider-Man 2, and not just because of his brother Ted and Evil Dead 2 actor Dan Hicks. After a comically over-the-top opening, we have a blood-curdling scream accompanying the rest of the credits. While most of the opening act plays out like a detective story and part love story as soon as Larry Drake's Durant and his goons visit Dr. Peyton Westlake, played here by Liam Neeson, who was chosen over Bruce Campbell, studio mandate, as well as Bill Paxton and Gary Oldman, it dips its toes right back into horror again. Not content just to beat up the good doctor, they fry him up real good in his own machine, where we see the skin of his hands melt away and even his face starts to melt before blowing him up. The special effects really lend themselves to horror. While something that failed later on in Jonah Hex tried to do something similar, it was done with poorly executed CGI and in a less serious way. Here, he's hard to look at, and you can tell it's uncomfortable, at least until the doctors make it so he can't feel anymore. We see the gaping wound where his lips used to be, a cool Harryhausen-like hand that he attempts to type with, and a skin mask that fails into a bubbling mess of terror. The whole thing kind of gives off vibes from the Clayface episodes of Batman the Animated Series, but scarier. This tracks as well because the whole movie does give off a certain shade of the Masked Crusader, mob ties and no superpowers for the hero included. Another, more subtly horrifying aspect of the movie is just what this accident took from Dr. Westlake. He got to keep his life but lose his love, his research, and no longer can feel physical sensation. While that seems like it could be helpful, particularly as we see him stumble in the rain like a lost Frankenstein's monster, we are also told by a cameoing Jenny Aguilar that when the body no longer feels, pain or otherwise, the mind and emotions become more unhinged. As if he was listening to the conversation, our hero Peyton snaps awake and he has a terrifying and uncontrollable rage to him. We do a Sam Raimi special zoom and see the screaming skull and monstrous terror that rests inside of him now before he breaks out and starts his journey of vengeance. This snapping brutality happens later in a carnival as well, when we get something that fits in more comfortably with an Evil Dead movie than a superhero one. Darkman has regained his research and even made a mask of his old face so he can try to get back to his life with his girlfriend Julie, played by Frances McDormand, who, for a while anyway, seemed like her and Raimi didn't get on well on the shoot, even though they had been friends for a while with her being married to one of the Coens. At the carnival, Peyton attempts to win a stuffed animal for Julie, but is refused by the carny worker. In one of the most memed and discussed moments of the film, Peyton snaps both figuratively and literally. He snaps mentally and yells at the game worker while also literally snapping the dude's fingers in a way they should not bend. He screams, the carny screams, Julie screams, we're probably all screaming. It's like one of them suddenly turned into a deadite in the middle of the scene. That classic universal horror shows up in a lot of ways here too. Looking past the very obvious Phantom of the Opera energy that Peyton gives off with his scarred visage and dirty clothes, his new home is in the abandoned factory, and it's a great stand-in for a gothic castle. It even has rats crawling around and a cat that is afraid of him at first, but he's eventually able to befriend. The way he sneaks up on a group of mafioso that wronged him and eliminated them one at a time also falls in line here. He isn't being heroic in any way and isn't taking the Batman route by leaving them for the police. The first goon he catches up to, the one that brutally dispatched his assistant earlier, is lifted up onto oncoming traffic even after he gets the information he's looking for. While he doesn't get the next guy killed directly, his deranged look of self-satisfaction after watching his tormentor getting thrown from a building is horrific. The rest are blown up and brutally gunned down while also getting a peek behind the curtain of the damaged psyche and a house of horrors unlike anything these bad guys were prepared for. At the end, he isn't a hero fighting for the side of good. He's now a monster that has done monstrous things in the name of vengeance, and as we see with the final confrontation with the big bad, these deaths are something that he will have to learn to live with. He's had to learn to live with a lot of things. Darkman was a bit of a shocking success. It made $48 million on its eventually $14 million budget and was almost universally well liked by critics and audiences. After the 12 drafts of the script, the difficulty with stunts and actors, the arduous process of editing, Raimi had a commercial hit from a big-time studio after the independent Evil Deads were hits and Crime Wave was a weird, massive flop. He also gave us the best and maybe only example of a horror superhero that works. It works as a superhero movie, a physical comedy, and yes, a horror movie. It has everything we already discussed, and we didn't even mention Durant's predilection for taking fingers, or just how darkly moody everything we see is. It was also an eventual franchise that nobody expected. We would get 2 direct-to-video sequels that Raimi would produce with Darkman 2, The Return of Durant, and Darkman 3, Die, Darkman Die, both starring Arnold Vosloo as the titular antihero. There would be a proposed TV pilot that wouldn't amount to anything, but was much more of a superhero movie, or even something like Dick Tracy. He was already married to Julie, and she died in the attack. His base of operations was also supposed to be in a giant observatory overlooking the city. Cool, yes, but also kind of against what the original vibes were. Because of the time it came out in, it would also inexplicably get the video game treatment with a release on the NES, the Game Boy, and a multitude of home computer options that were available at the time. No, it's not good, but the music ain't bad. Finally, it would also appear in comic form with a crossover into Evil Dead territory, which is kinda perfect. It only missed out on the kids' cartoon based on an R-rated property, and the Kenner toy line, which is a bit surprising with how much legs it ended up having. Darkman was well received in 1990 and is still wonderful today. Not only is it damn near everything you could want in a Sam Raimi vehicle, but it's also the best horror superhero ever made.
Thank you for clicking on our video, everybody. If you like what you saw here, please make sure you like the video and subscribe and share with your friends who like this sort of content. Joe Blow was created by movie fans for movie fans, and we appreciate your support.
Yeah, no thanks.
Forces of nature. They do not help you, do not harm you. They simply exist. Based on that detail, the Festival of Termina may not have been a ritual deliberately created by the old gods themselves. At first, it may simply have been a festival to pray for warmth, fertility, abundant harvest, and the continued turning of the natural cycle. A festival of harmony, where humans gave thanks to natural powers they could not explain. That may have continued until a mysterious event occurred. An incident that caused the old gods to vanish completely from the real world. One noteworthy detail is that the Festival of Termina is usually held when the moon is full and at its highest point. Besides its direct connection to the god hiding behind it, this detail also carries a very interesting meaning, especially when placed in the context of crops, harvest, and abundance. In agricultural traditions of the Northern Hemisphere, the harvest moon is the full moon closest to the autumn equinox, usually falling in September or early October. This is the time when many crops have ripened and need to be harvested quickly before cold rain or frost arrives. Because the full moon near the autumn equinox often rises close to sunset for several nights in a row, it provides extra light after the sun goes down, allowing farmers to work in the fields longer. The full moon does not create a bountiful harvest, but it appears at the exact moment when the harvest season needs nighttime light the most. And so, in humanity's agricultural memory, the full moon gradually became a sign of harvest, abundance, and the time to gather the fruits of one's labor. The detail of the full moon and the harvest festival directly connects to the tale of Pocket Cat. The story tells of a festival held in the town of Merwood, an annual event that takes place at the beginning of the harvest season when food becomes plentiful. The townspeople celebrate, hold grand feasts, and most importantly, this event takes place exactly when the full moon has risen the highest. If this story is describing a past version of the Festival of Termina, it clarifies the conclusion we established earlier, that Termina may originally have been nothing more than a festival created by humans to express gratitude to the old gods for granting humanity bountiful harvests, plentiful food, and a life of abundance. The festival being held when the moon reaches its brightest and fullest state is similar to how Majora's Mask places its own festival at a special moment when the sun and moon are aligned. This detail may have been inspired by astronomical phenomena, such as the supermoon or the lunar standstill, a rare phenomenon in which the gravitational forces of the sun and moon enter a special alignment, sometimes leading to more noticeable changes in the tides or in the way humans observe the sky. Even though the Festival of Termina may have nothing to do with this phenomenon at all, the similarity between them is still very much worth analyzing, isn't it? Well, anyway, no matter how it may have unfolded in the past, in the present, the Festival of Termina has been completely corrupted in its nature, its meaning, and the way it operates. From an event that may once have been tied to harvests, abundance, and gratitude toward natural forces, Termina has become a blood-soaked festival. The moon no longer shines over the fields so humans can harvest their crops. It shines over the festival so its participants can freely slaughter one another, harvest each other's heads, and turn their souls into offerings for a ritual nourished by blood, madness, and the jealousy of the very entity hiding behind it, the moon god.
For hundreds of years, we have followed wherever the moon god took us, and we reaped his harvest instead, living and breathing from the chaos that ensues. Of course, we strive for the illustrious heights, mentioned many times over, but to get there, we must climb a mountain of slain sacrificial lambs.
If the event in Majora's Mask began with a bizarre moon, then similarly, the Festival of Termina also begins with the moon, or more precisely, with the entity hiding behind that celestial body. Rare is an old god, often referred to as the trickster god, or the moon god. His power is directly tied to moonlight. It is said that his light can pierce through the shell of deception, exposing the truth hidden beneath the surface of humanity. The moon god's power leans especially toward the spiritual and is capable of exerting a powerful influence on the mind. Some of the abilities associated with him include reading thoughts, seeing through his opponents, and opening golden gates. Gates described as a gift from the moon god himself. Gain access to golden gates that lead you out from madness and world of deceit. With his power, the moon god not only sees through the ugly nature of humankind, but also recognizes the immense potential hidden within those mortal bodies. A potential so great that some among them could rise to the level of the old gods. The moon god does not accept this, and so, since the earliest days, he has always watched, controlled, and sought every possible way to restrain the growth of this species. All of it stems from jealousy. The fact that the Festival of Termina takes place when the moon is high, full, and at its brightest suggests that the connection between the festival and the moon god is almost impossible to ignore. Although the Festival of Termina may originally have been held to honor the old gods, the moon god holds a more prominent role than any other in overseeing the festival and determining when it takes place. Perhaps this authority came from the consent of the other old gods, or perhaps humans themselves, by tying the festival to full moon nights, unknowingly caused the moon god's influence over this ritual to surpass that of the other gods. With that influence, at some unknown point in the past, possibly after the old gods withdrew from the real world, the Festival of Termina began to be corrupted by the moon god. In the video about Pocket Cat, I once mentioned a theory that there may have been a divine pact among the old gods, limiting their ability to directly interfere in major events in the real world. If that theory is correct, the moon god would be no exception. So how did this entity corrupt the festival if he could not directly involve himself in it? Pocket Cat is the answer. Pocket Cat is a being born from the moon god's dream, created with the task of hunting children who carry within them the seed of humanity's ascension, individuals with the potential to surpass mortal limits and reach the realm of divinity. But it does not stop there. Pocket Cat's appearance in the Festival of Termina in the second game shows that this creature also plays another role in the festival. A catalyst, manipulating, provoking, and pushing the contestants to slaughter one another, ensuring that the festival unfolds in the bloodiest way possible. At the same time, by taking advantage of the chaos of the festival, this creature can search for and possess its next potential host. Humans with promising souls, but who are mentally broken and pushed to their limits. If the festival in the tale of Pocket Cat that we analyzed earlier is an ancient version of the current Festival of Termina, then Pocket Cat's appearance in that story becomes a very notable clue. In the story, Pocket Cat also appears at the festival and vanishes exactly when the moon reaches its highest point. He is discovered howling at the moon, as if communicating with his master. Not only that, Pocket Cat also seems to observe and show a particular interest in Willem, similar to how he watches and targets Dawn as a host during the festival that takes place in 1942. This leads us to the conclusion that Pocket Cat may have appeared in many past cycles of the festival. He acts as a tool of the moon god, driving the corruption of the festival, while also using it to find his next parasitic host. This conclusion was suggested by a very interesting comment from a viewer on the channel, who proposed that Willem was actually the host Pocket Cat was targeting, much like Dawn in the second game. That theory helped me recognize the festival's original meaning and connect three seemingly separate elements: the moon god's intentions, Pocket Cat's appearance, and the later corruption of the Festival of Termina. So, shout out to Light Solia, and thank you for a theory that is genuinely worth thinking about. Returning to the main storyline, under Pocket Cat's influence, the original meaning of the Festival of Termina gradually changed. However, as mentioned earlier, Pocket Cat is only a catalyst, not the main cause behind the festival's complete corruption. Pocket Cat himself is also restrained by the moon god and prevented from directly interfering in the course of the festival. This makes perfect sense. Think about it. If Pocket Cat, a creation of the moon god, interfered with and manipulated the course of a festival originally created to honor the old gods, that would be a violation of the pact, as well as an open and direct insult to the other gods. Therefore, the moon god chose a more discreet method. He corrupted a human, turning him into the host of the festival, the one who would guide and oversee its events. That person is the true cause behind the death and complete corruption of the Festival of Termina that would follow.
Welcome to the Moon Tower. Since our words could not possibly reach my master, I speak on his behalf. And who might my master be? Well, for now, let's just say that he is the delinquent one. Rare, the trickster moon god. And me? You can call me Perkele. I am just a humble servant of his celestial majesty. You are the dreamer. He is the dream. My master has invited you to join us in this jubilee of cosmic proportions. 14 candidates, but only one true victor. The Festival of Termina is upon us. What is this Festival of Termina, you ask? It is a festival to give you, the humans, a peek to grandeur and a chance to reach for illustrious heights. The festival to end all festivals.
Perkele is a mysterious entity said to have served the moon god for hundreds of years. He oversees and coordinates the festival by appearing in the contestants' dreams, speaking to them, and delivering the rules on behalf of his master. Beyond that role, Perkele's true past is almost entirely unrevealed. The only clue we have about Perkele is that he once admitted he had been human, or at least human in the broadest sense of the word. He once stumbled into a festival in the past, and only after that incident was he truly born. This means that, in some way, most likely by winning the festival, Perkele was blessed and transformed. Unlike the new gods, who ascended through the throne of ascension, Perkele seems to have reached a demigod-like state through a different path, a ritual, or some form of ancient magic tied to the moon god. Something similar once happened to Legard in the ending, where he is revived by Dars, using the ancient magic of the old god Sylvian. Legard returned with a deformed body. He shed his human skin, mocked his former mortal existence, and declared that he had reached a divine state. Perkele's body, much like Legard's, still retains a few human features, but it is no longer whole. His torso has rotted away and severely decomposed, the price paid for being reborn under the power of an old god. That is why the new gods mock Perkele. They call him and his group leeches, who survive by clinging to the power of greater beings. In their eyes, Perkele is not a god who achieved true ascension, but a parasite feeding on the power of the old gods. Perkele does not care. On the contrary, he looks at both the new gods and humanity with mockery. To him, both are foolish in their own ways. Humans bind themselves to the worship of forces they do not understand, while the new gods are arrogant beings deluded by their own power, even though in truth they are still trapped under the manipulation and control of the old god's game. Osa, one of the 14 contestants, once mentions that he has heard the name Perkele somewhere in the past. He is a deity connected to something known as the Festival of Termina. Information about this festival is extremely vague, but it often appears during periods of chaos tied to numerous massacres throughout history. This detail shows that Perkley did not appear only during the event in Prehevel in 1942. This entity may have served as the host and spokesperson of the moon god, accompanying Pocket Cat and the other followers as they influenced past cycles of the Festival of Termina. Over time, they themselves helped corrupt the festival. From an ancient ritual once tied to harvest, gods, and prosperity, Termina gradually became the center of a series of bloody massacres throughout history. That cycle continued until the festival opened once again in 1942 in Prehevel. There, Perkley, Pocket Cat, and his group return, continuing to lead the Chosen Ones into a new cycle of the festival. A festival built on dreams, the moon, madness, and the blood of the contestants, all to honor the Master watching them from above, at least on the surface. Fear and Hunger 2, Termina, begins in 1942, roughly 350 years after the events of Fear and Hunger 1. By this point, the moon god has already failed to prevent the ascension of the girl, leading to the birth of a new god, the god of fear and hunger. The main setting of this installment is Prehevel, a fictional city with an Eastern European atmosphere, medium-sized and relatively isolated. Prehevel is the capital of Bohemia, as well as the stage chosen for this cycle of the Festival of Termina. Prehevel is a favored city, situated between several different ecosystems. Located near the western shore of Lake Verdite, surrounded by old forests and unique vegetation, the city gives us a sense of isolation, as though it is completely cut off from the rest of the world. At the heart of the city stands Hollow Tower, a mysterious structure that is later seized by Perkley and turned into the central point of the festival. Hollow Tower functions like a broadcasting tower in the middle of the city, allowing Perkley to use the moon god's power to pull every contestant and citizen into a dream realm, where he explains the rules and officially begins the festival. The city's scholars possess an astonishing amount of knowledge about astrology, so deep that even the new gods take notice. This makes me speculate that, perhaps in the past, Hollow Tower was used by Prehevel's scholars to study astrology and observe the stars. The clock in the Prehevel Museum shares many similarities with the Prague astronomical clock, a medieval astronomical clock mounted on the old town hall in real world. This detail quietly reinforces the city's long history and tradition of astrological study. The similarity in design between Hollow Tower and the Leaning Tower of Pisa is also worth noting. The Leaning Tower of Pisa was originally a religious bell tower, used to call believers to rituals, mark prayer times, or announce important moments in the liturgical calendar. Since Fear and Hunger is well known for borrowing many details from the real world and then restructuring them into a more distorted and independent version of its own, it can be inferred that Hollow Tower may once have served a similar religious function. It can be said that Hollow Tower is not merely a structure reflecting the architecture, culture, or art of Prehevel. It also directly reflects the city's religious life. Speaking of religion, Prehevel is famous for its fanatical devotion to Almer, the Ascended One, an ascended god and a darker, more distorted version of the figure of Jesus Christ in the real world. Not only that, the people here also maintain a very strong religious connection to the old gods, entities that long ago withdrew from the real world. The Church of Almer took advantage of this somewhat extreme foundation of faith in the god to turn Prehevel into an important religious center. The leading priests did not merely guide the spiritual lives of the residents, but also abused them through occult magic and bloody sacrificial rituals. Part of this corruption very likely came from the influence of the mysterious god, hiding behind Almare and his church. It is clear that the overlap between public faith, folk occultism, ritual architecture, and an isolated mindset toward the outside world is what made Prehevel a special place, even before the Festival of Termina erupted. In 1942, after the Second Great War broke out, Prehevel was heavily affected by the consequences of the war. Part of the city was bombed and almost completely destroyed. Mines and barricades were set up everywhere to stop opposing forces, leaving Prehevel, already isolated, almost entirely cut off from the outside world, while the chaos within continued to spread. The city authorities tried to impose martial law to bring the situation under control, but every effort failed when the people were struck by a strange disease. Their skin suffered severe burns, while their minds were gradually burned away over time. This disease corroded all of Prehevel from within. The residents lost their sanity, became violent, and grew deformed. The army occupying the city suffered the same fate. Many soldiers went mad, lost control, and turned to slaughtering civilians, their comrades, and even their own superiors.
You must have seen them, the residents of this godforsaken place. That fate awaits us all. My comrades already succumbed to the chaos. My skin is still pretty, but my mind is deteriorating at a rapid rate. 3 days. 3 days is the limit, just like what he said.
Before Prehevel completely fell into a state of chaos, the people had been whispering about a strange event. For about a week after the night of the full moon, people across the city and the surrounding settlements all had the same bizarre dream. A mysterious man in an orange cloak standing at the top of a tower, explaining a strange festival, the reward awaiting those who took part, and the punishment that would come if they failed to follow the rules within the 3-day limit. It is not hard to recognize who the man in the dream is. None other than Perkele. The appearance of this monstrous figure means that the moon god had chosen Prehevel as the main stage for this cycle of the Festival of Termina. We still do not know the moon god's true intentions at this point, but one thing is almost certain. This god had set his sights on Prehevel even before the festival officially began. This is further reinforced when we look at the lore of the 14 participants. Most of the contestants are not residents of the city, yet each of them is led to this place by a chain of events that seem unrelated on the surface, but clearly bear the marks of deliberate arrangement. Some come to investigate the war. Some come to search for a loved one. Some follow the trail of a personal secret. Others are pulled back by their past. All of them are like chess pieces gradually being pushed toward the same destination. And that destination is Prehevel. Perkele once revealed that the contestants are chosen by the moon god. We cannot rule out the possibility that he himself had been watching them and quietly guiding them all to Prehevel to take part in this festival. But there is another possibility. In my view, the moon god may have recognized the intricate plan of some force secretly manipulating the flow of fate and leading the 14 contestants to Prehevel. Because of this, he chose Prehevel as the stage for the Festival of Termina, forced all the contestants into the festival, and used Termina's own rules to stop this mysterious force's plan. This theory is subtly reinforced right from the opening. While on the train heading toward the city, all 14 contestants share the same dream. There, under the guidance of an illusion of a girl in red shoes, appearing with blue butterfly wings, the contestants are taken to 2 mysterious dimensions. The first is a workshop filled with cubes engraved with strange symbols. The other space is a vast hall where countless non-human entities sit motionless on chairs. It seems that the girl in red shoes and this group of mysterious entities are trying to bring the 14 contestants to some unknown place. But that plan is immediately obstructed by Perkele. Using the power of the moon god, Perkele interferes with the dream and pulls the contestants into another dimension. At the top of the tower, Perkele welcomes them, explains the rules, declares that the 14 contestants have been chosen, and officially opens the Festival of Termina.
Welcome back. I take it that you are now acquainted with most of your fellow contestants. Keep up the pace. The festival won't last forever. Just what is going on? Since the 14 of you are such late additions to the party, your days are already running short. The festival will reach its climax in just 3 days. That is how much time you have. Use it wisely. My master has a short attention span. If any of the 13 other contestants are still around when midnight hits on day 3, well, I guess you will just have to wait and see. However, it is not advised to wait until that.
The fact that Perkele calls the 14 contestants latecomers, while warning them that they have only 3 days left before a terrible calamity occurs, leads us to an important conclusion. Termina is not an event that revolves solely around the 14 chosen ones. It is a festival made up of multiple stages, culminating in the final 3 days, the moment when the contestants are thrown onto a stage that has already been prepared, with rules that force them to slaughter one another. The course of the festival can be divided into 3 main stages. The first stage, the prophetic dream before the festival. About a week before the full moon appears, Perkele begins appearing in the dreams of the people of Prehevel and the surrounding settlements. He announces the festival, explains the rules, speaks of the reward awaiting those who take part, and warns of the punishment they will face if they fail to obey the time limit. This is the point where the festival begins to seep into people's minds, before it truly erupts in the real world. The second stage, the full moon, and the activation of the festival. When the full moon rises high, the festival officially enters its active phase. The countdown begins. Every civilian and soldier in the city, those who do not understand, are unaware of, or accidentally fail to follow the rules of the festival, begin to suffer the disaster. A strange disease appears, deforming their bodies, breaking down their minds, and spreading corruption throughout Prehevel. The third stage, the collapse of the city and the arrival of the 14 contestants. Prehevel descends completely into chaos. Civilians and soldiers alike are transformed into grotesque creatures, hunting down and attacking anyone within sight. By this point, the city has become a blood-soaked battlefield, ready for the arrival of the final group of participants.
4 raiders from
the 14 chosen
Infused
ones.
Zid Killer have joined.
Again.
Hello. Finally found it. Infused Z Killer. Oh, hello, sir. How was your Hello and welcome.
Hello and welcome.
Hope your stream was fun.
Hope your stream was fun.
Wish you good night's sleep. I'm guessing it's late for you. Wait a minute.
Tez.
Okay. Yeah, thanks again for raid. Thank you. How do you call it? Like this? Yes. That's
Night, but Welcome to my channel.
There you go.
Go check out Infused Zid Killer at Twitch TV. Infused
He
Zid
pulls
Killer.
the 14 contestants into the dream realm at the Moon Tower, explains the rules, and declares that they have only 3 days to eliminate one another
Welcome
until
to my
only
channel.
one survivor remains.
Eyes.
If they fail,
Welcome to my
a
channel.
terrible calamity will descend. As we can see, the first 2 stages of the festival serve as preparation for the 3rd act, the moment when the contestants officially enter the festival. Think about it. If Prehevel were still a normal city, the contestants would have no real reason to openly slaughter one another, would they? That is why it is necessary to plunge the city into chaos, filling it with dangers severe enough to pressure their minds, make them afraid, disoriented, and gradually push them towards seeing murder as their only choice. Not only that, but the calamity Perkele warns will descend after the 3-day deadline also serves as a catalyst, making everything even worse. Perkele specifically emphasizes that the moon god is slowly losing patience. This suggests that his influence over Termina has limits. It may be connected to the monthly cycle of the moon's phases. Once the full moon phase ends, the moon god's influence declines, and the festival ends along with it. In other words,
Yeah, thanks
the
for
moon
coming
god
by.
is forced to deal with all of the contestants within the time frame of the festival. If even one is left behind,
Falling asleep. I might make a coffee. Oh.
Hey guys, Scott here. Today I want to talk about balance in Dead by Daylight and how I think people are starting to base their opinions off of the wrong data. Jason is the latest example of this, and a quick preview of what I really want to talk about in this video is very often I'm seeing kind of posts like this one where people are talking about all of the things that Jason has, and they're comparing it to something like Huntress. You know, Huntress is 110, and she has to reload at lockers, and limited projectiles, blah, 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 blah. And they're saying, look at all that stuff that Jason has, and look at all the stuff that Huntress doesn't have, and they're saying that's why we need to nerf Jason. When I'm coming at the complete opposite direction, I'm looking at that same argument and going, yeah, we need to buff Huntress. She kind of sucks now. She's 9 years old and has been power crept to shit. She's just simply not a very good killer anymore. And people get like really defensive when you argue in that way, saying that Huntress would be then like oppressive if you made her 115 or something like that. Like, no, she would still not even be very good. The game has changed so much over the years that people are just basing opinions off of very old data. And I want to kind of change the mindset people are coming from, because I think it'll be overall better for the game. So this is a post I saw on Reddit last night that kind of is being served as like the springboard for this discussion here. So why does Jason have so many quality of life things going for him? So first of all, almost everything on this list is just not quality of life. These are just things that the killer does. Quality of life is something like Singularity getting an auto-aim ability, so he has parity between PC and console players, where they can both aim and target people sort of in the same way. That's quality of life. Just saying he can phase around in super speed, he can choose where to spawn. Like, that's not that's just things that the killer can do. That's like saying, oh, well, Bubba is better than Nurse because Bubba has a chainsaw and Nurse doesn't have a chainsaw. Like, it's a very silly argument that doesn't make any sense. So when you're talking about quality of life, it's things that are just like, when you look at it, you go, oh, that's nice, that's convenient. It's not like, oh, this is what the power of the killer is. So that's an important point. So here's the thing about Jason. I firmly believe in time, the general community will realize that this killer is actually very well balanced. I do think there's a couple of outliers. I'm not, you know, I'm not incredibly blind to your cause if you want him nerfed. I do think that, like Deputy Badge, for example, should not regress already regressing gens. That's too much. I think there's a couple of aura reading add-ons he has that is a bit too much, and I think the hinder on removing the spear from you is also completely unnecessary. Other than that, though, I think everything about him is actually very well designed in terms of balance. Maybe not in terms of fun, because it encourages a lot of passive gameplay, but that's a completely separate discussion. We're talking about the killer's strength here, and strength-wise, I think he's almost a perfect target, very slightly above what you should be aiming for. So when I have these discussions with people on, my stream or on Twitter or whatever, I always like that they'll always bring up like, Huntress, for example. Huntress is a very, very common comparison because, she's like the OG projectile killer. Jason is a projectile killer, so very commonly people will talk about Huntress in relation to Jason and how much more shit Jason has. Now, obviously, the argument I'm making here is that's because Huntress is not good. Like, look at any tier list made in the past couple of years. Huntress is not in the top 10, 15, 20, sometimes 25. Huntress is in the middle to bottom half of killers in this game. So it's really weird when I suggest, okay, instead of Jason being nerfed to be permanently 110 or whatever, why are we not making Huntress 115 permanently? And people will say, oh, that just makes Huntress very oppressive now or something like that. Like, dude, if you make Huntress 115% movement speed, do you really think she's going to be better than like Dracula or something like that? No, of course she's not. And no one thinks Dracula needs to be nerfed. Therefore, everyone below Dracula doesn't need to be nerfed. And she would be below Dracula. So the argument makes no sense in my opinion. You're basically arguing a killer should remain middle tier, and that's just like fine. Now, obviously not every killer's got to be Blight or anything like that. I'm not stupid. But I'm just saying, there's the reason that there's so much frustration in this game is because the massive disparity in who's talking. Like, if someone is a pig main and someone's a Blight main, they're gonna have very different opinions on how hard killer is. And that's such a reason there's so much tribalistic mentality, because there's such a wide range of emotions and powers that go into these discussions that if you don't have them on a somewhat similar scale, you can't actually have these discussions. It doesn't even work because everyone is right at the same time. Because depending on who they main, it just could be completely correct in one direction or the other. So that's why it's so frustrating that people want to have this giant gap between the weakest and stronger killers, when I would really prefer they're all of somewhat similar strength. Now, I don't want them to all be the exact same strength because that kind of makes things a bit monotonous, but I want them to be like a little bit below Jason tier. So the point is, people should be trying to argue for everything below that to be raised to that point and everything above that to be lowered to that point. So we have a somewhat even playing field when we're discussing how hard or how easy killer is to play. That's the thing I'm trying to say here. And that is the thing that I think a lot of people are not realizing, because most of their arguments are just like, they're just so incredibly outdated. Like, Huntress is 9 years old at this point. She's like not even in the same game anymore. If you made her normal movement speed, the game wouldn't just suddenly explode. She would still be pretty mid-tier. And that's because Huntress has not become weaker or anything like that. The game has just changed around her. Pallet density has made it so there's loops every 5 feet. And if it's like a rock loop she can't throw over, you have no power for half the game. And then just RNG with lockers and stuff like that. It's just a whole bunch of people arguing from the wrong base point. And again, I do think there's a couple of things about Jason that do need to be tweaked, but overall, I think his balance is pretty fine. I want to go back to the original post that I saw here and also dissect some of the things to talk about Jason a little bit more as well. So first up, he has killer instinct and can make people scream. These are basically the same thing. He's just talking about the jump scare feature. And yeah, that is true. And, there are not that many killers that can do both of those things. But also, it's completely up to the survivor. These first two lines are 100% in control of the survivor playing against Jason. It is entirely possible to have 0 people scream the entire game if they play extremely passively. Now, I'm not saying that's the correct decision to make every game, just every time he goes in his power, he just crouch forever. But I'm saying it's fully in the survivor's control. And if it is fully in the survivor's control, him having that quality of life is not nearly as impactful as you think it is, because it's not necessarily up to the killer. It's up to the survivors that choose to enter into that agreement. Now, the survivors could be equally passive and no one accomplishes anything and it's a stalemate, but what you do, and I explained this in my last video, is that you ration out who is in a bad spot and they crouch, and people that are totally fine, they keep working on gens, because if they start getting chased, who cares? Like, they have 2 hits, they'll be fine. So that's not really a good talking point for his strength, because it's entirely up to the survivors. Now, he has tracking after he hits someone with his projectile. Springtrap has the exact same thing. The only thing I'd touch up on here is that the hinder is unnecessary. I don't think that has any place there. They should just straight up remove it. Having the wall hacks is completely fine. That's totally unnecessary to have a hinder there. But other than that, like, yeah, that's something that Springtrap can already do. He can phase around in super speed. Again, not quality of life. That's just a thing he can do. He can phase around in super speed, but he can only see people that choose to let him see them. And a bunch of killers can move around in super speed. Wraith can run around in super speed. Billy can run around super speed. Or Blight can run around super speed. Spear can run around super speed. Like, this is not a very rare thing on the killer roster. It's pretty common to have killers that have a rapid mobility feature, and they typically have some type of thing where they can't attack immediately out of it. Spirit doesn't have that. She can immediately attack. But, like, you could say Dredge can move around in super speed. He can get across the map in 5 seconds.
Dredge, yeah.
But they're also, you know, relegated to being able to pop out only in certain spots, which sometimes can be very convenient and sometimes can be very inconvenient. So that's not exactly an incredible strength there. You can see footprints while phasing. Again, this ties back into the 1 and 2. Only if people let him. If they're crouch walking, you cannot see anything. It's entirely up to the survivors. And I'm so tired of hearing the argument, well, if everyone just crouches, then Jason just stays in his power forever. Okay, then nobody wins. The server times out eventually. I guess the killer counts as a win MMR-wise, but no one's going to fucking do that. I have yet to see a single match involving Jason anywhere on Twitter by anybody that has actually lasted until the server timeout. So no one's actually doing that. It's not a realistic thing that's happening. So I don't want to hear that. He synergizes insanely well with totems and stealth. That is very, very true, and I do think the totem build on him is pretty disgusting. 100% I agree with that, but there are also ways to deal with that when that's the meta, and I've already seen people bring maps and counterforce and stuff like that, and it's working pretty well, but I do agree with that. But there's lots of killers that synergize very well with totems. Demogorgon can synergize with totems. Nemesis can synergize with totems. And again, none of these things are like unique to him. These are things that a lot of other killers have. He has no lullaby. I'm going to go in the opposite direction. Huntress has a 20-meter radius, so even if you hear the lullaby, you might think she's further away than she actually is. Also, I would say Huntress doesn't even need a lullaby. You could take away Huntress's lullaby, and she still wouldn't be a very good killer. So I'm going to, again, opposite direction there. Also, he has a 32-meter radius. Huntress, again, much smaller radius. Usually the range killers have smaller radiuses, so I don't think that's a good argument as well. He is most of the time just as fast as regular killers. Again, that's not much of an argument. He's most of the time normal. That's not an argument for his strength. He has insane add-ons. I do think Deputy Bad should be nerfed in one of his aura reading add-ons. Other than that, I don't think he has add-ons that are considered insane. He's got pretty good add-ons, but he has nothing that would compare to, like, you know, Eerie Tablet or Black Incense, or, you know, there are much better add-ons in the game than the ones that he has. He can proxy camp really well. I've actually found he's not very good at proxy camping. The funny part is a little tip. If you're going against Jason and you have the perk Will Make It, you can unhook someone and heal them right under the hook before Jason can come out of his power and actually hit, because it's so vastly slowed down, unless he does it from like 20 meters away and then walks up to you, at which point you can probably complete the heal anyway. So his radius for the anti-camp is disgustingly high, and it actually negatively affects you a lot when you're not even camping. It's incredibly frustrating. So that works in the complete opposite direction very often as well. Survivors have to mend in an extremely niche scenario where you hit someone and spear them through another person. So that's extremely rare. I've done that like 2 times total, so that's very rare. Easy to aim with. I don't agree with that at all. His projectile is much harder than like Huntress, for example. Even if the hitbox is the same, it comes out on a delay. It cannot be flicked at the last second, and it's offset very slightly to the up and left. So I'm finding it much harder to hit these than Huntress hatchets. Can spot people in lockers. That I wouldn't be opposed to them changing. If you want to go in a locker instead of crouch walking, no red mist there. That's fine. Can use power indefinitely to 0 effect. Nothing happens, so I don't think that's a huge thing. Husk auto attacks are a complete meme that only hits people that are literally sitting still. Can Mori, again, a bunch of killers can Mori mid-match. And yeah, removing Spear gives hindered is the last thing I would agree with. But the whole point here is I wanted to just discuss people using weaker killers as a justification for Jason to be nerfed because they're somewhat similar. You can bring up like Trickster and Deathslinger and Huntress as, you know, the premier ranged killers. Compare it to Jason and then say, well, look at that, Jason needs to be nerfed. Complete opposite direction. I would say all of those killers need to be buffed. Legitimately, I don't think most people consider like Huntress and Trickster even in the top 20 of killers. Sometimes Deathslinger can, you know, depending on the tier list, can get in like the top 20. But for the most part, these are killers that if they were made normal movement speed, they still wouldn't even be in the top 15. It would still be mid-tier. And people are so scared and opposed to that because they are coming from the wrong direction. They're using the wrong base point for their argument, and I'm hoping we can kind of reverse that. If we start getting to a point where every killer is slightly below Jason's level, then we can have survivors have strong things and not have killers complain about it. Because if you have a bunch of crazy, you know, pallet density and shit like that, but all the killers in the game are actually pretty good, it's not really a valid complaint from killers that much anymore. It's just the guy who's playing pig and has to kick 24 pellets now. It's like, what the fuck is he going to do? So that's the point. I want balance parity. I want things to be closer together. And basically all we're trying to do with these arguments is make a good target for balance weaker by using outdated data from 9 years ago and killers that are just not even good anymore. So that's the basis of my argument. I'm not sure if you guys agree with me here, but it's just something I do feel pretty strongly about. But that's it. Thanks for watching. See you next time.
Fuck, what do I choose? Damn you. Green, blue. No. Really? What a piece of shit you are. Yeah, I think it looks pretty good.
...2011. Reddit was introduced to what in my opinion would go down as possibly its greatest mystery of all time. A partially deconstructed computer hard drive sewn into a secret compartment in a laptop bag purchased from eBay. Why would someone go through such great lengths to conceal the contents of a hard drive? What could it possibly contain? Government secrets? Evidence of crimes? Terabytes of explicit images? Let's be serious, it's probably some kind of weird sex stuff. Regardless, it's also a fact of life that on Reddit, OP never delivers. Time and time again, a person has come to Reddit with some kind of mystery that would captivate the entire community, only to have our hopes dashed of ever finding out what the truth was. But this time, it was feeling like maybe things would be a little different. The carrot of finding the truth would be dangled over Reddit's heads for a period of nearly a decade. And throughout this decade, it seemed like perhaps we might actually find out what was on this hard drive. This quest would ultimately turn into a drama that unfolded over the course of several years, sucking in members and mods alike. So today, let's take a look at the full story of one of Reddit's greatest mysteries. This video is sponsored by Helix. Helix makes premium mattresses and bedding, custom fit to your needs and shipped right to your door, with free shipping in the US. I've been sleeping on Helix mattresses for a few years now, and it's some of the best sleep that I've ever gotten. And they recently sent me their new Comfort Adjust cooling pillow, and it's easily the best pillow that I've ever had. I got the king size version, which was the right move because I lay down on it and my shoulders just sink right in. And as the name Comfort Adjust implies, it's meant to be adjustable. For me, it was perfect right out of the box, but if you want less cushion, you can remove some of the shredded memory foam. And of course, the Glaciotex fabric makes sure you sleep cool all night. And if you're in the market for a new mattress, Helix has you take a sleep quiz to figure out exactly what kind of mattress you need. I'm a side sleeper, so Helix set me up with a Sunset mattress. It comes rolled up in a box and it's easy to set up. I've been sleeping in my Helix mattress for several years now and it's been fantastic. And to make sure that you're happy with your new Helix sleep mattress, they have a 120 nights of sleep trial and a lifetime warranty. Thank you to Helix for sponsoring. Visit helixsleep.com/wang right now to take advantage of their 4th of July sale. You'll get 20% off site-wide. You should also be on the lookout for additional sales on the Helix site. I know some of you guys are probably asking yourselves, wait, didn't he already cover this story before? And of course, several years ago I did, but at the time the mystery was still unfolding and remained unsolved over the course of several videos, which if you go back to these videos now makes it particularly annoying to follow. And as I was busy re-uploading old content to Spotify, I realized that rather than gluing together the parts of this video, I'd be better off just simply remaking it. This time we can have it from beginning to end. Reddit was first introduced to the mystery in a post entitled, "I found a mysterious hard drive sewn into a bag. How can I find out what's on it?" It was posted to Ask Reddit by a user named SecretHDD on April 10th of 2011. My mother purchased a laptop from a woman on eBay. She needed money for college and desperately needed to get rid of the laptop bought by her parents. So we received the laptop in a bag. Laptop got parted out to fix my undeserving stepsister's laptop. Bag was tossed into the garage. At some point we moved, and finally after a while we got around to doing some spring cleaning. Like all great memories, I'm not entirely sure how this started. I just know that we were cleaning and we found the bag. My mom was emptying out the pockets, but despite the fact that all the pockets were empty, the bag still felt like it contained something. So she digs some more. No mystery pockets. Aggravated, she finally grabs a knife and tears open the bag. Sewn into the back, totally indistinguishable from the rest, is this hard drive. I started asking around and we determined, I'm in no way hardware savvy, that it's an older model IBM hard drive. And to add to the mystery, the bottom section of the hard drive was removed. So I'm reaching out to you, Reddit, what could be on this hard drive that someone needed to remove a portion of it and sew it into a bag? And after some people asked about it, the original poster added some pictures of the hard drive and a close-up of the label. Of course, people start speculating wildly about what could be on this thing. Most of them saying that it's probably some kind of CP that's going to get you arrested. Of course, the thread was also full of comments stating that, as we all know, OP never delivers. If only you knew 15 years ago, Blaze Master. If only you knew. Others, however, came with suggestions as to how Secret HDD can recover the data on the hard drive. In particular, a user by the name KT5VMO gave step-by-step instructions on how to recover a hard drive in this situation. The first step of these instructions included purchasing an identical hard drive, something that could be a bit hard to find, but it's necessary to do this. And after that post made its way to the top, Secret HDD responded. They had an update that gave people some hope that for once, perhaps a Reddit mystery may be solved. Okay, I've purchased this hard drive. Stay tuned. In several days, and I'll let everyone know what came of this. As you may have guessed, several days came and went. Then several more days. And then even more days. And everyone kind of started to accept that Secret HD would be yet another mystery that goes unsolved. But then 6 months later, in October of 2011, we get a surprise. Another update. In this update, he talks about how surprised he was that Reddit still remained interested in this topic. He also said that despite not really wanting to pay for that other hard drive, he went ahead and did it. He followed the recovery steps, but just couldn't get it to work. He even went on to recruit the help of a friend in IT to try and get it to work, but it just wasn't happening. Rather than tell us all this, though, he decided he would just not say anything. And this being Reddit, of course, he had some kind of grand moral reasoning for this. I'm one of those people who thinks that there isn't nearly enough mystery in this world. Sure, there's still plenty to be discovered in this world and in the universe, but let's be real. Who among us encounters such mysteries on a daily basis? How many of us have explored any of the 95% of our oceans that haven't been explored? Personally, I wake up at the same time every day, go do the same stuff at work every day, go home and then read Reddit or watch West Wing reruns until I fall asleep, only to be woken up in time for work the next morning.
Oh, look at me. I'm making people happy. I'm the magical man from Happy Land in a gumdrop house on Lollipop Lane.
On one hand, it's such a Reddit thing to have this grand view of just not solving a mystery that you started. In retrospect, maybe it felt kind of like the walls are closing in a little bit. But if he was being genuine, at the same time, this being Reddit, he knows how many of these mysteries go unsolved. If that's your logic, there's plenty of mysteries in the world. I still kind of feel like the same sense of exasperation reading that I did 8 years ago. I thought I was adding mystery to the world, but apparently I was just letting those of you who allowed yourselves to feel a brief sense of excitement down. I seriously am sorry. This person was feeling very apologetic, and they realized that this wasn't a mystery that could end like this. And since they had failed to do it on their own, they offered for someone who pays for shipping to go and try on their own. And this being Reddit, which at least 15 years ago had a user base that tended to be a bit more tech savvy than the average person, there were a lot of people who came forward and offered their services. And one man rose to the top who seemed to be the most qualified. A name that would go on to live in infamy, that being Dovik, whose Reddit account has since been deleted, wrote, "Where do you live? I'll be willing to pay the shipping if you're not too far away. I work in a lab that has all the tools needed to repair and recover this information, so I might as well give it a shot." They got in touch and he updated his post. "I've talked with Secret HDD through PM. He is well within range to get this shipped out. We will talk to tomorrow to get the shipping details down, and as long as I receive the drive, I will keep everyone updated. I'll be going to bed now, updates tomorrow." Dovik would make one more update to his post, which would contain the link to an update he wrote on his brand new subreddit r/Dovik. And to hammer home the fact that Dovik here was the chosen one, this subreddit would come even with a bit of a cult-like following, with so many Dovik true believers wandering the sands of Reddit for all eternity. I'm not exaggerating when I say how obsessed Reddit was with finding the contents of this hard drive. Now, like many of his other posts, the update was also deleted. However, in the comments of that post, you have confirmation from Secret HDD that they had been in touch, and they're moving forward with the exchange of the hard drive, and this satisfied the community for a bit. Once again, there was excitement that finally Reddit was about to solve a mystery. But perhaps somewhat predictably, Dovik himself would go on to disappear, much like Secret HDD before him. A few weeks would pass after that initial update, and understandably the community became impatient. This leads to members of the community, particularly a user named Dovikshualized, to do whatever research they can and try and dox this dude. Perhaps a bit unethical, but it's understandable. They went through his Reddit history and discovered that he was very into Call of Duty Black Ops at the time. In fact, he had actually played in some tournaments under the name Dovik. They discovered that he had a YouTube page that contained a lot of Call of Duty Black Ops gameplay footage. But unfortunately, much like his Reddit posting history, his YouTube posting history had also gone cold. His last video had been posted 3 months prior to his digging into his history on YouTube. On this YouTube channel, however, he listed a Gmail address that he would accept gameplay submissions on. Users of the Dovik subreddit would begin to contact him through this email. These messages inspire him to finally come back and explain what's been going on. "Hello. I've got to say I'm quite impressed that this subreddit is still active. I would have swore that after a month it would you know, all right, so I wrote into my script to do like the would have bit like I did in the original video, but like I forgot to do that, and I'm genuinely like still annoyed again. I would have swore that after a month it would have died off. However, all that aside, I will let you know what has been happening and explain the lack of communication on my part. I was contacted by Secret HDD, we are not the same person by the way, for an address to send the hard drive out. Unfortunately, I had emergencies at work and had to be taken care, and I didn't leave time for much else in my life besides my family. I should have, you know, you think this is like a professional guy who like he's been through high school and whatnot. But perhaps this should have been the first clue that something wasn't as it seems. Anyway, I should have talked to Secret HDD about this, so at the very least they would be able to send it someone with more time. That was an oversight by me. I have contacted this user and sent them my address if they still want to send the drive to me for an attempted repair. And that update, believe it or not, was enough to reinstill the community's belief in Novik. He's not going to vanish, he's going to get the hard drive and he's going to tell us what's in it. No, he vanishes again, this time forever, or so it would seem. People would come to the Dovik subreddit time to time and make jokes, make fake Dovik usernames. They'd pretend that they were the ones who got the hard drive. There's also like a lot of cult-like religious jokes. Like, oh, we're worshipping Dovik and one day he's going to return with the contents of the hard drive, as long as we keep our belief. But after a few years, the search would basically go cold. That is until several years later, someone decided to take another look at that YouTube channel that brought him back in the first place. They started to look at some of the names of people that Dovik was playing with. Of these players, one name stuck out to everyone. A user by the name Cheddar Chez. With Dovik's Reddit account now gone, and the other accounts that Reddit knew about being completely silent, Cheddar Chez might have been the last person with any hope of getting this mystery solved. And it actually worked. They made contact with the Cheesemeister himself. After being contacted by people interested in the Dovik mystery, Mr. Cheddar came to the Dovik subreddit. And I have to note that in the time since my original videos and this video, Cheddar Chez has also deleted his account. You found me. I may have the means of contacting Dovik. While I haven't spoken with him personally, I do have his info on other accounts, and he was last seen online 27 days ago. I'll reach out to someone else I know who I remember saying he actually spoke with Dovik. You guys are really going to great lengths to find a guy I haven't spoken to in 7 years, lol. It was finally happening. After so many years, so many people dedicated to solving an obscure mystery on some corner of the internet, about a hard drive sewn into a bag and who the hell knows what's on it. But it looked like it was finally getting solved. Contact has been made. I thought about letting the dream and mystery live on, but it's time for the truth. What is it with these people on letting mysteries live on? Nobody wants that. He goes on to post a Steam conversation that he had with Dovik himself. Hey, Garrett told me to message you. What's up, man? Hey, do you realize there's an entire subreddit has been actively trying to find you, lol? Huh? To the point where they found our old MLG videos from years ago. About that secret hard drive thing. Prior to you deleting your Reddit. Lol. Oh, wow. Yeah, the guy never sent the hard drive. Hey, thinking back to this now, like, I feel like if someone tells you, hey, you know there's a subreddit about you, that's not something you would forget in any context. Anyway, the cheesy one goes on to ask Dovik what he should tell us. Well, if you want to, you can tell them there's nothing to it. The guy never sent the drive, so I couldn't do anything. Will do. Weird that anyone still cares, lol. Well, there you go, that's what happened with Dovik. 6 years, a subreddit, thousands of Redditors obsessed with this story, all these years of chasing Dovik, and he never even had the hard drive. Secret HDD never sent it. When I first covered this story 8 years ago, I ended my video with a message to Secret HDD or anyone who might know him. Secret HD, you're still out there somewhere. If you see this video, please, fucking please, your Reddit account is still there. Your Reddit account still exists. Go on there and make this right. What I wasn't expecting was that my video, which now sits at nearly 2 million views, but at the time had a mere fraction of that, would wind up reviving the mystery. And thus afterwards, on August 15th of 2018, a user named Dovik123 posts on the Dovik subreddit. AMA Dovik. Hello everyone. I was requested by a Reddit user to come to the sub and answer any lingering questions about this mystery. I am user Dovik. I'm not sure what is the best way to provide confirmation of this. Anyone have an idea that would satisfy the majority? I was contacted by Chez a while ago about this, and the ongoing community. I can't think of anything else to add to what I told him back then. User Secret HDD never sent the hard drive after I contacted him. The best bet the community has to get closure on all this is for Secret HDD to resurface with the drive. Unfortunately, I'm no longer at the lab I was when all this came about, so I don't really have the tools to recover the drive. I'll answer any questions that you all have. For a lot of obvious reasons, a lot of people doubted the authenticity of Dovik 123. Because at this point, so many people have come claiming to be either Dovik or Secret HDD. He wound up verifying himself by posting a video to his confirmed YouTube account, and the video showed him being logged into Reddit using the Dovik 123
That's
account.
on Monkey.
Additionally, he also confirmed his identity by sending a picture to the mod Des Modes. So a lot of people are curious about Dovik's interactions with Secret HDD. What else did Secret HDD tell you about the hard drive? Secret HDD didn't tell me anything special about the hard drive. The extra one that was bought was going to be sent with the hard drive that needed to be recovered. I was going to check to see if that extra drive would work for board replacement, or if I needed to find another one. What was Secret HDD like based on your interactions? Was he kind of weird and sketchy, or did he seem like a well-adjusted normal dude? Seemed normal to me. Really though, I didn't have enough interactions with them to really get a good reading. Okay, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt and say welcome back and thanks for posting. I guess I'd ask you, did you ever talk with Secret HDD? Did you lose interest because he never got back to you? And have you seen Wang's video, posted a few months ago on this sub? I still hold a glimmer of hope that this mystery can be solved, even if it is just an empty drive. I only talked with Secret HDD through PMs, and when it came time to actually send the hard drive, I never heard back from him. And then left it at that because I didn't have any further updates to give. So eventually I lost interest. I just watched the video. I really wish there was more we could do to figure out the big mystery. Some users were curious about why he deleted his account. I don't remember when I deleted my account exactly. I checked Reddit more and more infrequently, and each time I came back I would have to respond to a lot of PMs about the hard drive. I got tired of doing this and decided to delete the account. I don't use Reddit as much as more anyways. But it sounds like he does remember exactly why he deleted it.
Sure.
I've enough in my pack already. What this has seen. No telling what this has seen.
Increase area of effect. Increase attack speed. Increase weapon damage. Oh, this is basically ideal for me. If I were to play a monk, I guess. Interesting, interesting. 100 spirit, 100 spirit. Armor and energy shield. Seems kinda useless. Take damage every time your minion dies. I don't know. Seems like stupid.
Of course, others were curious about what he thinks might actually be on the hard drive. I don't remember if there were any details on the original eBay seller. I don't recall any provided by Secret HDD. The drive itself most likely contained boring contents, nothing interesting. It is fun to think about all the weird or crazy things that could be on it, but that speculation doesn't get us anywhere, unfortunately. He also conceded that perhaps the whole thing was fake, and much like the rest of us, he was taken in by a hoax. But aside from confirmation that he's still alive and a bit of where they now type information, his appearance didn't add that much to what we already knew. The arrangements were made, and then when the time came to exchange the hard drive, Secret HDD vanished. But about a week after Dovik's unexpected reappearance, another post was made by a user named Secret HDD is over. This post was entitled, "Please just stop, this was all a joke." I'm sorry if this is anticlimactic. This is just a joke that's gone on too long. You guys have spent over 6 years and never gave up, and I'm both sorry and gracious for this. I don't have access to my old email. It's been 6 years and I totally forgot about this whole thing, but I just came here to tell you the truth. This was all just a joke me and my friend decided to do in middle school. We had access to a few bits of technology. His father used to own a PC repair shop, and no, it was shut down, and no, I'm not telling you any information about who they were or who I am, and we have since split apart. We had no idea where to go with the story, and just decided to end it in the only way we could think. Just forget about it and let it die as a mystery. I don't know where my friend is, and his PC was the one with the email and Reddit account. I understand I have no real way to verify this, and feel free to continue doing this if you enjoy it. That was our intent all along, but I just feel guilty for all of the suspense I built up, and the anger you have portrayed. I no longer have the HDD or the account, as my ex-friend left with them when he moved. Thank you, sorry, and goodbye. And this post was met with even more skepticism. Okay, if that is true, you have to give us something. Anything. I mean, how can we trust the word of a random user? Hell, a picture of the table the hard drive is pictured on. Really? Track your friend down, tell him he's a Reddit legend. I mean, your story is very believable, but it doesn't give closure because it has no credibility. I doubt it would be possible. He moved away long ago, and I only know his first name. My friend, I only know his first name, laugh emojis. It's been half a decade since we've talked, and we weren't even that close. What do you expect? Press X to doubt. I know the last names of my friends from elementary school. You're full of shit. Just because you do doesn't mean anything. Just because you allegedly remember the names of people from elementary school doesn't mean I have an obligation to know the name of a person I used to hang out with and did something for a little bit with in middle school over half a decade ago. You guys may be strangely obsessed with this, but I'm not. Why don't you go figure out how logical thinking works? Who are you? I'm the original Secret HDD. Bullshit. +1. Total BS. And it's important to note that last comment calling it total BS was written by the mod Desmodes, the very one who had verified the identity of Dovik. Keep that in mind as we progress with this story. See, this post was made in August, and ever since then people would occasionally show up to the Secret HD is over thread and post it. And when people would post Secret HDD is over would be there to respond. This kept happening for months until on October 2nd, when the mod Desmodes had finally had enough, and he started to antagonize Secret HDD is over. Literally should delete this, but want to keep up how dumb you are forever. You can't trick us, rando account. Keep the faith, brothers and sisters. If you want me to delete the account, I'm willing to. I guess there's no harm in doing so anyway. Log into the original account. Dovik gave us proof. You have no proof right now. I've already done my best to make it clear. I don't have the account. It was on his computer as I didn't have any internet connected technology at the time. I am willing to do anything to prove if I can, but it's been 6 years. I've moved between states, lost accounts, and forgotten things. I really don't know what to do, but I'm fine with deleting this. I didn't really expect there to be so much backlash. But I suppose it makes sense you would be skeptical. If there's anything I can do, I'll do it. The Temptress tests our faith. In Dovik we trust. In Dovik we love. User Dovik123. I leave it up in your hands. I already contacted him. He said he couldn't prove it or do much since he didn't have the account. If you mean for him to decide whether or not I delete the account, if nothing comes from it, I likely will. I'm sorry this has caused so much turmoil. The ironic thing is, with all these deleted accounts, Secret HDD over after so many threats to delete his account is the one who didn't delete his account. I remember the names of all my childhood friends. Your story is whack, just like your ability to remember the passwords. Tell us something that you and Dovik talked about in the PMs. You know, for all the talking point that remembering your childhood friend's last name is, I remember some of them, but I definitely don't remember all of them. I remember his first name, but I don't remember his last name. It's not like it was even my account. He's the one who made it and set up everything. I was just there to help with little ideas and corrections. Me and Dovik didn't even talk too much either the 6 years ago we did. Nothing was that insanely special about what we did talk about, and it just kind of fell apart. At the time, this wasn't something that we put all of our time and effort into. It was just something we did for fun. What is your friend's first name? What did you talk about in the PM? We have access to some of that correspondence. If you are telling the truth, we could use that for verification. Christian, and the only reason I remember that was because I used to joke about religion. Me and Dovik talked about how to transport the HDD to him, and that's the most I remember about it. We didn't get into any super interesting details, and it was a very impersonal thing. Anyway, this last comment leads to Desmodes taking the conversation to private messages. And almost an hour later, Desmodes makes a new comment thread in this post. Having a good back and forth with Secret HDD is over. I'm actually starting to believe, boys and girls. I think this is the real thing. And about a week later, Desmodes returns with another comment. Actual proof? I'm not buying it. He's confirming some details that I'm able to check on. Nothing 109% concrete yet, but a good lead on the original Secret HDD account. So something was said in those private messages that convinced Desmodes of Secret HDD is over's identity. He didn't say exactly what it was, perhaps because it was personally identifying and nobody wants to get doxxed over something like this, but there was something. It's telling that the guy who's at first the most skeptical and the one who had the most inside knowledge to verify things had gotten convinced. So of course, this can't be verified 100%, but it seems very likely that in fact, the story of the Reddit hard drive was complete bullshit. There was no laptop bag, it was just something from a kid's parents' store. A prank pulled by 2 middle school children. But it wouldn't be until a year later that the story reached its full conclusion. On August 14th of 2009, the mod Desmodes would close all comments on the Dovik subreddit and pin a new post. Final post, the Dovik saga. And in this post lies the final true story of Secret HDD, as confirmed by the people involved. And it contains a shocking, or perhaps not so shocking depending on how you look at it, revelation about Dovik's identity. Hey all, as an avid follower of the Dovik/Secret HDD saga, I'd like to lay to rest what has been a very long series of events. I've now been given verifiable proof of identities of 2 of the people involved and traded Facebook messages with none other than Dovik himself. This whole thing started with 2 dumb high school freshmen in Minnesota. Apparently, there was an actual hard drive involved, but it was just taken from an old computer at the school. They thought it would be fun to play a prank on Reddit and see what happened. Neither expected it to get big. When it got big, the boy with the account Secret HDD, who was more of an avid Reddit user, got scared. The boy with the account Dovik started getting doxxed because he played a lot of Call of Duty, and his YouTube, which had some links to his identify, became fairly public information. Several of his IRL friends got tagged and involved by sleuths from this subreddit. That freaked him out and he deleted his Reddit account. And that was the first official confirmation that Dovik wasn't some computer genius who worked at a lab. He was just some high school kid. The 2 boys slowly separated in their own social circles. Dovik's family moved away from Minnesota in the middle of their sophomore year of high school. The boys didn't really ever talk much. The owner of Secret HDD forgot the password they used when they created the account, literally at the school library. The subreddit continued on and persevered through the years. Unfortunately, one of the mods early on ended up deleting quite a bit of information that was on the subreddit. I inquired about becoming a mod and was able to restore some of them. Earlier this year, I made contact with what I thought was a troll account, but after quizzing for proof and basically doxing him, I was able to confirm his story, found Dovik online through his real identity, and compared some things that he had DM'd us for his AMA, and had discourse which confirmed the story. Desmodes then follows up with some of the most relevant links, including the original posts, the post that caused the doxing scare, and my videos. I think the entire story of Dovik has been amazing, yes. What started out as a troll has led many of us to find courage in the Dovik, and realize that Dovik is more than a boy. Dovik is an idea. Dovik is the eternal bond between all of us. With that said, I think it's best for this subreddit to no longer allow posting, to let it stand as a memorial for what we have all gone through. If someone would like to start another subreddit where you can discuss Dovik, please feel free to. Maybe r/Dovik meta? Anyway, I hope I am able to provide some closure for you. Much love to you all. May the Dovik be with you, brothers and sisters. Thus concludes the Secret HDD story. Perhaps not the satisfying conclusion many were hoping for, but at least in this case, everyone knows what actually happened. A mystery hard drive turns out to be a story of a bunch of high schoolers who got way in over their heads. Anyway, if you'd like me to do more of these kinds of videos, let me know. I'm thinking perhaps one for the most mysterious song on the internet. And that's all for now. If you like this video, turn on notifications and check out my video about the Reddit mystery safe. I'm out.
Nice. That's good.
How can I help? Take your time.
This seems doable. Yeah. Good. You wanna kiss the girl?
Practical jokes, or ribs as they call them, are an important part of pro wrestling's backstage culture. Back in the days of absurd schedules and massive travel times, in the days before smartphones, ribs were a way that the guys could keep themselves entertained on the road. And over the years, a lot of wrestlers have shared stories about some of the most memorable or infamous ribs. Like the time X-Pac pooped in Sable's gym bag, or the time X-Pac pooped in Sonny's Chinese food, or the time X-Pac pooped in Mark Henry's sandwich. Although Mark Henry has since denied eating a poop sandwich. But ribs aren't always about X-Pac pooping in things, and they can vary a lot in severity, with specific wrestlers often having a reputation for the kinds of ribs they pull. A notable example is Owen Hart, who is known to be one of the most prolific ribbers. One time on Raw, the camera crew is looking for Shawn Michaels for a segment. Owen directs the crew to a specific dressing room, telling them that Shawn's in there, but in fact, Shawn wasn't in there. It was JBL and Barry Windham, and they were naked. They came very close to having their bare asses on live TV. Another time, while pretending to be a hotel clerk, he challenged Hacksaw Jim Duggan to a fight over the phone. Hacksaw was pissed and going down to the lobby, and Owen told the terrified clerk to say that it was Jim Powers on the phone. But Owen's pranks were mostly more on the lighthearted side. Other wrestlers had a reputation for having much more severe ribs. And a name that often comes up in Shoot Infuse as a person you absolutely did not fuck with. Because whatever you do to him, he would get you back a million times worse. Often in ways that would leave you traumatized for the rest of your life. That man was Mr. Fuji, a highly decorated tag team wrestler with partners Professor Tanaka and Mr. Saito. But people my age will most likely remember him as the manager of people like Yokozuna, Demolition, and Kamala. And of all the infamous Mr. Fuji stories, there's one rib that's held up as perhaps one of the most vile actions ever taken by a pro wrestler. What I'm talking about is a story that he kidnapped another wrestler's dog, cooked it, and fed it to him. The weird thing about this story, though, every time another wrestler tells it, the circumstances and the people involved are completely different. So what's actually going on here? Let's take a look.
Welcome to my channel. I'll review the street and you call.
No, thanks.
I got no sponsor this episode, so I'm having a sale at wang-store.com. Just use code BUTT when you put in your order. That's wang-store.com. The story about Mr. Fuji serving up a dog for dinner most recently made the news after an episode of the Demolition podcast from July 2025. In the episode, which was entirely about the tag team's former manager, Mr. Fuji, host Ryan Marr, of course, asked about Fuji's reputation for ribs. They talk about a lot of old Mr. Fuji stories, and about halfway through the episode, they recount the dog story. Axe, Bill Eady, remembers hearing that the incident occurred with Adnan Al-Qaisi, a legendary Iraqi wrestler who was actually childhood friends with Saddam Hussein, and one time had to save Andre the Giant from being killed by Saddam, who actually thought wrestling was real. American fans will most likely remember this guy as General Adnan, who worked with Sergeant Slaughter during his Iraqi sympathizer arc. Older fans will remember him as Billy White Wolf, a Native American character who teamed with Chief Jay Strongbow, who was actually Italian. During the episode, Smash Barry Darsow recalled more details, at least as he was told by another wrestler. Adnan had eaten a sandwich that Fuji bought for himself. He also emphasizes a point that's consistent among all these kinds of interviews about Mr. Fuji, that Fuji was known to be a good cook, so anytime you had a chance to eat his food, you'd take it. And in this case, Adnan kept on eating Fuji's lunch. So at a certain point, Fuji had had enough and he started plotting his revenge.
So then Fuji says, okay, I'm gonna fix this Adnan. So he went over and got his dog, cooked his dog up, had the bag lunch sitting right there. Adnan started eating the sandwich, and Fuji goes, hey, how do you like that? He goes, God, I said, what is it? This is really delicious. He goes, it's your dog.
Oh.
And I heard Adnan threw up.
Of course.
That's the story I heard.
Following this episode, the story starts to get a lot of coverage. You have various wrestling news sites picking up the story, and eventually this leads to Adnan's daughter responding on his legacy Twitter account. Just to clear things up, the story about Mr. Fuji killing and cooking our father's dog is a tall tale that got passed around the wrestling circle. Our father said flat out Fuji never touched his dog, and he had no idea how the rumor even started. You'd think this might be the end of the story, but versions of the story have been circulating forever, and often they don't even involve Adnan at all. Could it be that Smash simply recalled the wrong victim? He did seem a little uncertain about it. In a 2019 interview with Hannibal TV, Hillbilly Jim, who had also heard the story by word of mouth, recalls it the way that he had heard it. Bow wow teriyaki, as he puts it. In his version, as with a lot of other retellings of this story, Don Morocco was involved. But the target this time was an unnamed wrestler from the Territory days who owed Fuji a lot of money. Something else to note in this story is the reveal of the dog head, which is a consistent element of it that pops up in a lot of retellings. Another wrestler who's told the story before is Roddy Piper, and his version is also different. Now, Roddy Piper has done a lot of shoot interviews, so I haven't been able to find the exact one that this is from, but there is a transcript on ProWrestlingStories.com. I got a story for you, alright? Here's one. It's a true story. It's unbelievable. There is a guy named Mr. Fuji, Master Fuji, and there is another Oriental gentleman named Tanaka, who was in James Bond, who threw the hat. You remember, back in the day in the Territory, they would usually have an African-American gentleman, and because of the war, they would have a Japanese gentleman, but only one of each in the Territory. Well, in this territory at the time, they had Tanaka and Mr. Fuji. The way the story goes, Tanaka had been going behind Mr. Fuji's back to the office, trying to gain position, and Mr. Fuji found out. So time went on, and Mr. Fuji was with Tanaka, and they were going back and forth. It was Saturday, and they had a day off. Hey, brother, come on over. Let's get together. Bring the family. You like spaghetti? We'll cook up some spaghetti and whatever you want. Come on, brother. Let's get together. Tanaka comes over with his family, and they sure as heck had all this spaghetti. He serves it up and goes, oh, brother, I'm not feeling that well. Just go ahead and eat. And they ate the spaghetti and all the stuff. Fuji then goes, I got a special surprise for you. And he had a silver platter and a silver thing over the silver platter. And he brought it. And he put it on the table, lifted it, and it was their dog's head. They just ate their dog. Now, there's a good chance that you were already thinking this, but if you hadn't by now, the silver platter thing probably made you go, wait a minute, didn't I see this happen before? And you'd be right, of course. This very story did play itself out on Monday Night Raw. Back when the Big Boss Man was playing one of the most cruel wrestlers in WWF history, he kidnapped Al Snow's Chihuahua Pepper, cooked him, and fed it to him in a hotel room. According to Al Snow, this was in fact inspired by the old Mr. Fuji story. The way Al remembered the story, Mr. Fuji's neighbor had a dog that he hated, so he kidnapped and cooked it and fed it to him. So now at this point, we already have a wide variety of different victims, different meals that were served, and completely different circumstances held together by a plot of Mr. Fuji kidnapping and cooking the dog. And there's still other versions. Hulk Hogan recalled the victim being Canadian wrestler Tor Kamada, who had a brief WWF run in the 70s. In an episode of Jim Cornette's Drive-Thru, Jim, who had co-managed Yokozuna with Mr. Fuji, wasn't convinced that the story was true, but he also noted that Mr. Fuji had such a reputation that he couldn't rule it out completely. Another wrestler who's told the story before was Rick Martel. In his version, the victim was once again Adnan, who he refers to as Billy White Wolf. But this time, it wasn't revenge specifically for eating Fuji's lunch. Rather, it was because he was reportedly a bit of a freeloader. They'd go out somewhere, Mr. Fuji would pay for everything, and they'd go out again, and Billy White Wolf would never open his wallet. And Fuji didn't like that, so he got him back. And Rick Martel recalls similar details to the other wrestlers. That Fuji was known to be a great cook, that the dog was cooked teriyaki style, and the reveal of the dog head. As Rick Martel recalled the story, though, a bunch of the boys were at this party at Mr. Fuji's house, but everyone but Adnan knew about the barbecued dog, so they could avoid eating it. Now, someone else who comes up in the story all the time is Don Morocco, who Mr. Fuji had managed. And he actually spoke about this very story in an episode of a podcast that he did with James Romero. As Morocco recalls it, the gathering was at Fuji's house, and there were a lot of wild dogs nearby, which is where he likely sourced the dog. Morocco, who claims to have been present for the event, says that Fuji warned him specifically not to eat the barbecue, as it was intended just for Billy White Wolf. And the reasoning was similar to how Rick Martel told the story, revenge for Adnan being a mooch. Morocco also noted that he'd heard a lot of different versions of this story, and because some of them didn't match up with the ones that he was actually at, he wasn't sure whether or not Mr. Fuji had actually done this multiple times over the years. And what's interesting about this version of the story, it doesn't necessarily contradict what Adnan's daughter said, because of course, as Morocco recalls it, it wasn't his dog that was cooked, it was just a random stray. All this being said, wrestlers, especially from the olden days, are known to weave a tall tale. I mean, it's literally their job. So even with Morocco claiming to have been there, you'd still be reasonable to doubt whether or not this is true. And a common theory is that this never actually happened, but the rib is the story in and of itself. A prank being played on rookies and the fans. And the way the story has so many different versions, it's almost kind of like a pro wrestling version of the Aristocrats. Furthermore, perhaps Mr. Fuji allowed this story to persist because it gave him a bit of a shield. You know, as I said before, Fuji, probably more than anybody else, had a reputation that you absolutely do not fuck with this guy. This very story plays a lot into that reputation. And in an environment like that, where anyone is a target at any given time, you might want to have a story like that circulating about you, even if it's not true. And this feeds into something else that was said about Fuji, that his reputation was such that sometimes he could rib you by not doing anything at all. He'd just act a little suspicious and you'd lose your mind trying to figure out what it is he did, when in reality he hadn't done anything. All he did was plant the seed in your mind, and that was enough. There's probably also some of you who are just thinking this is some racist story about an old legend who isn't around to defend himself anymore. Well, as a matter of fact, Fuji himself admitted it. He told the story in a 2004 RF video interview, and his recollection matches up with what a lot of the wrestlers said. As Fuji tells it, it was a barbecue at his house with the intended victims being Billy White Wolf and also possibly Skandor Akbar. He cooked the dog teriyaki style. Then as the guys are eating, Don Morocco reveals a plastic bag containing the head of the dog everyone just ate. What's really interesting about this version of the story, though, there's a very specific important detail that nobody else mentioned. The wrestlers see the dog head and they're reacting and puking their guts out. And as they're telling the story, Fuji mentions how you can see the worms in the dog's neck. Now, if you just recently kidnapped the dog and killed it, it's not going to decompose that fast. You're not going to have maggots in the neck. That dog had to have been decaying for some time before that happens. What this tells me is that Fuji didn't kill a dog at all. If what Fuji said is the actual true version of the story, then what must have happened was he found roadkill and served it to the boys. Which isn't that unbelievable, I guess, because I'm pretty sure I've heard that people used to kind of just do that, just find roadkill and eat it. On some level, that makes the story better, but it also makes it worse. But in any case, that's the story of Mr. Fuji serving a dead dog to unwitting victims. If you like this video, turn on notifications and check out this video about a strange rumor about Rick Rude's penis. I'm out.
not bad at all. It's not good, it's not terrible. Sure. Oh. No.
As expected.
Just the least amount. I've seen this one.
The Fragment Stash tab can hold all your boss fragments from each of the in-game storyline.
That's okay.
The Currency Stash tab can hold up to 5,000 each of multiple currency types. Currency from your inventory will be automatically stashed into the correct tab by control-clicking it, or with the stash button on gamepad. Conveniently stash your currency in one place, and use the item slot in the middle to go on a crafting spree.
Yeah, I got all this. Thanks.
You made me do!
You did it! You did it! You did it! You murdered my misery!
Annie!
God, I love you.
Misery is one of the greatest horror stories ever written, but what if it was all a lie? What if all of this was one big cover-up? What if the real villain is something much deeper and Annie Wilkes never even existed?
She died. She just slipped away.
Slipped away! Slipped away!
It's for the best.
Annie, please!
And you better hope nothing happens to me. Because if I die, you die.
Over 2 years ago, I had an odd thought about some of the final lines from the film Misery, as Paul Sheldon is asked by his agent if he would ever consider writing a book about his experiences of being held captive by his #1 fan, Annie Wilkes. And I began to wonder, what if he did? What if the book Misery, this book, is the one that he wrote?
I think he was suggesting I dredge up the worst horror of my life just so we can make a few bucks.
It isn't just that Paul wrote Misery as a way to appease his audience after killing off such a beloved character in his Misery Chastain series, the main character, Misery Chastain herself, but that nearly everything after the wreck is all made up, including one of the greatest villains in the history of horror, Annie Wilkes.
I thought you were good, Paul. You're just another lying old dirty birdie.
A big claim, I know, but I have more than enough evidence to prove that I am not crazy, that the reason behind Paul writing this story has always been right in front of us, that the true villain of this book is within Paul, and that even in the greater Stephen King universe, not a single person had ever heard of the Dragon Lady until Misery was published. But before any of this, we must first take a step back to...
We don't have to go anywhere. We can just stay right where we are and everything's... Otis, Why? Why?
Hey, you. Do you need help? Or a doctor?
You can help?
Well, I can't. I'm just a voice. But I know someone that can. My sponsor, ZocDoc.
Okay, well, that's not really what I
Trust me, it'll help more than you know. Now prepare yourself as I take you one step closer to finding your dream doctor.
Where are we?
I like to call it the ZocDoc Zone because here I can tell you exactly what ZocDoc is and let you know how easy it is to find a doctor that is in your network and that takes your insurance.
I don't know what's going on, but...
Hey, are you listening?
We can get out of here. We can get you fixed, buddy.
Listen, I'm just trying to help. You can book appointments right in the app.
I mean, that would be handy.
I know, it's convenient.
I don't know, Otis, I don't know what that'll do for you, but...
Save you a phone call, of course. You can book an appointment at literally any time.
Really?
And you can find any kind of doctor that you would ever need, as well as see reviews from other patients.
Okay.
And the best part, it's free.
I guess this wasn't that big of a deal. We can probably just replace this handle, and Otis, you'll be good as new.
That's the spirit. And remember, that's ZocDoc.com.
ZocDoc.com/Polter. Polter.
ZocDoc.com/Polter. And thank you, ZocDoc, for sponsoring this video.
You can check that out.
Now, I'm assuming that if you're watching this video, you've already seen the film, which is by Rob Reiner, which we will come back to in a minute. But of course, the book itself is written by Stephen King. What you might not know is that it was originally supposed to be written under his alias, Richard Bachman. The problem was that King was found out for being Richard Bachman by a man named Steve Brown, who was a bookstore clerk that went looking into both Bachman and King because of how similar their writing style was, and then stumbled upon the truth that they were the same person. King then completely owned up to it, saying, yes, it's me, and the whole reason he was writing this way in the first place is because the publishers would only allow him to release one book a year, and he wanted to be able to release more, but also try a different writing style with Bachman. Instead of having a bunch of supernatural stories, as he normally did with his own name, he would be able to write Bachman, have these darker and bleaker stories like Rage and The Long Walk. It's interesting that he had to jump through all of these hoops just to be able to publish more books that were a little different than what the publisher or his audience would be used to. So he used a different name, but also when the movie was made, Rob Reiner felt this same odd connection to the story itself. The movie's really about a man who is trapped by his own success and is desperately trying to break out and establish himself in a different way. I felt very much those feelings when I finished All in the Family. I found this quote from Reiner very interesting because it continued me down this trail of looking at the story in a different way, because clearly Reiner understood Paul Sheldon's character more than anything else that was going on in the book. Both him and King, before making the movie or writing the book, felt trapped by their own success and by everything else that they had done up to this point, and they wanted to do something else so they can finally break away from what was already set by audience expectations or even the studios that they were working with, to the point that they end up making these stories together, not about a crazy #1 fan, but specifically about a man that has been trapped by the success that he has. And while it took a while for King to fully admit to the reason for Annie being here, he did get around to it once he began to clean up his life, especially through the 80s and 90s, by fully standing behind the fact that Annie is a stand-in for his own battle with addictions and substances. The original ending that he had planned for the book was far more bleak than what we actually got in the story. And it's likely due to him realizing that if this is a stand-in for what he is facing, he can't let those things win. Because in the original ending, and his idea that he had, it was that Annie was going to kill Paul Sheldon by feeding him to Misery the pig, and then take his skin and bind the book that he had written. And the title would have been the Annie Wilkes First Edition. And all of that is a reason that I have a problem with the movie. The movie is great, and if you haven't seen it, you should absolutely watch it. Of course, I don't know why you would watch a video without seeing Misery, just one of the greatest movies ever. But the book is so much better because there is an entire extra layer to Paul Sheldon's character, which is his addictions through the story. It pops up a handful of times in the film, but it's nowhere near as much as in the book, which is why for the majority of this video, we will be focused on the book. There will be certain scenes that I will include from the film that line up well with the book, but everything that happens here was later adapted into this. And if this was written by Paul Sheldon and his experiences, it would make sense that when they made the film, some of those elements would be left out. Just as he said in the very end, if he were to write it, he would have himself looking a little better and Annie looking a little worse. It would start out as fact, and then I'd begin to tart it up. Just a little at first, then a little more, then a little more. Now, it's not just that King and Reiner had a different mindset than what many people would expect when making the book or making the film, or that King himself admitted that Annie is a stand-in for his own addictions and what he was dealing with, or even that addictions are so heavily talked about throughout the story of Misery. But also the fact that the first printing of the paperbacks not only included a cover page for Misery, but also the next page was just the cover for Misery's Return. I didn't know that when I got this copy. That would have been really cool to have the first edition with Misery and then Misery's Return by Paul Sheldon, since it's one in the same book. When you read Misery, you get literal just full chapters from Misery's Return. Like here, chapter 1 of Misery's Return by Paul Sheldon for Annie Wilkes. Like the way that he writes it, it's all one in the same book. Before we get into all the details about Paul and the reason for him writing this book, when you open it up, you see who King wrote this for. And he says, this is for Stephanie and Jim Leonard. Who know why? Boy, do they. Now, Stephanie is his sister-in-law. It is his wife Tabitha's sister, and Jim is her husband. They work together with King for many years. Stephanie specifically was his personal assistant, and both of them had started the Castle Rock newsletter while it ran from 1985 to 1989. And that was a stand-in for people to write letters to King, but it was filtered through them. That way Stephanie and Jim would be able to answer any of the frequently asked questions, as well as to keep everyone up to date on specifically what King was doing at the time, week to week, because he had a lot of #1 fans. And there is no telling all the things that they read or that they received or that they had to deal with, because we know for a fact that one time when King was gone off on like a book signing, not at his home, one of his #1 fans decided to break into his home while his wife was there. It was that insane encounter that led King to writing Misery, but through him writing this book, you can clearly see how much of himself was put into it and how much of him dealing with his own drug use was right there in front. Because at the very front of the book, we get the real reason that Paul ended up in this mess in the first place. Before you realize that anything has happened or who Paul is or any details about what is going on in this book, the very first chapter is this. Number 1. You're number 1. Pain. These sounds even in the haze. That's all there is, that and pain. All Paul knows before he has even realized that a wreck has happened and that he has flipped his car and has been trapped inside with his legs being crushed. Someone came along and pulled him out. Someone speaking through everything that is going on, but he can't see them, he can't focus. All that there is sounds and pain. And their mouth clamped over his, as this person is trying their hardest to get him to breathe on his own, doing their best to bring him back all the way to life. But Paul is slowly lapsing into memories from the past, memories when he was a boy going out to the beach and seeing how the waves would flow in and there would be these pilings way off out there. Sometimes they were visible, other times the waves would come over top of them, but they were always there, just like the pain. Those are the only thing that he really remembers from this entire experience is the pain, the sounds through the haze, and that stinking breath, to the point that he specifically wants to yell out to them, please just don't do that anymore, don't infect me anymore. And finally, after a few more breaths, he begins to breathe on his own again, as we hear this unseen voice say, that was a close one. And Paul has the thought, not close enough, and passes out. Now, staying with the wreck, it's not until a few chapters later that Paul finally remembers everything that happened before the wreck and how he was quite drunk when it happened. And the very first thing that he remembers from that night before the wreck is that he was at the Boulderado Hotel having just finished a book, one that thankfully did not include Misery Chastain. There were all sorts of reasons for him not to write about Misery, but one loomed above the rest. Ironclad and unshakable, Misery, thank God for large favors, was finally dead. She had died 5 pages from the end of Misery's child, not a dry eye in the house when that had happened, including Paul's own. Only the dew falling from his ocularies had been the result of hysterical laughter. There's a huge difference between when he had finished Misery's Child versus now. When he finished Misery's Child, he ran out of his room at the Boulderado Hotel screaming that he was finally free, that it was finally over, she was finally dead, and he wasn't gonna have to write about Misery Chastain anymore. But now, having finished his book called Fast Cars, he just sat there, wondering if this would be the work to finally win him next year's American Book Award. And just as he always did when he finished a book, he ordered a bottle of Dom Perignon, and he remembered the chill of the bottle and how that first glass tasted. And then it's as he drank some more that he began thinking, what if he didn't go back to New York? What if he just got in his car and decided to drive wherever he wanted? What was the point of going back to New York? There's nothing there anyway. And some more drinking and some more Dom had him coming up with an entire idea to leave right now and go wherever he wanted, because he could do whatever he wanted, having now finished what he believed was his best work ever. But he didn't leave until he had finished that bottle, and then made his way over to the bar and got a second one. That's the bottle that he finished while he was driving. It wasn't just that he had now drank 2 bottles of Dom Perignon, but that also there was an entire blizzard headed right for him. And unfortunately, he had been just drunk enough to believe that he could drive his way through it. And he could specifically remember the moment that the champagne began wearing off, when he saw his cigarettes up on the dash and leaned over to grab them when the car began to skid more than what he thought it would, and everything flipped upside down. So with just the very beginning, when the wreck happens, we already have Paul and his addictions, both with the alcohol and with his cigarettes being the specific thing that he was reaching for when everything went wrong. We also have him specifically talking about how much he hated writing those Misery Chastain novels and how glad he was to finally be on to something else. And we also have him being saved by some unknown, unseen person, that some of the only clear words that he heard through the haze was that he needs to start breathing. And we also hear them cuss in between the moments that they're trying to bring Paul back. This unseen person, this #1 fan, this idol. Now, you would assume that it's very clear that this is Annie Wilkes that saved him from the wreck and is the one that has been taking care of him. But when you're reading the book and you're getting these descriptions of exactly what is happening as Paul is in and out of it from the time of the wreck all through those 2 weeks, the descriptions we get of the person taking care of him are very vague. The only things even standing out to him are the darkness, pain, and haze. His first real memory during all of this is just of stopping and then being brought back to life by that stinking breath again. His next real memory was of fingers in his mouth pushing pills into it, pills that he would come to learn were helping him with his pain. He doesn't know whose fingers or whose breath. All he knows is that something bad happened, but he's still alive, and that right now he is in a bad spot. But when he finally does come around enough to see Annie and give a description of her, it's extremely odd. He begins by comparing her to an African idol from She or King Solomon's Mines, and then follows it up by saying that she was oddly solid, as if she might not have any blood vessels or even internal organs, as if she might only be solid Annie Wilkes from side to side, top to bottom. He felt more and more convinced that her eyes, which appeared to move, were actually just painted on, and that they moved no more than the eyes of portraits, which appear to follow you to wherever you move in a room where they hang. It seemed to him that if he made the first 2 fingers of his hand into a V and attempted to poke them up her nostrils, they might go less than 1/8 an inch before encountering a solid, if slightly yielding, obstruction. That even her gray cardigan and frumpy house skirts and faded outside work jeans were part of the solid, fibrous, unchanneled body. He then again compares her to the idol, saying the only thing that she gave is this feeling of unease that was slowly leading towards terror. But then he has to correct himself, saying that she also brought pills. But we'll come back to the medication in a moment. First, we still have Annie to deal with, because this idol, this being that is here, feeding him all of this, shoving her fingers into his mouth without really any cause. He already recognizes her as being crazy. At the end of each chapter in the very beginning, he is already laying it out, saying, she's crazy, there's something wrong with her, I am in a bad spot because of her. Even though up to this point, the only things that Annie has done is save him and take care of him. But for some reason, Paul is already believing and having us believe that there is something more wrong with this Annie person. And it's interesting because as the story progresses, she goes from being this almost ethereal being to being more and more real to being more and more in his head. The first time, though, that we experience Annie being this way that Paul would lead us to believe is when she is about to give him some more novel. My original plan was to talk more about Annie through the entirety of the story and then come back to Paul's struggle and addiction to this novel, this painkillers that she's giving him. But it is so difficult to separate the two. The way Paul puts it in the very beginning, when he learns that he is being given this heavy codeine-based drug called Novril, he says the pills were the tide. Annie Wilkes was the lunar presence which pulled them into his mouth like a jetsam on a wave. Because of course the pain is the pilings that are out there, the pills being the wave to cover up the pain for a little bit, and she is the one controlling these pills, leading to him completely being dependent on these meds, which he later comes to find out about the side effects of this drug. One being not as serious since it's just constipation, and he's been on an all liquid diet since the wreck has happened, so that's not a worry. But the other one being in respiratory depression in certain patients. And even though he had gone through and smoked for the last 18 years, it wasn't that much of a worry unless he was given too much. That was that first memory that he had. He believed that Annie, or whoever it was giving him this medication, had already given him too much, and it had caused him to overdose and stop breathing, to which they had to bring him back to life. It's not until nearly 10 days after coming out of this comatose state, almost 25 full days after the wreck had happened, that it hits him that he is hooked on this medication. This is the reason that one day when Paul is more awake than he has been, Annie comes walking in with pills in hand. All Paul can think is he needs those pills. The pain in his legs, the pain in his pelvis, everything is messed up from his waist down. Everything is bruised and broken, but he needs those pills. And he keeps telling her over and over, interrupting whatever she's talking about, that the pain is so much he needs the pills, and she uses that to get him to hand over the manuscript that she found in the car. She stands there with them in her right hand and slowly tilts them over into her left as Paul follows them right down into her hand, only focused on that as she is asking to read this manuscript for his new book. He says that she respects him too much to just read it without asking, but all he is focused on is those pills, even telling her, please just make it stop, just give them to me. But she goes on, and it's in this scene that she first says,
I love you, Paul.
And of course, in the movie, she follows it up by saying the same thing she does in the book. Your mind, your creativity specifically, those are the things that I love about you. But in the book, while she's doing this, she's slowly moving the pills back and forth in her hand until one of them falls out and hits the bed. Paul even moves to grab it as quick as he can, but Annie is faster, taking them back and holding them away from him. He tells her that he understands what she means, that she's his #1 fan, just please give me the pills. And she says, that's right, I am your #1 fan, even though I don't really like the other books outside of the Misery series. Would you still let me read it? Would you mind if I read this new book? And it's here that we first get some of Paul's inner thoughts, as he says no out loud, but he closes his eyes and he thinks, no, turn the pages of the manuscript into paper hats if you want. Just please, I'm dying here. She doesn't thank him or anything or drop the pills into his hand. Instead, she calls him good and then shoves her fingers with the medication into his mouth until he suckles the pills out from between them and swallows them down with his eyes still closed, holding back the tears. It's from this chapter on that we begin to get more and more of Paul's inner voice speaking through the italicized portions of the book. It's really interesting because it's the more honest part of himself speaking up, but throughout the book, it's not just one voice. We have Paul, of course, speaking in his thoughts, but then we have one inner voice being more honest, and later on, there are other inner voices that come in that get so intermixed between what they are saying inside Paul's head and what Annie is saying. And even though it does get a bit confusing when you're reading through it, one thing is always there: the pilings, the pain, and the pills. Now, there are a handful of moments that get added to this list. One of the first being after Annie reads the manuscript for Paul's novel, Fast Cars. Now, in the movie, we don't get the title, but here, not only do we know that the book is called Fast Cars, we also know that the main character is Tony Bonesaro, who is just this slum kid, and from where he grew up and the situation that he's trying his hardest to get out of, that has influenced his speech. And as we know from the movie, this scene lines up almost perfectly with how it goes down in the book, with Annie referring to this character as having no nobility. And of course, not everybody speaks like that. She doesn't speak like that. And she then flies off of the handle until the moment that she slips up in what she's saying and begins to talk about when she was put on the stand in Denver and spills a little bit of the soup, causing her to stand and scream.
There! Look there! See what you made me do?
But where in the movie she snaps back out of it and then apologizes to Paul, who looks very scared. Instead, Paul tries to apologize by saying, "I'm sorry," and she still continues screaming, saying, "Sure you are," and then throws the bowl into the corner of the room. It's here that she just turns off. For a full 30 seconds, just stands there, unaware of anything that is going on, until she does snap back out of it and begins to say that she has such a temper. It's clear that Annie doesn't like cussing. She doesn't like the language that's in the book, even bringing up that in the Misery novels, there's none of that. Everybody has this nobility about them, and they don't speak with such language. Why couldn't he do that for this new book? And she even tells him that for now, she's going to put the manuscript back where she found it and go to finish his new novel, Misery's Child, that she just picked up 2 days ago. And then maybe afterwards, she'll pick back up Fast Cars and finish reading it all the way through. But first, she needs to finish Misery's Child, the book that Paul was so excited about when he had finished it, because Misery Chastain was finally dead. And again, the next time that we see Annie is when it is time for those pills. The tide has gone out and Paul can barely stand it anymore, but when she returns, she tells him he's going to have to wait, because first she needs to clean up the mess in the corner that he made. It's as she walks over and begins scrubbing the wall, trying to get the soup off, that she says a line that will continue to come back all the way through the very end of the book. Because the soup is dried on, and this is going to take a while. Regardless of how much pain Paul is in this moment, she must now rinse. As she continues cleaning the spot, Paul is begging her to please help him. He's in so much pain that he's going to die, and she says, "You're not going to die. You'll be just fine." And he tells her that he will scream, and she says, "That's fine. Go ahead and scream, but remember, this is your fault. You made this mess." Eventually, she gets it clean. But then she picks up the bucket and she goes to leave, and Paul has this thought from his inner voice that now she's going to go out of this room, she's going to pour out that rinse water, and she's going to be gone for several more hours because she's going to continue to punish me for what I did. But instead of leaving, she walks over and has not just 2 pills, but 3. She goes to hand them to Paul, and it says that he gobbled them into his mouth. And when he looked up, he saw her lifting the yellow plastic floor bucket towards him. It filled his field of vision like a falling moon. Grayish water slopped over the rim onto the coverlet. "Wash them down with this," she said. Her voice was still tender. He stared at her, and his face was all eyes. "Do it," she said. "I know you can dry swallow them, but please believe me when I say I can make them come right back up. After all, it's only rinse water. It won't hurt you." Paul does. He chokes the pills down with the rinse water, and all he can think is that he can't throw up. And she tells him that he better not, because he's not getting any more pills. He better keep these down, and that is his only focus, as again, he closes his eyes to hold back tears. Rinse. It's right after this that we get another one of these words that will carry weight throughout the rest of the story. But before we do, Paul begins to think about his other #1 fans, the ones that always used to write to him, that only ever wanted one thing: misery. Anytime that he ever took off to write something else, if it was a year, if it was 2 years, they would always write back wondering what Misery was up to. What's the next Misery book? When's it gonna come out? Give me more Misery. I don't care about your other books. All we need is misery, misery, misery. That's what they wanted. That's what they needed. Just like Annie, not fast cars. They needed misery. And all Paul wants is to be free. He had believed that his book, Fast Cars, was going to be that ticket to his new freedom, to these new novels, to this new audience. In some reason, he broke his only rule that he ever had when it came to a manuscript. He never let anyone read it. Didn't matter who it was, except for Annie now. He knew that this was the only copy that he had. And for some reason, he let her read it, and he remembered those thoughts in the moment when she was asking about it, of how he had even had the idea that she could turn it into paper hats for all he cared, as long as he got those pills. Again, he calls her an idol, saying that even if she doesn't kill him, she might just kill what is in him. And it's here that he remembers a trip that he took with his mother to the zoo, where he saw a bird. And he asked about the bird, and his mother said that it was from Africa. It had the most beautiful feathers, red and purple and royal blue, that he had ever seen, and the saddest eyes. He could see that it was trapped in this cage and realized that it would never get to go to be in the place that God had intended it to be. And he began to cry. The only reason that he stopped is because his mother promised him ice cream, but eventually he started again, to the point that they had to leave. And while on the way home, his mother began to refer to him as a ball baby and a sissy because of how much he cried, to the point now that he still thinks of that bird and Africa. The last word that we get that carries throughout the rest of the story was also from his mother. It was about Paul and his vivid imagination. We get this while Paul is trying his hardest to imagine what it was like for Annie to be up on the stand in Denver. He has his eyes covered with his arm because that's the way that he always imagined best. And here, it is intermixed between him hearing what Annie was saying on the stand and hearing what his mother would tell their neighbor as she spoke about Paul in his imagination, and just how vivid it was. It's interesting because when he's doing this, he can see Annie in the courtroom. He can imagine the entire space. He can see everything that's going on when they're trying to question her and they're asking for her name, but that's where he gets messed up. Because instead of continuing on or saying the reason that she's there, she just keeps repeating that she is Annie Wilkes. Annie Wilkes, Annie Wilkes, Annie Wilkes. He read at just 3. Can you imagine that spirit of fan love? He's always writing things down, making things up. Now, I must rinse. Africa. That bird came from, come on, he whispered, but could get no further. All he could get out of her was her name, and then it would all stop. There was no more than that. Still trying to imagine why the ex-nurse who had taken him prisoner might have once been put on the stand in Denver, Paul drifted off to sleep. So the three words are rinse, Africa, and vivid. Rinse referring to Paul's mistake, something that needs to be cleaned up. Africa referring to him being trapped in a place that he believes he will never make it out of. And vivid being just about his imagination and how good he is at always making things up, to the point that they bleed over into his own reality, that he can feel different experiences because of how strong his imagination is. Because in a scene that you already know is on its way, the moment that Annie finds out that Misery dies at the end of the book Misery's Child, she comes walking back in as this extremely intimidating presence to stand over Paul and to ask what he did. How could he go through and kill Misery this way? And he tries to explain to her that it wasn't him. He didn't kill Misery. She just slipped away.
Slipped away! She didn't just slip away! You did it!
In this moment, she walks over and picks up a pitcher of water and throws the water on him. But his imagination, which is vivid, plays out the next part as he sees her smashing it down and fracturing his skull. But of course, that doesn't happen. She continues to freak out to the point that she tells him, I thought you were good, Paul, but you're just another dirty bird. And she knows that she needs to leave. Now, Paul admits to himself that he didn't kill Misery. She did die in childbirth. But if this were real, he would definitely be questioned because he had all the motive in the world to kill her. He hated her so much that even one year, as just a joke for April Fool's Day, he sent out a few copies of a small booklet, privately printed, to some close acquaintances. He says acquaintances here, not friends, not family, not anything like that, but just acquaintances. And he called the book Misery's Hobby. And it was about a weekend that Misery spent with Ian's Irish setter named Growler. Your imagination can fill in exactly what this book was about, but for Paul, he doesn't think he murdered her because he knows when he was writing the book that it was a bit of a surprise when he came up to the point that Misery had died. Because as we will see, when it comes to Paul and his writings, it sometimes takes a while for him to really get the idea and to get the point across. He goes into it not really knowing where it's going to end up, just that it's a part of the process. But I have to point out, before Annie actually leaves Paul, she's throwing this fit. She's screaming about how characters don't just slip away, and we see her words change from just the normal font over into the italicized font that Paul's inner voices are always in. Paul is trapped here, trapped in his bed, believing that the distance between here and Denver must be the same distance between the Boston Zoo and Africa. It's 51 hours that Paul has to go without his medication. And it's through this that after the first 24 hours, he begins to get a little hungry and the pain has really set in on his legs. But even through all of this, he can still feel that he is going through withdrawals. He needed those pills in more ways than just one, more than just covering up the pain. He needed them to make this terrible feeling go away. And he even thinks about getting out of the bed, but his imagination that is vivid has him feeling what it would be like to fall onto the ground and having his legs smack the hard floor. After some more time passes, he begins to believe that he is never getting any more medication, that she is not coming back, as he then imagines her vivid, sitting somewhere in her car with her 44 as she sticks it in her mouth, leaving him here to die. But eventually, she does come back and gives him some water, but no medication. Not yet. Now, we know what happens next. Annie, when she was gone, she claims that she spoke with God, and God has this whole plan of using Paul, and that Paul was being...
Be right back. I'll be right back. We gotta cook the milk. Well, boil the milk. Basically. Okay. I'll be back for you. Akaje długa, tu moja sycuga. Etemina, mina nek se toczy. Na noczy to nocy. Akaje długa, ta moja werna druga. Akaje długa, mora da sycuga. Akaje długa, długa. Sadne. Ne. Ne. I miscalculated.
Spared from all of his pain. So when she returns, she brings him his manuscript for fast cars and says that you need to burn it. But while in the movie, she's just presenting him with the match and the manuscript, in the book, she of course has a packet of pills with not just 2, not just 3, but 4 of the thing that he wants most in this entire world. But of course, he can't have those pills until he burns 2 years of work, 190,000 words with 5 lives that he used to care about before he was in this much pain. To him, all of that, all of those lives that he had made and that he had wrote about were all in the past. Those weren't real. What was real was the pills that were right there in front of him. Those would take away that pain that was very real and very much here. That inner voice begins to speak to him, wondering what in the world is he holding out for? Even if he doesn't burn it, she's still going to do it regardless. And what's the point anyway for him to lie here and suffer even more over a book that he knows will sell less than the worst performing Misery book? But even with this inner voice telling him that he needs to take the matches, he still tells her no, until she goes to leave. At that point, he says, "You burn it then. I can't do it. I need you to do it." And she looks at him and says, "No, that's not how this works. I can't do that. For as much as I would like to spare you from this agony that you feel, you must do this of your own free will." He began to laugh then, and her face darkened for the first time since she had come back, and she left the room with the manuscript under her arm. When she came back an hour later, he took the matches. It is only after every single bit of it is burned to a crisp that she then sits him up and pushes the promised pills into his mouth. It doesn't take long, even after all of this, for him to have the thought once the pain returns that he would burn every single one of his books for just one more pill. This is the reason that not long after when Annie brings in the old royal typewriter that is missing an N and sets it down before him and asks him, "What do you think?" He lies to her immediately, saying, "It looks good," and then asks, "What do you think I will write with this?" And immediately she has an answer. Because of course, with this, the plan that she has for him is to write his new novel, his best novel,
Oya.
Misery's Return.
Welcome to my
At
channel.
this point, as long as the pills keep coming his way, it doesn't matter what he has to do or for who, just as long as he continues getting the pills that he needs to continue living without pain, both the pain in his legs and the pain of withdrawal. But for now, the only questions that he has are, how does he bring back Misery to life, even though she died in the last novel? And what exactly will happen to him when he writes this story? And when he asks Annie this, she cuts him off right there, saying, "This is not just a story, this is a novel, and this will be one of the longest ones that you've ever written, and it will be incredible." So he agrees and says, "Okay, but will I get to go free after I am done writing this novel for you?" And she looks at him and has an odd response. As it washes over her face, she says, "You act as though I'm keeping you prisoner, Paul." He doesn't have any words for that. So she just tells him that, "I'm sure by the time you're done, you will be up for seeing people again." And he takes that as a yes. So with that, Paul begins to attempt to write this new book for Annie. He tries his hardest to figure out how to bring her back to life and what to do, but this is where he realizes that the paper he has is the wrong kind of paper. And they go through the entire thing of the smudge on the page, and she gets upset over the entire thing because she bought the expensive paper, but it's just not what they need for it to work with this typewriter. And it's here that he brings up how it works in the industry, in the business. And this causes her to become upset because she doesn't like him referring to it as a business, to refer to his God-given talent that he has for writing and his creative abilities as just a business. It's so much more than that. Whenever he says that, it makes him out to be some kind of whore, like he's just doing this for money. And in that inner voice that he has in his mind, he begins to think that, no, that's not what any of this was about. That last book that I wrote was not about me selling myself to write a book or anything like that. That's what Misery has always been. It has always made me out to just be a person trying their hardest to appease an audience so that way he can continue doing the things that he actually wants to do, but it always made him out to be the whore. His finally killing off Misery Chastain and writing this new book was his freedom from all of that. And it was stripped away by her, and he was given something else in its place. Not only does he no longer have that freedom, but also he has this new dependency on the pills. And it's that dependency that kind of bothers me about the movie with what happens next, because Annie goes to get in the car. She's going to go to town to buy him some new paper, and it's here that Paul rolls over in his wheelchair, since he has been sitting at the table trying to figure out what to write and go about his business of creating Misery's Return. And he has one of the bobby pins, he opens the lock, he rolls around the entire house, but the first thing that he does is make his way over to the bathroom, where in there he finds the pills. And in the movie, he just grabs one and hides it away because he's gonna save it for something later. But here, he grabs 5 packs, 30 pills in total, after he immediately takes 4 of them to get his fix. Once he does this and keeps the rest of the packs in his lap, he rolls out of the bathroom and hears, not too far on the highway, a car. And he waits to see if it is her or if it is somebody else just passing by. And luckily for him, it is just someone else driving by the house, telling us that the highway is really not that far away. But regardless of what the actual distance is, for Paul, it might as well be the distance between the Boston Zoo and Africa. It's on his way back that we find him bumping his wheelchair into one of the tables in the living room and knocking the penguin off of its little stand that it's on. He catches it just in time and puts it back on this ice block that reads, "Now my tale is told." He sees a phone not too far away. He rolls over to the phone, and of course, it doesn't work. It's just there for looks. But suddenly, he gets this odd feeling just in the back of his mind. Something screaming at him that he needs to get back to his room as fast as he can. And this time, he agrees. Even though he doesn't see anything out the window, he doesn't see or even hear a car, he still knows that Annie, somehow, that she is on her way back. And so it's just as he makes it back to the room and is able to lock the door, breaking the bobby pin in the lock, and scared to death that she's going to find out that he was out of the room, that he's able to lock it, to sit there and wait for her to open it up.
Paul, I've got your paper.
All he can think is that he's caught, that she must have heard somehow what he was doing, whether he was going through the doorway and he was messing with the bobby pin in the lock, whatever it is, all he can think is that he's caught. She's going to know in the moment that she steps into the actual room with his papers. He realizes that the pills are still in his lap, that when she walks in, she sees his color is all messed up and that he's sweating, and she's wondering what Paul has been doing, if he's okay. And of course he says, "You know exactly what I've been doing. I've been sitting here suffering. I need my pills." But that's really all the mention that we get of him needing the medication. It's just a cover up. But here, when she walks in the book, the same thing happens. But when he's trying to explain to her that he needs his medication, she sees his hands sitting on his lap covering something up, and she stops and stares for a while and then asks him, "What's that, Paul? What do you have?" He began to cry. It was guilt that he cried from, and he hated most of all, in addition to everything else that this monstrous woman had done to him, that she made him feel guilty as well. So he cried from guilt, but also from simple, childish weariness. And he says that he needs the bathroom. He says that he needs the urinal, he needs to pee. That's why he's holding his lap the way that he is. So she leaves to go and get his urinal so he can urinate. And the moment that she walks out of the room, he grabs all of the pills and stuffs them in the back of his pants. So when she comes back, he's able to pee, and then she gives him 2 more pills, and all he can think is, I just took 4. Now I'm taking another 2 on top of this. That's 6 Novril back to back. I'm going to die. But that inner voice hits him and says, "That's fine with me." But before the pills can take effect, before he is outside of his mind in this moment, he tells Annie to leave him alone, so that way before she picks him up from the wheelchair, he can let the medication start to work. He just needs 5 minutes for some of it to kick in before she painfully moves him back into his bed. So she says, okay, she leaves the room, and then he hides the 5 packs of pills under the bed. This is as far as he gets because he doesn't remember when she comes in to actually move him into the bed. He falls unconscious and wakes up 14 hours later, just as the snow begins falling outside. Hopefully, you can clearly see that Paul is very dependent on this medication, that everything that he does is for this medication so he can continue just existing, because otherwise everything is pain. Even though he is trapped here, now having to write a book that he hates with a character that he hates more than anything else. Everything about this he hates so much. I say all of that to make it very clear that Paul is very dependent on this novel. The rest of the story, throughout the rest of the book, it is the one driving factor that he has in every single thing that he does. Until it begins to change because of this book that he is writing. This book that picks up and gives us the literal chapters that he is writing about Misery's return by Paul Sheldon. After everything that has happened so far, I have a question. How do you feel about Paul? Do you feel bad for him? With everything that has happened, he didn't ask for this. He didn't ask to be trapped here, to have to rewrite this book, to burn his old book, to now be hooked on the novel, to have to deal with his #1 fan. He didn't ask for any of this, so do you feel bad for him in this situation? If you were his #1 fan, would you want him to write Misery's return and bring back this beloved character? Or after hearing everything that Paul has laid out, would you want him to write another book in that series, or to write something new that would give him his freedom back? For Paul, writing everything up to this point, he's able to explain to his audience and to everyone that would pick up Misery what it feels like to be him and to be trapped needing to write Misery's return. And then he knows exactly what his audience wants above everything else. They want that story. So he still puts it in here. But even doing what they would want most, Annie comes back and says it's not right. If you already felt bad for Paul before this moment, this would make you feel even worse, because this is exactly what the people wanted, exactly what every one of his #1 fans wanted most, was more Misery. And when he gives it to them, they say, this isn't right. You can't just cheat her back to life this way. You have to do it the right way. Figure out how to do the most difficult thing of bringing a character back to life, but have it make sense without cheating. This is when Annie gives her entire description of when she was a young girl. She went out to see these chapter plays of Rocket Man, and towards the end of one of these plays, she remembers that Rocket Man was trapped in the car, and the car went and flew off of the cliff. And she was so excited to see what was going to happen next week in the next chapter play. But instead of picking up right when the car flew off of the cliff and there was no way for him to get out, instead it rewound just a little bit to where it shows him jumping out before it flies off the cliff, causing her to freak out because, of course, he didn't get out of the car.
Have you all got amnesia? They just cheated us! This isn't fair!
Now, she says the same thing in the book, that he didn't get out of the cock-a-doodle car, but it's all, again, in the italics. Just like the last lines here, with Paul's inner thoughts, and that other voice returned at once. I don't know if you'll be damned by God or saved by him, Polly, but one thing I do know, that if you don't find a way to bring back Misery to life, a way that she can believe, she's going to kill you. Now, this inner voice doesn't just leave him after this moment, it continues. Even in the very next chapter, after he is sitting back at the typewriter, trying his hardest to come up with a plan to bring Misery back to life that isn't cheating, that inner voice begins to speak about his addiction, claiming that he is healing up and that things need to begin to change because he's reached the point that he could probably get by on just aspirin, but he needs to have that novel. So Paul thinks what he'll do is he'll begin to duck one of the pills. When she comes in to give him two, he'll just hide one under his tongue and then swallow the other and then put it away. Slowly begin to cut back. That other voice agrees, only not today. He can't start today. Instead, he'll just have to start tomorrow. Definitely tomorrow. Or maybe better yet, what would be a good plan is that once he finally presents a chapter to Annie, a chapter that she likes that isn't cheating, then he can begin to cut back on his dosages. And only then, not today, not tomorrow, but once he gets that first chapter done. It's a little while after, before he has that first chapter figured out, he's still trying to think of a plan to bring Misery back to life. He goes back in his mind to fast cars. And it's interesting here because not only are we now getting details about the Book of Misery, about Misery's return, but we're also getting the story of fast cars all together in this one book. All of it making you feel bad that Fast Cars is no longer around, the only manuscript having been burnt, and making you feel even worse because we then get the first 6 chapters of Misery's return, all of it here to appease an audience that he knows deep down this is all that they really want to read from him. And he also knows deep down that he's lying to himself because he made up his mind that he was going to begin cutting back the moment that Annie accepted the first chapter. He presents her with these. He's halfway through the 7th chapter and she calls it great. She says, "This is fair. This is exactly what she wanted," even joking to say, "If you don't continue, I will kill you." And that's not really the main focus that I get from this part. Instead, there are 2 things. One is that, of course, he doesn't cut back on his pills. He continues taking the same amount and more if he has it. But also, it's here that he asks Annie if she would be interested in reading it as he goes, which of course she agrees, and this will absolutely come back, and Paul will wish that he had never had this idea. But this is the point after all. Give an inch and she'll take a mile, and a thumb. Before any of that happens though, someone shows up to the house. Annie runs in, she restrains Paul, telling him that if he makes any kind of noise or does anything, she'll kill the person outside. She'll then kill Paul and then herself. So Paul stays quiet. A few weeks pass and Paul just continues to write. He writes 12 pages a day all the way up until he has already written 267 pages of Misery's return. And he even has this realization that if somebody would have told him that he could write this much, he would have laughed in their face. But that was back when he was out drinking every night and avoiding writing as much as he could. Now he was Mr. Clean, no bad habits, except for his codeine Jones. Of course, still haven't done anything about that, have we, Paul? It's here that his focus begins to shift from not only the drugs, but also to this book. Because we find out that the person that had showed up to speak with Annie was there to inform her about her property taxes that she had not paid. So she had to go into town over the course of 2 full days, coming back in the evenings to take care of Paul. But while she was gone, Paul didn't leave his room. He stayed there and focused on the novel. As here, he tries to even distract himself from his lack of getting away from this house or getting away from his situation or doing anything by just focusing on this story of Misery and about Jeffrey and Ian and everyone else that was involved, to the point that he's even calling for Annie just in the middle of the night, in the middle of the day, so he can write down these different ideas of how all of the story will work together and exactly what is going on here. This is his only focus, is writing about Misery's return. That is until the rain starts. And we see a shift here in Annie as she becomes very sad, even having this whole weird scene with a rat that's stuck in a trap, and she describes how all of them are the exact same way, that they're all just rats caught in traps, struggling to get away, thinking that they know so much, but they only know as much as this rat in this trap. And she ends up squeezing it in her hand and throws it over into the corner of Paul's room. But it's not to be overlooked that it's not only Annie that is struggling with her mental state. It has already been stated that Paul had different times where he would go through just being positive and everything's working to these moments of overwhelming sadness where he didn't want to get out of his bed to write any that day. There were days when he felt he could bend spoons simply by looking at them. Other days, he felt like weeping hysterically. But something odd happens here when she has this rat in the trap, as she's speaking again, she blanks. And minutes pass before she starts again, as though she had never even stopped. Like mid-word, she picks right back up, as though someone else was thinking of exactly what needed to be said here. They needed just a little bit more time to think of the words. They end up talking about Paul and his pain, and she tells him that he doesn't know anything about pain, and he agrees and says, I don't know anything like you do about pain. And he goes on to say that he still wants her to be around for him to finish the book. And she agrees again that this is the only thing that she still wants in this life. And it's here that she decides to leave him behind because she needs to go to her laughing place. She throws him a pack of 6 pills and tells him to take 2 every 6 hours, or 6 every 4 hours, or just take all of them at once. And she leaves Paul alone without anything to eat as he begins to laugh here in his own laughing place. Who said she didn't leave me anything to eat? He asked the room, and laughing even harder. In the empty house, Paul Sheldon's laughing place sounded like the padded cell of a madman. 2 hours later, Paul decides to leave his room, knowing that Annie is nowhere around. He can go and do what he needs to. So he rolls down and finds himself some food in the pantry. And he looks to see what he can take without her noticing, with a part of him having this understanding that he is fully given up on getting out of this place. But one of those inner voices protests this, saying that it is only for now that he is given up. When another deeper voice responds with, forever, Paul, forever. And Paul here whispers to himself in the pantry, saying that he will never give up. And this deeper voice simply responds, saying, well, we'll see, won't we? And Paul agrees. They will. They'll see who will make it out of here. Now it's here that Paul rolls himself over into the kitchen. He gets one of the kitchen knives, and he actually ends up finding the scrapbook that Annie has kept detailing her life and all of the murders that she has committed up to this point. It's nearly 70 people that she has killed, and a lot of them are detailed here in the book, going over every different person and when they were killed and the title of the actual article that she has pasted in here, just like in the movie. A few standouts that you can see both in the book and in the movie is that when she was still a child, the family that lived next to her died in their house in a fire because she was the one that set fire to the house, killing a family of 4. Later on, her father dies by falling down the stairs, and she was the only one home and had found him. It turns out that she had pushed her father down the stairs, killing him. As well as when she was in college, she pushed another girl down the stairs to her death. That one I find interesting because the lady that she pushed down the stairs was the number 1 in their class. After she died, Annie became that number one. Now this continues on with her being a nurse and then slowly taking out people that are dying in the hospital, to the point that she begins killing off some of the infants when she goes to a different hospital, and it's there that it gets picked up and everybody is reporting on her being the Dragon Lady, a name that will come back up at the end of this video. But for here, the last thing that Paul finds in this scrapbook is, of course, the articles talking about him missing. Now, it's here that we get quite a few more differences between the book and the movie, because in the movie, we have the character of Sheriff Buster and his wife, Virginia, who is actually played by Frances Sternhagen, who was in The Mist and also in None But the Lonely Heart. So I'm pretty sure that that means that she has now been on the channel more than any other actor, which I think is really neat. But in the book, neither of their characters are even there. There are a few other cops that show up throughout the story trying to either track down Paul or talk with Annie because she's the Dragon Lady, and all of these different little moments, but there is no one that is actively looking and tracking down Paul like in the movie. There is also not a scene where Paul takes the pills and puts in Annie's drink. It's here that he has the idea of putting it into her ice cream because she has this real sweet tooth. But he knows what these pills taste like, and they have this real bitter taste. You would know immediately that there's something wrong with the ice cream, and he even jokes about just putting the whole pills in there and she would just choke it down thinking they're pistachios, but none of it would work. There was nothing that he could do to really get away. But at least for the moment, he has some food, he has some pills, and he has a knife. Until Annie returns. Because she confronts Paul when he wakes up one day and begins to wonder just how many times he has left his room. Because she found the bobby pin that had broke off in the lock a long time ago. And of course, she also found the knife. The entire time this is happening, Paul is losing his mind. He is laughing throughout the entirety of him being caught by Annie. He doesn't know what else to do, but he admits that he only left the room 3 times. The first time was to get the pills. The second time was to get food. And then the last time was yesterday. He had to go get some water. So his punishment is to be hobbled, just as they used to do in the early days at the Kimberly Diamond Mines. And he asks if he has ever read about how hobbling works, and he laughs, even saying that he wrote a book about it, though all he can really think about during this entire line and everything that she is saying is what she said a moment ago, that she was preparing him for pre-op. She then goes on to explain that in the mines, if anyone was caught stealing, they wouldn't kill the native workers that were there. They would hobble them. And that is exactly what she plans to do to him. And unlike in the movie, instead of a sledgehammer, he has an axe and a torch. She tells him that it's okay, just a little pain and all of this will be behind them. It won't even be that bad. And he finally realizes just how serious all of this is. Paul begins pleading with her to stop, to not hurt him, to let him have a chance to be good. He'll be good. He won't leave anymore. He'll be good. Annie, oh please don't hurt me. Her eyes were mild and drifting. Don't worry, she said. I'm a trained nurse. The axe came whistling down and buried itself in Paul Sheldon's left leg, just above the ankle. Pain exploded up his body in a gigantic bolt. Dark red blood splattered across her face like Indian war paint. It splattered the wall. He heard the blade squill against the bone as she wrenched it free. He looked unbelieving down at himself. The sheet was turning red. He saw his toes wriggling, and then he saw her raising the dripping axe again. Her hair had fallen free of its pins and hung down around her blank face. Another cut fully severed his foot from his leg, and then it was time to rinse, cauterize. All pain, all screaming, the pain screaming, him screaming, screaming the pain, the goddess, oh the pain, oh Africa. She leaves blames him for all of this, since after all, this was all his fault. And then he is out, and he is out for a long time. What about now? How do you feel for Paul now? Especially when the next part of the book picks up with him again writing Misery's Return, but instead, this part of the chapter, chapter 32, at the beginning of it, you see all of the ends that are missing. This is hard to read. This is hard probably for him to write and have to go back and remember exactly where everything needs to be to make sense, and it gets even worse because he ends up picking up the typewriter and the T falls out. Later, the E comes apart. So now it is not only missing the N, it is missing the T, it is missing the E. And he struggles with telling or complaining about any of it to Annie, as she has become even odder than normal. So instead, he just does his best to continue typing it all out. Problem is, Annie has now started to read every single day, instead of saving it to build up for Saturdays like when she used to go and see the chapter plays. Now she's reading constantly, and this is going to slow down that process quite a bit, which is why she comes in one day with a bowl of ice cream and sits down and looks and flat out asks Paul to tell her the rest of the story, but he can't do that. Partly because he knows that the moment he does, she will be done with him. Paul goes on to explain that he is good at writing the stories. He's just not that good at telling the stories. As far as that part is concerned, he struggles with it. And I understand because like this, recording this, even though I haven't like written this part out, so I don't really know where this part is headed. Like I have an idea of what I want to say, but because I haven't spent the time to write it down in my own words, it's kind of hard for me to really get all of my thoughts out in a more concise manner that I know I can, just as Paul knows that right now he could probably tell everything to Annie, but there would be details and pieces and connections that he doesn't have in order just yet, so he would be skipping over certain details that she would enjoy as his #1 fan, which is why it would be better for him and way better for her if he would just continue to write it all out. And the only reason that I could even get through this part here right now is because I have already read and made my notes in chapter 9 and in the next chapter, but I haven't written my notes down. So hopefully I can make this flow back into it, so I can also say that I am a good storyteller, which I do like to think that I am. Just sometimes I go on a little too long, all because I want to make sure that my point makes sense. The writing part, just as with Paul, is to refine everything, really hit all of the right boxes and make the story that much better. That's why he can't just tell Annie what will happen next, because he knows that she won't like it and she won't want it anymore. Still, she asks him another question, but Paul snaps back. "Do you want the novel or do you want me to fill out a questionnaire? Don't you take that sarcastic tone to me. Then don't you pretend you don't understand what I'm saying," he shouted back. He recoiled from him in surprise and unease, the last of that blackness going out of her face, and all that was left was this weird little girl look, like I've been naughty look. "You want to cut open the golden goose? That's what it comes down to. But when the farmer in the story finally did, all he had was a dead goose and a bunch of worthless guts." Annie backs down and leaves him be for now. But it's Paul here actually standing up for himself and the story. It's here that later on he will make the connection as to why she took his thumb. Not just because he did eventually complain about the messed up typewriter, but because he had finally took that stand against the goddess. And this is when a shift begins to happen within Paul as he's trying to fight back. But there's only so much that he can do against an entity of this level, against something that is within himself. Because you can read this and see Annie there, but what better way to convey what it is like to fight an addiction? So far, we have seen Paul go through many different stages in his journey after the wreck, from just wanting to have died during the wreck to having a bit of recovery and trying to learn how he's going to go about living after the fact, all the way up through him having hysterical laughter in the worst possible moments. And it's here that all of those fall away, and all that he has left is the trauma. And we see again at the beginning of this chapter of how his sleep has changed and his nightmares have gotten even worse, because it's this chapter in part 3 that we get the full story of what happened and how he lost his left thumb to Annie. And at least we're told all of this, and it's clearly a dream because he is stuck in this weird waking, sleeping state of always being able to hear the mower outside, whether it's night or whether it's day, but he's also there in his room, and he keeps going back to this memory, this trauma that he has of when Annie came in with everything prepared to just cut his thumb off. Of course, that's putting it lightly. It's so much worse than that, and has one of my favorite paragraphs throughout the entire story with how frantic he is. And this will come back up at the very end of the story with the way that he has processed how his writings are, and what he wanted to be known for is literally here in this chapter. What had happened is one day he had finally complained to Annie about the messed up typewriter, how some of the keys didn't work and it was annoying, so she told him in the same italicized font that his inner voice is in that she'll do something about it to take his mind off of the missing N on the typewriter. It was only 10 minutes later that she came walking back into the room with a syringe, a bottle of the betadine to make sure everything is sterilized, and an electric carving knife. Immediately, this time, Paul begins to scream. There is no more laughing for him. This is not his laughing place anymore. This is all just screaming. Of course, he can only thrash so much as he still can't get around without being either in the wheelchair or being carried, so she comes over and simply tells him that if you don't calm down, I will just use this knife across your throat. And that finally gets him to stop moving, as he realizes there's nothing he can do to get out of this situation. We then get 2 very brief paragraphs describing the entire event of his thumb being taken off, that Annie, regardless of his screams or his pleas or anything that he could have said, she already had her mind made up. She had already prepared everything with the bottle of betadine and just begins cutting from right here in the soft meat between his first finger and thumb and takes it right off, leaving him in a drug stupor, but the entire time using this motherly, nurturing voice that she always seems to go back to with him, telling him over and over again how much she really loves him. But it doesn't end there, as we then have that night when it gets so much worse, which is hard to imagine. Vivid. But even Paul's inner voice is trying to tell him he needs to wake up. Paul, you're dreaming right now. You need to wake up from this, because what you are thinking about right now is things that you would never think about during the day. You need to wake up. But he can't. Annie had cut his thumb off that morning, and then that evening she came walking back in as though nothing had ever happened, with a birthday cake and a slice of it just for him, with a big candle on top, already burning, ready for him to partake, as she tells him in that same italicized inner voice that if He promises to be good. Paul, you can have a piece of birthday cake, but you won't have to eat any of the special candle. So he promised to be good because he didn't want to be forced to eat any of the special candle, but also because surely because Annie was the great, Annie was good. Let us thank her for our food, including that we don't have any to eat. Girls just want to have fun, but something wicked this way comes. Please don't make me eat my thumb. Annie the mom, Annie the goddess. When Annie's around, you better stay honest. She knows when you're sleeping. She knows when you're awake. She knows if you've been bad or good. So be good for goodness sake, for goddess's sake. You better not cry. You better not pout. Most of all, you better not scream. Don't scream. Don't scream. Don't scream. Don't. He had it, and it's here that he finally wakes himself out of the dream, pulling himself from this memory, from this trauma that he has put into his mind, that even his mind is telling him he needs to get away from. But the problem is his tale has not been told all the way yet, but you can see it starts here and goes all the way through this entire giant paragraph, without a single period or comma or anything in it, just one giant run-on sentence as his thoughts are just flowing out during this memory dream sequence that he's having. And it is one of the best examples of psychological horror that I have ever read in a book like this. And it won't be the last, because things are only going to get worse before they get better, and you would hope that now would be the time that everything would get better, because when Paul does wake from this dream, he sees a cop car pulling up just outside. We get to immediately see more of this flow of thought and his internal struggle that he now has between wanting to be good for Annie, because of course if he doesn't, the pills are going to stop, and he doesn't want to make her mad. If he makes her mad, then he can't get the thing that he really needs, and there might be more trauma on the way because he doesn't want to upset the goddess. At the same time, he could also finally get the help that he needs, and he has to decide which one he is going to pick to stay where he is and not make everything worse in case it all goes wrong, or by actually crying out, trying to get help, because there is someone here that could finally help him. He spends an entire chapter arguing with himself if he should scream or keep his mouth shut. He wants to scream, but he also knows that it could end very badly for him and everyone else involved. Annie has already said up to this point, if Paul does make any kind of noise when someone is around, that she is going to kill them first, and then Paul, and then herself. So what do you do if you are stuck in this situation and you know the way that Paul describes it?
Čekaj da vidiš. Da me izbustaš, ostalo mi još malo.
Pretpostavljam da je to u pitanju čim tako formalno pričaš sam. A i obično dođeš kad ti treba nešto, ne? Da dođeš da kažeš, šta se radi?
Ne dođem.
Nestalo je struje sinoć. Jedno 15 minuta, pola sata. I poslije kad sam došao online, vidio si sam. Zapravo rekao sam ti. Gledali smo film.
Ne staje ovdje kod mene. A brate, ne znam, ovaj drugi deo mi je nekako...
Over the top.
Čakaj, on je odjednom i raketni naučnik i...
Čovjek zna da popravi tank i si vidio. Jebeni tank popravi. A? Pa ne treba neka velika filozofija da bi raketu osposobio da radi, da si malo duže u vojsci, da se razumeš to. Ali treba dosta znanja da se osposobi tank da radi. Znaš?
Mislim to može svaki mehaničar.
Jel da? Da tank popravi. Od čega? Dobro. A ono kad je mine montirao nazad iza tenka i lancirao se preko onih tenkovskih prepreka. To, a? Preko one barikade. Koliko teksta ovo nije za moje oči. Nije za moje oči definitivno. Šta ti treba konkretno?
Da me izbustaš do endgame, već je bez odida.
Šta hoćeš da ti izbustam, da pređeš kampanju, šta? Ili da te levelam, ako treba te levelam, treba samo da igraš igru.
Kampanju. Level, ću ja da završim lako.
Samo da updatemo ovaj Dark Tide.
pokazat ću to. U aktu 4 mi je ostalo
Da.
još 2 misije, a ovamo ćemo da speed upujemo. Ja ću da ti kažem gdje treba se teleportiš i to.
Da. Yes. Aj, pozove me u parti. Da, dobro.
Zemlja grave vuče.
Jesi zamisli. Gdje si ti Vulkanik, to je akt 4.
I da kupim Benedikusa.
Treba biješ onoga bossa, šta? Sve su kako ovdje.
Za mnom Ilija, za mnom.
Što nije Leo? Ja bi rekao da je gore.
Dole, ali.
Sjećam se od 2 bossa, ali ne znam šta daje. Čega si pao da mi znati? Ja se izvinjam. Dosta se osjetljivo. Ta dugmeta za revive. Moram sam da skočim sa ptice da bi te revive. I šta se dobije do ovoga? XP šta? Jel to?
Još. Pričamo ovo. Sam čuo ime.
Šta se dobije od ovoga, od ova 2 golema?
Da pređem, no sam i pobio.
Ne sjećam se da su pod obavezu bili da su ubije.
Ja sam bio u ono, ne daj mi...
Šta, onaj, ta ti da papirić sa onom mapom?
Ne, to je nebitno. Progresiju mi daje dalje, da sam otišao u grad.
Za quest? A to ti kad pređeš speedrunneru, bukvalno treba samo da odeš...
Nego nešto se sjebano, ubagalo se, tako mi je odvratno.
Previše brzaš. Što bi Slavko rekao, brzo čitaš. Šta je, sad dobijem što?
Sad se naučim na ovom netu.
Zrem ovdje boss neki.
Bivan.
A šta došlo samo zbog XP?
Mora se ubijemo ovi boje, njih nisam. Ajde mi je mnogo veliko da sam ja.
Mislim da oni nisu obavezni, ali ajde. Šta ja znam?
Znači nije.
Meni se zabagula bila ekspedicija dom. Pokrenuo sam delirium i radio sam onaj expedition, ono miniranje. I postavim mine i istekne mi onaj delirium defekat. I ostane mi detonator na delirium mapi. Kao providan postane. Ja mogu da pritisnem prekidač.
Sve ostalo sam tešao jebeno. Biveno sve. Opet stala ova jaba da se ubije.
Si otvorio kraba na Novostru. Evo to? Pa to je nije bitno. Ne znam šta treba dalje da radiš. Treba da odeš dole na ostrvo. Ono gdje je Eye of Hinekora. Si bio tamo. Pa šta ti treba sad?
Šta je zajedno? Idem skočio.
A?
Daddy. Welcome to my channel.
Skuvam čaj.
Kažem skoči.
Gdje da skočim? To je portal. Isle of Kin. I šta ćeš tu?
Mislim da znam. Onaka naću.
A ona zver u onome kavezu.
A da, u onom riku šta je ono.
Vidio sam da si pao.
Dok se kiko...
Pa dobro, to nešto nesretniji što je pokušao da se leveluje.
Nije on. Uvijek je random.
A kako mogu random ili se priključi?
To što sam bio napravio ovu planetiju na pavlu.
Palo. A, Exile.
Kad u mapi ubacio neko, evo te, ja ne znam kakvu pocu za healovanje ima.
Gde Exile?
Da. Kad krene se healuje, to ne znam.
On pobegao?
Ne.
Ja mu ne vidim više. Ne vidim mu više HP. Imaš ovdje XP. Kod mene.
Vidim je ovo. Vezimo sve.
Ja čekam da si ispred boss arene, znaš.
I našo može bossa bi ovamo.
Ubio sam. Onaj iz kaveze što sam ga pustio.
Ne, ovo...
Exile.
Ovoga što gazi.
Koji je
kaže,
to?
you didn't bring so fight your material. Kaže, ne samo što.
Right. A to je zato što... Čekaj, pa ti ne treba da mu doneseš sulfite, to on samo kaže tako.
Znam.
Pa šta je, nisi mogao da se boriš s njim?
Gdje sam zapeo, sam prešao sve.
Kako si zapeo tu na papiru?
Lepo ne daj mi da pričam s onim monahom, šta je već. Sve to.
Monahom u crkvi.
Kad odeš u Aratas.
Da? Pa jel ti se promenio quest i piše ti da putuješ na Aratas?
Da, kažem da idem tamo.
Treba prvo da pričaš s onim prorokom u gradu. Pojavi se u gradu.
Pričam.
Pa onda pričaš...
Tako već odmah.
Jest. A ne na njihovom ostrovu, nego u gradu. Naprimjer, ja sam bio prvo otišao na njihovo ostrovo, pa pričao s njima tamo. Pa sam se vratio u grad, pa se ovaj pojavio u gradu, pa pričao sa mnom. I onda sam tek otišao na ostrovo.
Bavno sam mislim.
Ja sad možeš dalje?
Da.
Otvori bar portal.
Znači, samo da pomijem. Gotovo.
Welcome to the Forge. Here's the gear I've got. I think I know someone who needs this.
What? On nije baš kao trčanje, ali mogu da bar gađem i da jašem u pilu.
Ti voliš da se zamanaš tim jednostavno?
Da, uvijek. Nemaš pojma.
Bio sam dobio sa 9, kako sam se bio obradovao, rumiran.
I?
A nije bio miran. Bio je flot, 25 milijuna, 20. 21 divine.
Pa da napravi ovaj prompt nekako boljim za revive, ovo mi je sranje. Živci mi.
Evo. Ja sam obeljiv.
Prijetno. Ne znam šta ti baba spremila, prijetno. Ima si ovdje Radmor skrep, ali to ti ne treba.
Po 500. Samo da ne pijem nešto.
I miscalculated, haunted by the price. A ovo.
Lovijom! Kako mezinka se zabaguje u mapama, a mora da ga odradim na foru.
Na koju foru?
A odradiš ono... Kako već ide... Da pogodi ove...
Stuboje, da ga navučeš da on gađi.
Da pogodi ove što ga bafuju. Sa kamenom.
Staneš pored stubu. Protože sam siguran da možemo ga ubijemo i čak i dok je buffovan, osim ako se ne healer. Ti smrtan. A, mama mi. Ja rekao da ga ti ubio. Ne zajebam se. Pola ovih projektila je sabilo se u zemlju. Što ja gađam. Tako se zabavio. Držim dugme za input da gađam i on kao gađa nešto sa strane. Lete svuda. Strele. Random. Nesmašno. A ovoga obožavam. Ovo mi je tako nekad pederski ubije. Kad sam ga na mapama naiđe na njega. Sam bacio onaj AOE i ako ga previše brzo mu skidaš HP-a. Krene da kastuje ona govna. Onaj zemljatar se kod tebe. I ako nemaš sreće kako ga baci...
Mene je što ne mogu da ga ubijem...
Ne možeš.
Jednom, nego on mora da pejzuje.
Skriptovan je. Slično kao u Diablu 4, ni bosse, ono je strašno, koliko skripta njima. Nije kao Lilith težak, ali... A ovo je krug. Gore mi.
Sad ako budemo morati prvim ganom se jedimo.
Kako misliš genocid?
Sve pobjede. Jer je bio uzeo servis od mene ovdje da ga speedupujem i pa je kaže za mnom.
I?
Ja sam samo trčao za njim i ubio se.
Ma, zavisi gdje te odvuko. Ne može da te otvori portal na mape, pretpostavljam.
Ne može, ali vidi se da je servis i da ono...
Zna koje oblasti ima najviše ovih čudovišta i da kažemo mombova.
Što može da ono, da skipuš i to.
Znaš kako se pravi dijamant? Si vidio receptat?
Jesi, pomešaš ova tri.
A, tri različite boje. Ako ih imaš viške, ja sam imao pun kurac i onda kao šta da radim, neću da prodajem, ne vredi se prodaje. Pa je prvo pravim dijamant. Čini mi se random statistike.
Ja sam morao plaću 16 divajna. Za monka.
Prodavao si ih ili si ih kupovao? Misliš dobre dijamante, šta?
Ja, ne.
Pa što ih ne kraftuješ? Barem ti gemovi padaju nekako, toliko padaju.
Ovo, ja. Benedikt.
Ti si uleteo u boss arenu?
Nisam još.
Stani malo. Da si otišao levo pa gore, jel tako nekako? Na mom ekranu moj karakter jaše vazduh, znaš. Ej, tebi izdajnič. I ti, Alijana. Kurva!
Ovo zvuči kao komunizam.
Ona traži saveznike i kod ovih i kod onih. I to obično neki šljam. Ako imaš sreće da ga staniraš na neki određeni podel kelpa, tu onda ne može da se pomera. Ali bar jedno mora ovdje uraditi.
Nije to ono.
Ovo nije, zato što vidiš tačno šta radi. Ron je ono posle. Ko stigne od toga, nije stigao. Sve. Sreće.
Šta ti hoćeš da se biješ, a?
S njim. A njega će tava kaj da ubije. Ancestor that forgive you.
Let the ancestors judge him.
I sveko ga nadvade.
Pa to je za izdanje. Što se kači.
The ones that came before, older than the oldest stories.
Jesi se tu ko Salbitin of Divinity?
Pa treba doći da igram. Ne igram ja ovo kao ti dan noć. Da igram pomalo. Ubio sam 5 deliving bossova i nisi sigurno šta mi još traži da bi se borio protiv onoga trickstera.
I ovako zadnje godine ne mogu ovako.
Šta ne možeš ovako?
Ako da puštam mu da se... Ne radim ništa.
Pa radi nešto.
Radit ću.
No! What are you doing?
Taking what is rightfully ours. The Karui will now be stronger than ever before.
Jeste.
You fool! They need the weapon! The world is at stake!
Enough! What? No! Daughter!
Daughter!
I will fix this. The Karui way!
Njega sam ubio isprečen, mislim. Kad sam svojim karakterom došao do njega, ubio sam ga isprečen. Imao sam solidan resist i nije me van shotao sa njegovim gore. Jesu, vratno su mu malo oslabili one AOE napade, ali svejedno nije toliko težak kao što je bio prethodne sezone.
U mapama možete biti sa njim. Baci jedan poseban predmet, testi divajna.
Šta je pitanje, oružje?
Hm?
Neko, šta je pitanje, oružje ili?
Gem.
Gem?
Ubacuješ ga, da, ubacuješ ga u skill.
Skill gem, da.
Da. Ne skill, nego onaj za buffovanje.
Support.
Da.
Oh.
Here's your gold. Farewell.
Idemo.
Moment samo. Pokušavam da nađem da mi ovaj tab sa ovim esencijama. Dobro. Evo ga, bacio sam. Ti si gde? Na excavation, nisi. Gde treba da odeš? Ono ostrvo, ne? Vakapana.
Zadnju misiju, a šta te zanima ekspedicija?
Kako što me zanima? Pa nije da me zanima, me ne zanima. Nego sam ti pričao za ekspediciju šta je bilo.
Pa ne koristim što te tablete, samo one Iridium tablete, da ne bi overwrite-ovo content.
Pa gde koristiš tablet?
Da ne možeš, da si u mapama.
Pa ne koristim ovdje ništa. Stojim u inventaru. Navrne ga sam. Kapiraš? Šumor. Na tebe žuriš ovdje.
Kaži.
Umrećiš.
Sad ću dođi mi ovdje.
No.
Hoću dođi.
is salvation just right there. All you have to do is cry out, but at the same time there is this force.
Da pošolju mleka. Tu. Otišao sam bio po šolju mleka.
Evo. Uf.
Ne znam da li ti možda letiš, ja još nisam naučio.
Nemam blink.
Svejedno ne bi koristio blink da uskočim, neđe će da me izlupaju. Da speedrunem mapu, da koristim blink ne, ali možda da se pomerim kad me boss stanira ili nešto kad me stalno...
To je da ne ubrzaš mapu. I ja mislim ti buffa, ono, kad hoćeš da može se blinkuje svuda da što brže ono bacaš mađe i to. Imamo do bossa.
U jedno od onih runa koje nemam. Ne znam da li si uzeo sve rune. Kalguran rune.
Imam sve.
Ja.
Sem tih najjačih.
Ja nemam. Koje su najjače? Neko kaže 6-7 tih, šta?
Pritisni samo da vidim. Pritisni B.
B?
Da, B, kao Beograd. I tu su 30.
B.
Da.
Aha, vidim.
Meni fali 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Vidim. No, ima tu još dosta recepta. Cool. Šta on, neki unique item?
Nije, taj se oživljava 5 puta.
Siguran da nije unique item.
Nema.
A, bacio sam otvor, nego sad bio tamo u otvoru.
Idemo da našamo bossa.
Dva lordi su to. Može ga rašat ako znaš gde. Ti XP ne treba, no? Ne bi se čudio da koristiš neki add-on.
A?
Čudio da koristiš neki add-on, da imaš mapu otvorenu uvijek.
Ne može to. Mislim, meni mapa jeste otvorena uvijek, ne ta.
Ne tako, nego ono, znaš da ti je... Vidiš bukvalno kako izgleda layout čitav.
Okej.
Nekad je samo drugačije orijentisano.
Za kampanju je pritisni ili mogu okrenu.
Da, zarotirano. Samo treba da zapamtiš kako izgleda osnovno, da. To je neki intelligence cloak. Da je 238 energy shield i mana shield. Imaš ti to? A? Ja ti pogledam. Šta bijemo to uopšte? Ko zna? Jel dosta 250 energy shielda na šlemu?
To nije, to je neki basic.
Pa nije ni enchansovan, to je samo ono kao default statistika.
Pa ovo, no. Evo ga.
Tu je. Da ti uzao ponekad healing?
Imam basic klasno na početku.
Šta, nemaš nikakav defense, šta? Uvijek si imao dobar defense.
Upo, se kao neko treba, to nije ništa. Ništa bilo sa studentima, ništa.
Ti kad bi više igrao, a manje alt-tabao, bilo bi dobro. Kakvi studenti? To su politički igrani, koga boli kurac.
Studenti pobeđuju.
Koga boli kurac za studenti?
Pobeđuju moj kur.
Nema veze, kakve veze imaju studenti i politike. Ja kad sam studirao, znači, ono godinu i po dana, bili smo tamo da učimo, a ne da se bavimo politikom. Studenti treba više da uče, manje da se zabavaju.
To je inače i sad na sve. Ti dola na max.
Evo je kornjača jebena, ali će baš dobro biti. Pretpostavljam da je kornjača da to nije ovo. Koraptov sam bio, pao neđe nazad Chaos War, pa sam Koraptov bio onoga zaleđenog kruga. Ne znam da li je bila dobra ideja, ali... Dobila ovo. Da li mogu da me ne stane šta god da me lupa? S tim prolazim s kokoškom preko njih i bukvalno me staniraju, znaš, gluposti. Ajde. bam. Ovo će i mene ubiti, a ne tebe. Imaš ikakav chaos resist, moja pretpostavka da je tu negdje...
Ne,
Mate.
Češ li kupim bolju opremu?
Zašto? Šta smatraš pod boljom opremom? Ono što ti smatraš da je dobra statistika, možda nije ono što ja smatram da je dobra statistika. Ti vjerojatno uzeo nešto što... Ne, treba mi.
Koliko šta imaš ovo?
Nema potrebe. Kupovao nisam ništa ni od koga. Veruješ im da sam sve sam našao. Mogao sam da igram i solo self-found. Jedino što sam stvarno trampio bilo je jedan divine za 100 onih, kako se zove, bravo kokoško. Marš! Trampio sam jedan divine za 100 onih jewel orbova, oni što daju 4 slote. To je onako bio dobar trade. I mogu da onda mix matchujem kako hoću te skillove. Najbolje potrošeni divine orb do sada. Nikakav gear, ništa. Ne znam, ja sam ni jedan komad opreme kupio, sve sam sam našao, napravio. I veruj mi, hvala. Da, ti si mi dao ogrlicu, jeste, to je nešto daje 46 spirita i 11 spirita. I 30 life po sekundi, 2 na minion skillove. Solidan komad opreme. To je jedino što sam uzeo od nekoga. Gdje ovo je? Dođi vam. Ali ovo monk. Čini mi se da je monk. Jel da? Evo sad da mi altabaš, briga.
Čuo sam ovo... Kako skanjamo ovo mi da bi...
Gear mu je, blago rečeno, užas.
Idemo dalje.
Stellar amulet je bacio, znaš? Stellar amulet.
Da. Što idemo dalje? Cilj mi je što pre da završimo da mogu da uđem u mapu.
Pa ako ti je to bio cilj, zašto to nisi već do sad uradio?
Neče sam pomogao jednom liku.
Eto vidiš, onda ti to nije bio cilj. Što, da ne moraš da ideš na posao pa za to žuriš? Bio sam sarkastičan. Imaš obaveza, ko ja. Ja sam na godišnjem. Kolaci sam da ne radim ništa. Uberem kući kantu višanja, 10-15 kila višanja, uberem, eto to mi je kao bilo neka obaveza. Znaš. Reci. Ne želiš ovog karaktera da boosteš, želiš da ga leveluješ neku razumno, normalno level da bi mogao da igraš jebene te mape. Ne želiš da...
Da ličem ići na nabim 10.
Evo, pa ti uopšte planiraš, kad planiraš da počneš da igraš sa karakterom, to me zanima. To je moje pitanje.
Prijelac sam ili.
No. To ti je nekako prirodno stanje. Nešto se ne brini, vidio. Neki govnar šalje neke crvene kapljice krvi na nas.
Ja budem 85. nivo.
Kad budeš 85. nivo planiraš da igraš. Ne znam šta ja ti kažem, ja sam za to vreme već odigrao 500 sati, razumiješ. To si ti lično XP. Planiraš da počneš da živiš kad napuniš 60 godina i zaradiš 10 milijuna evra, ili? Onda planiraš da počneš da živiš.
Onda planira da krene da jedem novo letnice.
Znači, da, onda planiraš da počneš da jebeš ono, mladu decu. Ne misli ništa na tvoj račun, nego to je neka njihova logika, znaš.
Pa dobro, i tako.
Logika, Bože sačuva.
Jebi ga. Ja jednom probam špinati.
Ne, hvala mi. Ne ložim se na maletnice.
Letnica, 10 godina mlađe.
Kao što rekao, maloletnice.
Kao me nisu malo.
Stajin je pored mene i vidim odme malolet.
Pa 20 godina nije.
Ako ima manje leta od mene, onda je maloletno. Ajmo tako da kažem. Smej se sve. Nisu čak ni godine u pitanju. Pitanje je to što kažu životno iskustvo.
Kako život?
Pa već...
Kao moj brat generacijske,
Pa brate, svi što ti iskusio u životu, recimo što neko drugi nije, to pokušavam ti kažem. Nemoguće da nisi. I dobro i loše.
Znači.
Vidi
Ja sam bio tako protiv toga. Brate, Bož.
Vidi. Kill sword. A ne, uzu sam ga, nemaš problem, to mi je plata. Smatrat ću da mi je to plata, osim ako ti baš ne treba kill sword. Treba? Pa pretpostavljam da ne, ako imaš 100 Divine Orba, ne treba ti jedan kill sword, sigurno. Pa to ti kažem. Mogu da uđem unutra, hvala. Eto. Jest. Jeste to okej, jeste. No, već skriptovano da sad ću ja pobegam, znaš. Viš, samo je obalio na guzicu. Dobro, ajde. Mučno mi se da je rekao 8 ancestors, da ga pojedu.
Da.
Jest, kako da ne, ti si izabrani.
Još jedan se ne uči.
Imaš direktnu telefonsku liniju sa svojim prethodom, ne?
Veliki ovo skripto.
I sad se pumpa, a? Stanieren, sad ga tuci. Pa ne znam zašto to niste uradio, zato što je Lord Gionar već bio koraptovan i pre nego što je... Završio si svojima, kako? Možda odgledaš cinematike, jel tako? Ili je ovo gotovo? Jeli čekanete?
Ja ću doći minutu. Si slobodan još?
Pa šta hoćeš? Da te boostam
Weekend.
oko? Ne.
A, ne.
Ne, morat ćeš da igraš, nažalost. Zato što nikome nije boosta, neće ni ja tebe. Mogu da ti uradim oko neku uslugu za item ili nešto tako, ali da te pravim prečicu od igranja, ne. Igraj. Bukvalno ti kažem igraj. Nije da neće ti učinim, nego ne vidim razlog da preskačeš igranje. Ili se ne slažeš fundamentalno sa mnom? Ne slažemo se fundamentalno. Nema potrebe da mi praviš usluge tako što ćeš mi dati bolji gear. Dao si mi već dobar komad gear, hvala. Nisam tražio tako jak item, ali eto dao sam. Ali igraj. Šta je plan da igraš? Neš znati šta ti ne... Znači ti samo igraš tuđi build. Našao si build koji je neko sastavio.
Zato što sam vidio i ovdje hoću ga
Koji je 85. level. Zašto ne igraš? Video si kako radi build, sve ostalo napravi sam. Ili kupi. Nemoj da copy-pastuješ. Da, vidio si. Ja serem. Serem kao foka. Nadam se da sam pomogao i tako. Veli mi 70. level nisam prešao ni jedan od ovih bitnijih questova. Ali mi je to okej, nemam potrebe da žurim. Koliko će ti trajati sezona ova?
Ne znam.
Trajat će ti do 1.0 verzije, imat ćeš neke mini verzije, razumeš, neke update-ovi, šta ti ja znam, ali ništa to neće biti previše bitno. Znaš? Jel već možeš sebi da kupiš to što ti treba od gear ili ti samo treba level up? Zašto ti treba konkretno 85. level? Ne možda dovatiš te skill nodove koji su tako daleko, treba ti toliko skill point. Pa onda, ne znam šta ti kažem. Igraj. To je najbolji savjet koji mogu ti kažem, ne znam kako ovo ima smisla. To je kako bi rekao da hoćeš da izbaciš na bench 200 kg. Ja ti kažem, vidi pa treniraj. Ili uzmi steroide i eto, to je to, izbaciš 200 kg.
Mogu da bacim 200.
Možeš 200.
120 mogu.
Koliko puta?
4-5 puta sigurno.
Super. Dođi kod mene u firmu da bacaš džakove po 25 kg. Svakih 7 minuta 4-5 džaka.
I zaboravljaš da sam ja godinama džakove.
Svakih 7 minuta 4-5 džaka po 25 kg brašna. A 100 stepeni u hali, razumeš, tamo gde se peče test.
I zaboravio sam ja godinama.
I jebeš tih 120 kg. Meni je stvarno žao što vi možete dignete 120 kg.
Godinama sam ja bacao te džakove, godinama sam ja...
Ali nemamo ništa od toga što možda izbaciš 120 kg. Niko tebe ne traži da dižeš, zato imamo hidraulične dizalice, viljuškare i stalo. Tebe se traži da bacaš po 15-20 kg, ne 120 kg da tegliš, nisi bizon, nego čovjek. Oh my god. Ovo mi se ne radi, ajmo quick play.
Ja sam ovo našla.
Coordenadas de misión ingresadas. Cápsulas gel listas. Activando propulsores orbitales.
Ili sad ću rođi.
Órbita sincronizada.
that is holding you back, that knows the moment you cry out, you will be punished for it. Even if you do get saved,
No.
Activando propulsores orbitales. El destructor aliado se ha unido al escuadrón. Órbita sincronizada.
Look at this. I don't know.
Lanzamiento iniciado.
¡En nombre de la libertad!
Nice entrance.
Señalando mapa, al oeste, 200 metros.
Nice. Son of a bitch. I will kill you.
¡Lanzando granada!
Thanks. Malo mi je shit da ti treba konkretno koliko jak level da bi mogao napraviš bilo šta. Jer kao ne radi kao ako nemaš toliko pasiv pojma.
Al oeste, 300 metros.
Alina James. Welcome to my channel.
Señalando mapa al noroeste, lejos. Cargador vacío. Paquete obtenido.
I see. Set a spider to the fly.
¡Bombas fuera! ¡Naves robot! ¡Nuestra cara obtenida! ¡Sírvanse una taza de liberté! Operando terminal. Solicito paquete obtenido. Necesito un vigía. Yo me encargo de la terminal. Operando terminal. Paquete obtenido. Necesito equipamiento. Dejando marcador. Al norte, 300 metros. Señalando mapa. Al noroeste. 50 metros. Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. Al noroeste. ¡Estoy desangrando! Perdón.
No, just something happened. It was my fault.
Yeah. Nice.
I am just cannon fodder now.
No worry.
I landed on this thing and I died.
Explosions. A lot of explosions. Oh, you're surrounded most of the time also.
I just landed on the factories and I died. You're probably right with the explosion.
Oh wow. I think the cyborg teleported. There was no way for him to be there. Más por verga.
Sírvanse una taza de liberté.
Watch out, watch out, watch out.
Lanzando granada. Avanzada de autómatas destrozada. Dejando marcador al oeste, 300 metros.
Sorry.
Oh boy.
Not like that. Not like that, not like that. I didn't want to kill you. I wanted to just tap, blast the car.
You're too fast.
And then again.
And now we have our revenge.
Yes. I know you can't move. You're locked. Oh, another box. Fuck! It isn't that. Look at that. Now he's gonna be there. Watch out. Very dead.
Just another one.
And another one. Remember guys, this is good, you know, it's not difficulty 10, so we don't have 3 of them, we just have 2.
Your antler kinda really hates the box engine.
Oh, I failed to see this, almost. Oh. Fuck. So I thought if you have a Vox engine in game you're not gonna see the Strider, but I was wrong. Yep.
La democracia ha aterrizado. Mochila táctica en camino. Marcando ubicación. Olvídalo. Pesado, al sur, 50 metros. Avanzada de robots destruida. ¡Bomba en la armada! ¡Despeje en el aire! Soltando objeto.
See you later. Ridiculous.
Otro Helldiver para la causa.
You should have aimed at that guy.
Solicitud aprobada, refuerzos en camino.
Yeah, that's good.
Me uno al combate.
Okay.
Dejando marcador al sureste, 200 metros. Ahora lo tomaré. Solicito un vigía. Necesito un vigía.
Avanzada de robots.
Recargando.
Avanzada de autómatas destrozada. Quedan 20 minutos para la misión. ¡Naves robot!
Solicito un vehículo.
Avanzada destruida. Dejando marcador. Al noreste, 300 metros. Mochila táctica en camino.
I swear that the flame literally spawned behind me.
Encontré algo.
Oh look.
Afirmativo. Apoyo aéreo. Tengo una muestra. Ataque orbital. Necesito un ataque orbital. ¡Encontré algo!
Bye bye baby.
Señalando mapa al suroeste, 300 metros.
Your tax.
Solicito un vigía. Necesito un vigía.
Oh my god. Watch out, Vox engine. Shit, he's shooting. Fuck that guy. And there is another one, see that?
Why is it when they come, there's a lot of them?
Because they despawn and they respawn as we move around the map. It's kind of nonsense.
Yeah. I mean, like, each time that they are on a map, there's always a lot of them.
So even if you kill them, some of them will spawn again. So, like, does it really matter?
Yeah. But then if you run, you're still gonna get attacked again and again.
The only good idea would be to grab a jeep and like just run away. Like after 150, like 200 meter, I forgot, they just despawn.
Señalando mapa. Al noreste, 300 metros.
I think you can call them X-ray, yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to go around him, not toward him. It's not very democratic, I know. Shit! The fuck is going on there? Jesus Christ!
Wait, run.
Nice. They dropped the fucking box engine on the X-Field. Nice. And there is another one, by the way. Yeah. I wish you see what I see. Do we have a nuke? Oh yeah, I have a nuke.
Solicito un vigía. Solicito mochila táctica. Necesito un vigía. Nuestra rara obtenida.
Okay, they're coming. Find another one. Nice. I was stun locked. Ugh! Something like that, yeah. Oh god.
Coordenadas del destructor aliado recibidas. Coordenadas de misión ingresadas.
My game crashed, sorry.
Cápsulas gel listas.
I came on time. Oh look, a flashbang.
Señalando ubicación. Cancela eso. Recargando.
I think this is the most peaceful I've felt this session.
For about 20 seconds. Nice. So what killed him? Oh yeah, they're shooting us with some kind of artillery. We should probably move.
Conteo iniciado. Prepárense para despegar. Extracción completa. Pelícano 1 iniciando ascenso. La democracia prevalece una vez más.
Yeah, my game has been crashing too.
They're kinda stacked against us.
I just validated the flaws, now it's okay.
Like for the whole point, they put at least one of those missions that is still the platinum. You could reclaim it. Is like ridiculous. With all the cyborg sunny ground, you should like carry around platinum, really?
Te doy la bienvenida, Warbond. Coordenadas del destructor aliado recibidas.
That's true. Need to think this through.
Coordenadas del destructor aliado recibidas.
Maybe he's not online anymore, who knows?
El destructor aliado se ha unido al escuadrón. Activando propulsores orbitales. Órbita sincronizada.
Yeah. Huh. Okay, sure. Ice cold. Sure.
Es escalofriante imaginar la clase de larvas repugnantes que se desarrollan dentro de la penumbra en estos momentos.
Coordenadas de misión ingresadas. Cápsulas Hell listas. Activando propulsores orbitales. Órbita sincronizada.
Destructor aliado uniéndose a escuadrón. Enviando Helldrivers. Avanzada despejada. Haz que los autómatas paguen por su agresión injustificada. Necesito un vigía. Enviando centinela. ¡Solicito suministros! ¡Solicito equipamiento! Expidiendo paquete de equipamiento. Destructor aliado uniéndose a escuadrón, enviando Helldiver a zona de combate. Solicitud aprobada. Enviando refuerzos. La democracia ha aterrizado. Solicito un orden de apoyo. Objetivo secundario cerca. Marcando ubicación. Muestra rara obtenida. Recurso táctico enemigo en el radio. Necesito un vehículo. Apoyo orbital.
Dobro. Jer si se prokašljao, skontao sam da si ti.
Yes, it's me.
Pratiš turnir? CS?
Završeno. U nedelju je finale bilo.
Nisam pratio, ti si više pratio nego ja. Ja sam pratio tebe kako pratiš turnir.
Put je naš čovjek igrao finale i osvojio Majer. Mislim, u timu je naš 2 Rusa i 2 Danca. Nikola Mali. Samo to fale u karijeru uspio. Su odigrali svaka čast. Najteži put do finala, najjače ekipe su bacivali po Colorado. Grupna faza, četvrt finale. Gledam malo, finale sam još. Ovo vreme viš kako je usrano s Marinanik, kiša, sunce, te odrade. Juče na poslu prvo što će da padne, kiša odi ljubav do paleta i iz ove da izađu. Kako su izašli, ona klibne glavom, dođu unutra kod mene. Kiša, onda ih je tamo nadojila i ona ode. Meni spavali. Ja ih slikam da ti pokažem.
Daj, mi.
Jes, fantastični su. Oj. Šta Slavko hoće da kupi, onaj Gaberovu kocku?
Pa on je malo lazy. Imamo jednostavnija varijanta, razumeš.
Šta ćemo da baca pare koji će ima kontrolu? Ima Steam Deck.
Što je PC uvijek jači od mašina, o tome se radi. Brate, nema se izbaviti.
Brate, ako sad stavimo na papir, ja sad volim da kupim Sony, da kupim Steam Deck i da skupim Steam mašinu i kako to sve izađe ili da kupiš samo kompleks.
Pa da, ali neki ljudi jednostavno smatraju kao računari su previše kompleksni. I oni su ti u suštini ciljna publika za konzole, znaš. Oni ne žele da instaliraju software, drivere, da updateuju ovo, da updateuju ono, da se zjeva... Ne, on hoće da utakne i da to radi, znaš. To se radi. To ti je ona varijanta ono kao kaže, znaš, debeli Amerikanci. Ne, ljudi neće da se zamajavaju kako nešto radi, razumeš, hoće samo da radi.
Pa mi je nešto komplikovano.
Da, ali ti njemu prodaješ to što on želi, razume, da se oko toga, razumeš, da kažemo, bakci.
Pa po meni je, šta znam, a i ko nema, pa da uzme umjesto računara, ali u stvari zavisi šta igraš. Nije loša ta
mašinica, da.
Da, samo što PC visi, šta će tebi meni visi.
Ne, ja već imam računar. Sad će mi nešto što je objektivno gore od ovo što imam.
Pa lupam ko igra samo Dotu i tako to njemu je s tim mašina odlično.
A i CS, pretpostavljam.
Ne može CS, ne može, to je jači kompjuter. FPS.
Steam Deck ti neće biti baš toliko loš, zavisi koliko...
CS teško da bi moglo, ali gleda se konfiguracije ovog kursa, kao za...
Steam Deck.
Te gabenove koske, te kutije i nije. Mogu bi da igraš. A bit će to se kupio Gamesu, verovatno.
Da, od čim ga kupuješ u Gamesu, znači cena biti tipa standardna cena plus minus 20%, razumeš, znači neće ti biti 1000 evra nego 1200 evra. Vi ste jeftinije da je sam uvezeš nego kupiš u Gamesu, ako možda uvezeš, to jest. Look medals. Pregaću. Evo.
Refuerzos en camino.
To nije loše da imaš u dnevnoj sobi, poćeš nekad, znaš, kao nekad porobiš konzola, ko će neko da igra, znaš, PC konzola, sedneš igraš na joysticku, neki si ga gledaš. Ma pa evo. Ja sam uvijek, brate, za računar, nego za sve te stvari, šta da.
Kao što sam rekao, lazy man PC. Bezobrazno. To može i Slavko da potvrdi. To ti isto i Steam, onaj kako se zove Steam Deck, onaj mali.
Da, sve.
U suštini hoćeš da imaš PC, ali nećeš da imaš obaveze. Nemam da imaš Steam Deck.
Ma, nemam pojma, to možda koji često u putu, tamo da je to da ima da igra, ne znam. Ali opet sve to košta, kad pogledaš, brate. To i Sony.
Sve kvalitet.
Skupio Sony.
Sve kvalitet. Nice. You teleported on that, sorry. My bad.
Mochila táctica en camino. Solicito una bomba, Hell. Sírvanse una taza de nivel. Bomba Hell armada. Despeje del área.
Run. Libertate.
Avanzada de autómatas destruida. Dejando marcador al noroeste, 100 metros.
Koliko će vam biti cene? 1000 evra?
Ispod toga teško da će se isplatiti ovaj Steamu kao korporacija. Nema šanse, Valve nema trika. 1000 minimum, tog su meni stavku računali, a sad ostalo je sve plus minus jebi ga. Mislim mora zbog cene memorije, zbog cene grafičke karte, zbog cene procesora. A opet će ti izaći jeftinije nego PC i sličnih informacija, znaš?
Pa po meni kažem, ko nema računara, nema nešto baš previše para hoće da ima, da kažem, može da igra dosta toga, to nije loša opcija, ko nema.
Da.
Mislim, možda dosta igri da igraš. Mislim, ko već ima, da kupuje da bi imao.
Vam pameti malo.
Ajde nema, sad para, razumiješ, pa mi je ovo bolja opcija. Jeftinije.
Boom. And another one. Can we have another one?
Nisam gledao ovaj, da je jače, to ili Sony 5?
Pa približno isto po meni. Fuck you, bots.
Možda ga nosiš svuda sa sobom.
What the fuck is this?
Señalando mapa, al
Da.
lejos.
To ti je taj, kako bi ti rekao, small form PC. PC koji možeš da izvučeš bukvalno i ga preneseš iz sobi, kuću, lagano. Outstanding, gentlemen, outstanding.
Ako nema računar i želi nešto da uzme, a da me zove da to se isplati. Okay. Ali, problem je što ne možeš nadogradnju to.
No.
Ali ovako mislim, koliko sam video...
What the fuck is this? Out. Jesus Christ. Nice.
¡Encontré algo!
Oh my god, I think. Nice. Careful, careful.
Ne znam, hoće moći ono da tera monitor dosta herca.
Nice. Kakav bre monitor? Pa to je namontirano da koristiš za TV. Ma da. To je optimizovano da radi od 36 FPS kao konzola, razumiješ. Hello. U suštini, kad rekao sam ti Counter Strike nije problem zato što ćeš to koristiti na TV-u. Sad ne znam kakav je Counter Strike na joysticku. Na joysticku, to me interesuje.
Mislim, možda ga igraš ti na joysticku ili niko.
Može, ali niko ga ne igra ozbiljno.
Taj Dota, ne znam, s tim da je cool. A dobro. No, oni su više napravili kao za dnevnu sobu i ono...
Ma da, ma možeš da instaliraš i one kako se zovu i Epic Launcher i Xbox, onaj Windows, onaj Game Store i ako hoćeš GOG, Good Old Games, ako si jedan od onih što voli da...
Jedan je dobro lupno da imaš decu pa se nešto im se igra, pa se ulogoviš na svoj Steam i ono daš im.
Ili šeruješ im na drugi account samo za sobu. To ti to.
Da se igraju i to je to. Što je dobro što možeš samo se ulogoviš, koristiš svoje igre sa Steam, znaš kako Sony ono vidiš.
Fuck that shit. Boom. Watch for that guy.
Suministros.
Objetivo principal cerca.
¿Les gusta el sabor de la libertad?
I think I got it.
¡Díganle hola a la democracia! Dejando marcador.
Po meni je okej za single player igre.
Hope your stream is going good. I'm an artist. I make D&D artwork. Can I make something for your channel of it?
Please don't. Then I have to pay. Don't do that.
Solicito equipamiento de objetivo. Necesito equipamiento. Solicito mochila táctica. Necesito un vigía. Necesito un vigía. Solicito un vigía. Destructor aliado abandonando escuadrón. Quedan 20 minutos para la misión. ¡Enviando SOS! Expidiendo paquete de equipamiento. ¿Les gusta el sabor de la libertad?
If you don't mind telling me what is your Discord.
No, I might. I cannot tell you.
¿Sabor de la libertad?
If I tell you, then I have to kill it. Look at this piece of shit.
I can add you and show you my work.
Yeah, not interested.
¡Libertad para siempre! ¡Lanzando granada! ¡Tomen esto! ¡Tomen esto! ¡Bombas fuera!
Šta nobi, koji kurac? Ja.
Me uno al combate. Gracias.
Da je ostao recimo CSGO, onda bi išao na max FPS, ali CS2 je zahtevniji, znaš. Da je ostao CSGO mogo bi bez problema, brate, da je ugabeno u kocku da igraš na 400 FPS. Jer Meni je duplo manje FPS na CS2 nego što je bio na CS2 recimo. Znaš, tamo sam imao, ne znam, 600, 650, ovdje imamo 300. Si mogu da igram lepo.
Señalando mapa.
Ili hoćeš da igraš šarcima?
Nemam šta da radim.
Pa nemam pojma, viš.
Tran ne radim još 2-3 dana sigurno. Prošli put sam se zajebao. Zajebao sam se. Pogodio sam kometu i automatski me ukucao na onu play, onu koju zove listu, znaš, za travu. Automatski. Ako ti treba ark rezin, ako već nisi skupio, mogu to da ti skupim ako hoćeš.
Fali mi 3, 4, mislim 6.
Ja sam usvao, znaš šta sam radio? Otvarao sam one... kako se zove, onaj veliki? Onaj Baron Husk. Recimo, 3 sam otvorio. Našao sam jedan. Thanks. Našao sam jedan od ta 3. I četvrti je dao 3 komada. I to je bilo to. Znači bude ništa, pap 3. Na jedan onaj koji zove Baron Husk. A morao sam da uđem 2-3 puta, recimo, igrao sam bio Space Sport, pa sam igrao onaj, pomozi mi reći, Damn Battleground. Na Damn Battleground uspijem drugi Husk da otvorim i njega nađem 3 ta rezina. Sve sam drugo probao, da ubijam neprijatelje, ubio sam bio onoga velikoga, nije Bastian, nego kako zove onaj čikica. Nije Bastian, nego bombardera sam ubio. I lootovo ga ništa. Daje metal, gluposti, random neke elemente, ali ovo nije dao. Skidao se bio. I pogledam baš i ljudi pišu kao pa probajte ili na Steli Montis da uđete u Seed Vault, imaš tamo mitraljeze. Kaže ti mitraljeze ne da bace ark rezin. Ili kaže Baron Husku. Ja rekao, ma hoću Stelu Montis kurac da igram. I otišao sam i tražio sam one Barona ovu. Mama mia. Kako moraš biti retardiran?
¡Lanzando granada! ¡Granada! ¡Prueba un poco de democracia!
Ali to da Gabenova kocka i ko nema, opet nema svrhe uzimati, dodaš malo više udušaču grafičku.
Kao što rekao, ima ljudi koji ne razmišljaju tako. Ako može sve u 2 klika da uradi, razumeš, bez da...
¡Bombas fuera!
Market to click, kids.
Enviando paquete de equipamiento. Transbordador de extracción en camino. Cargador vacío. Tiempo estimado, 1 minuto 30 segundos.
¡Sírvanse una taza de liberté! ¡Granada!
Tiempo estimado, 1 minuto.
¡Lanzando granada!
Expidiendo centinela. Tiempo estimado, 30 segundos.
¡Bombas fuera!
Tiempo estimado, 20 segundos. Tiempo estimado, 10 segundos. Respetar zona de aterrizaje.
¡Prueba un poco de democracia!
Samo da znaš da ono nije zadnji korak, onaj 6. Piše ti da uradiš 950 damage-a sa zamkama. Ja kad sam to vidio rekao sam sebi ok, ovo ćemo da ostavimo za jedno, ne znam, petak, subotu. Kad budem te odradim trial. Najbolje ti je metoda da napraviš one blaze traps, one zamke što se aktivira na senzor i da ih postaviš da ih aktivira pauk i da ga sagoriš tako. A to ti je trial, tako da to nisam to odradio. Ima 40 dana da se završi taj 6. korak. Probao sam bio, napravio sam 9 nagaznih mina, onih explosive mines, i postavio sam ih bio po parku. Postavim 9 mina i navučem onoga bombardera da ih pregazi i on ih nagazi i piše, ne znam, 120 damage. Ja, koji kurac, koji kurac. I onda sam googlao i vidim, kaže čovjek, blaze trap ti pravi onaj kao efekat, one gorenje na zemlji. Postaviš 2-3 komada i kad pauk uleti u to, bukvalno ga pokida. I onda ti nakuca ti damage tako. 2 ili 3 pauka ti treba, 2 pauka možda, ja mislim da je rekao i kaže možeš iz jedne misije ako imaš dovoljno zamke da uradiš. God damn.
Alerta de prioridad. El sistema Bahía mata.
Jest, priorità.
Los Helldrivers luchan por la libertad. Decidamos dónde unirnos al combate.
Ova je većina sve njihova, zašto se cinom mogu tako. Će biti kiša danas.
Da se ne pojma če da vidim. Ja pogledam kompjuter, ali...
I ono sinoć je bilo isto ono kao samo pap iz vedra neba.
Palo je pre oko 10, opet krenuo, bilo nevrame.
Pa da bre, ja sam teo jutro da berem malo višanja, kao pogledam ono sve natopljeno vodom. Rekao baš, nećemo ga brati.
Promenjiva oblačno pokazuje samo.
Čim može biti, ne mora da znači. Tebi daleko radno mesto od kuće.
Ma jeste, moram kolima da idem, pičku metar, baš daleko. Pušim jedno. Pušim.
The punishments are not just going to stop, they're going to continue. There's going to be something that is keeping you held back from just continuing on into that new life. What do you do if you are here? Paul and his inner voices go back and forth, with Paul saying that he doesn't need to scream, he needs to keep his mouth shut. One of the voices saying, yes, scream. Him coming back saying, scream and it will all be over. Scream and get an end. And then another voice saying, never, never, it's never going to end, not until I'm dead. That kid's no match for the goddess, speaking about this young comp that he can see through the window that is just right there, and knows by the sound of the mower that Annie is somewhere close by. And finally, it says his lips pulled apart with a minute tearing sound. He hitched air into his lungs and closed his eyes. He had no idea what was going to come out or if anything really was until it came. Africa, Paul screamed. Now his trembling hands flew up like startled birds and clapped against the sides of his heads as if to hold in his exploding brains. Africa, Africa, help me, Africa. That got me a little emotional. Ah, that's so good. Finally, Paul is crying out again, even though all of the trauma and all of the terror and all of the consequences that could come from him trying to get help. He still calls out to the cop that is just right outside, and the cop sees him. They make eye contact, and just as Paul is trying to warn him to watch out for the woman, for the crazy woman, for the goddess, she stabs him in the back with a wooden cross pulled out of the ground from where one of her animals was buried. And the cop falls to the ground. She stabs him again. She stabs him again. She pulls it out, leaving the cop behind. She goes over and gets on the mower as the cop is trying his hardest to get up because he is still not dead. He pulls his gun but fumbles it, and right as he goes down to grab it, the mower runs over his arm, taking part of it off. Paul is just watching all of this play out in front of him as the cop is laying there on the ground, bleeding from where his arm was just run over by the mower. The gun is gone. It had got caught up in the blades and is now flung across the yard, and Annie is making a return. And just as the two make eye contact, Annie runs over the cop again. He tries his hardest to crawl away to get underneath this cop car to just get to safety, but it doesn't matter. And the last thing that Paul sees is the young cop's terror in his young face as Annie runs right over the top.
Daredevil 2 sad su mi skinuli rank 1.
Znam.
Šta, ja nisam igrao to par nedelja uopšte.
Pa nisi daleko ni pao, sad uzmeš da igraš, sad iskočio ili od Daredevil 3 ili možda i Hot Shot. Da li ta trenutna liga gde si ti dozvoljava triple promotion?
Da gledam to.
Odeš na trial, aha, ne možeš jer nemaš rank. Moraš da odigraš nešto da bi ti bacio rank, tada. Ja mislim da možeš da uzmeš triple promotion, ali teško, ali možeš. Imaš triple, double i single. Triple bi te lansirao u Cantina Legenda, ali to je teško zadržati do kraja. Tu je krpljanac. U zadnjih 3 nedelje, ja sam bio u Hot Shotu, tu ljudi imaju po 200.000 poena. Mislim, kad su mogli da glitchuju, ne znam, razumeš, ono, bombe ili, na primjer, gledao sam kad su bacali granate, ono, non stop baca granate. Izgličuje, ne znam, pun inventar ovih kako se zovu, Mihal Krekera, nego Vuk Pakova i samo baca, ne znam. Ako ti zadatak da ubiješ što više letećih, ode na spaceport i samo baca tako, ono, viš ga lete po nogu. I onda pogledaš onu listu, čovjek ima 200.000 pojena, ti imaš 50.000, važi.
Imam 7 plastika, 3 mi fali, 3 sjelice, 3 plastike, jedne zlatne patike, jedne ljubičaste, i to je to. I ostaje mi onda 6.
Fale ti patike, ozbiljno, ja sam toga prodavao, mislio sam da ti sve imaš.
Fale mi jedne ljubičaste.
I jedne zlatne.
Ne zlatne imam. Imam 4, a treba 2 para. Treba mi, znači, jedne obične i jedne ljubičaste.
Jedne.
3 plastike i 3 sjelice. Zlatnik imam viška.
Znači jedne plave, jedne ljubičaste, ali tako? Aha. Slop Srina. Hello. Good, thanks, I'm on a vacation. So I'm paid not to do anything. You know, watch movies, eat ice cream, and, you know, relax. I would usually work, but now I'm on vacation. How is life? mi just check. Please don't touch. I shaved so much. Oh, right, it works. Samo da pokosim travu pa ću probati da ti nađem taj ark rezin. Znači jedne ljubičaste patike i jedne plave, jel tako?
One prve patike koje su na zadnjoj strani.
To su zlatne ili plave, nisi siguran koje su.
Prve po redosledu gore. Combat MK3 agresija blueprint sam našao.
To su one što daju svakih 5 sekundi 2 HP-a. To dosta su dobre. Taj, kako zove, oklop. 30 sekundi je cooldown, ja mislim, moraš biti van borbe 30 sekundi, ali ako nemaš zavoja, bukvalno može da ti izregeneriše full. Taj MK3.
To sam našao. Našao sam one maloj metalne kućici ispod Grandioza, one zgrada. Gde je spawn onaj, kad ideš tašno, ima Grandioza zgrada.
Metalno?
Mala metalna, pa što ima pokretna vrata, ono metalno, kad ideš. Prizemno, ona mala. Četvrtast.
A to ti je kutija s municijom, verovatno, ako se dobro sećam.
Ne, našao sam onom belom ormarić što ima ono kao...
To je kao kuhinja, ono, je li to? One viseće
natpesne.
natpesne.
Oni beli ormarić, da.
A. Ja s toga... Da?
A ne mogu da vidim šta mi treba, zato što nisam na...
Nisi Aha.
Pa ne, možda markujem.
A šta ti fali na četvrtoj? Sjelice.
U sjelice.
Sjelice. Za sjelice... Mogu da odem na DM Battleground da ti pogledam. Trafostanice znaju da imaju.
Ovo imam... Znači, kad uđeš na petu, one prve patike što su od gore. Jedne i jedne ljubičasti, to je to.
I plastika.
Ovo ostalo imam se. I ovdje ćemo jebiga ono za zadnje kad bude. To je vidim šta ćemo reći. Stavljat ćemo milion zamki.
Pa treba ti vatrene te zamke da to uradiš. You have selected a new office. Gdje si, komesare?
Dobar dan.
Ti si komesar, ti si.
No, I'm listen. Ja sam preduzetnik.
Odeš preduzeći?
Pa zapravo...
More stavim naočar i sve vidim zamućeno majkom.
Ja znam moj drugar kad je uzimao Sony, eto on je to preorderovao nešto baš dosta ranije preko lika. Koga zna što radi u Gamesu? To se čekalo u pičku materiju.
Taj mjesec se čeka.
Ali oni imaju računari, svaki Sony uzima i to kod.
Jeste vidjeli cenu za Steam mašinu?
Ne.
Pa model od 500.
Koliko? Do 500 do 1000?
Slušaj, model od 512 rama je, kako se zove...
Čega rama? Neće biti rama.
Radne.
500, ne. 512 GB hard disk, bit će da je to. Jer ni u jednoj kombinaciji rama to ne može ni da ima grafička, to ni sistem ne bi radilo.
On je 1050 nešto dolara, od nas verovatno eura,
da.
A model od 2 terabajta je 1350 nešto.
Samo da ti kažem nešto. Ne, isplati se, ali samo taj veći. Taj jeftiniji nemoj da uzimaš, jer može slobodno sebi da pucaš u lobanju. Isto će ti biti kao sa Steam Deckom. Ja se izvinjavam, ali...
Pa da, pa jeste. Pa znam i s ovim pati muke, pa kao ajde...
Povučen ranijim iskustvom, samo ti kažem ovako, nemoj. Radije nemoj da kupiš.
Samo veći, pa šta je to pola terabajta, to je kurac.
To ti je kao ono entry njihov, ali jebeš to, razumeš, onda si zabetonirano. Šta posle toga?
Pola terabajta ti nije malo.
Jest. On ima dek i kaže ti da je malo. Evo nek ti kaže slabo.
Kažem, nije malo.
Malo je. Svaka igra mu je 50 do 100 GB.
Nije mala razlika koja nije velika...
Nije mala razlika u ceni, da. To dobro. S tim bi se složio.
Ide gas.
Ja se izvinjam.
Ko bude uzimao samo taj od 2 terabajta, ovo ostalo ne radi.
Pa mislim jeste, realno jeste, ali polako brate, ne, rekao sam ti, to će kod nas dok dođe, piti Boga i koliko da bude...
Ne planiram da ga uzimam, imam računar.
Pa dobro.
Ne, mi samo pričamo ovako teoretski, Slavko, ja stvarno imam PC, to je samo, kako sam rekao Neurotiku, to je samo small form PC, nešto što možeš da pokupiš i preneseš gde hoćeš, razumeš. A ja nemam problema, ja ga sve da ne mičem iz ove sobe.
Pa ne ja vas, tako da nisi kurac.
A ti si ovako konformista, tebi to više odgovara, tako da u suštini plaćaš za mobilnost. Isto kao gamerski laptop. Isti kurac kao gamerski PC, samo što ako PC platiš 1000 evra, gamerski laptop košta $3000 i možda je prik istih performansi. Ali eto, može da ga sklopiš i odneseš, eto, to ti je gamerski laptop. Skoro duplo košta. Da. Oh my god. No thank you.
Oh my god,
to je i osmišljeno više za dnevnu sobu, ono da je dostupno.
Pa da.
Više ljudi pa igraju ono u kući neki, kao porodiš mini PC.
Pa bravo. Ono, rekreativno, ništa specijalno, baš to. Ali eto, imaš neki ono, starter pack, što bi se reklo, za gaming. Ono, starter, ništa specijalno.
Samo za decu, znaš.
Jedino možda se uloguješ i ono. A ne, po Sony, ajde kupuješ neka sranja.
Dare, nemoj da hejtuješ, jesi čuo?
Jeste, nemoj da hejtuješ.
Pa ne hejtuj, volim me koristim.
Hejtuj, moraš hejtovati. Hejtovanje je zrelo.
Dobro izgleda, ali ono, šta da...
Da. Sve ti jedne plave patike, jedne ljubičaste patike.
Yes.
Yes, you do very well.
A ja kažem, ko nema recimo računar pa nema nešto para, to nije loše, ali opet s druge strane da uplatiš još malo više para, udobiš dosta jaču grafičku, tako da se ni s te strane ne isplati.
Ali...
Znam što hoćeš da...
Jesam ti već rekao o čemu se radi, tako?
Znam.
Onda dobro.
To je jedino ono, hoćeš nekad imaš u dnevnoj sobi pa sedneš, ili neko još igra pa da ti ne uzima komp. Zato je okej. Bombardier ispred mene. Bombardier.
Yes, please.
Yes.
Bombardier, yes, please.
Okay, Bastian. Jedino dobra stvar što je mobilno, možda ga nosiš svu delu. Ako ideš negdje, pa ti se igra, pa nisi tako što je. Hello.
Hey, hello!
Aha, evo ih.
Hey there! Howdy!
Ću uspjeti da rešim popove za 321 2800. To nisam ni radio trailer, sam ono, dok idem preko mape bio.
Namestili su se. Na kojoj mapi?
Bericet.
Da. Ako ideš iz sobe u sobu, budi siguran da ćeš ih pobiti dovoljno. Ako trčkaš ulicama, onda ne, ali kod sobe, da.
Hey! Hey, hello!
Trebam još dve, mislim.
Howdy!
Evo, 3 zvezde imam već.
Samo
3200.
treba da izađeš. Samo treba da izađeš.
Hey there! Hey, hello!
Idem u bolnicu tamo da ih pobijem i imam tu izlaz. Jebem ti bre, mamu, pičku.
Našao sam jednu.
Nice. Loot if you want. Hello. Šta si još? Šta si našao?
Plastiku.
Hey, hello!
Hello. Do you need components for the project, man? I got car batteries and what's this called?
Arc thermal lining.
Oh yeah, the thermal lining. You're welcome. Imaš isto poene da otvaraš probove i ove kako zove kurire.
Hey!
Hello.
Howdy!
Obožavam ovo što šunji oko mene ne pričaju. Ima u ruci SMG i hoće da mi priđe 10 metara da me izbuši. Prijatno.
Thank you!
Thanks. Mislim da imam 3 plastike. Mislim da imam jednu u šteku. Imam jednu u šteku kod sebe u stešu, a 2 su mi u save pocketu. sjelice?
What?
Ništa. Sjelice!
Čujem sjelice, šta su sjelice?
Si našao? Išta?
Finally, I'm back.
Nisam. Trebam mi jedne plave patike,
Jedne ljubičaste.
ljubičaste, 3 plastike, 3 sjelice, ovo ostalo imam se, idem da pušim.
Welcome back.
Stranger.
What you buying? Welcome back, welcome back. No. Remember, never throw away steel springs. You'll need them a ton. No. Not like that. Yes and no. Nenad kaže, trebamo samo 75 jer ovo da bi počeo da igra sa karakterom, a maksimalni je koji, 90, 100?
100 je.
A tad samo 85 da mogu da počneš da igraš s karakterom.
To se nabije u...
Nabije? A što ne bi igrao samo? Zato što je sporo, a? Pa ne moraš da buđeš gir, nađi nešto što im možeš da igraš. Sam toga rekao si mi da si video nešto. Znači nisi sam smislio, već si ono copy-pasteovo. There we go. $1 for $1. Naša sjelica. Jedna. Našao jednu sjelicu. Koliko treba? 2? Koliko treba? 2? Dobro. Još 2?
Da, pa 3 mi treba.
Dobro.
Ja nisam uspio da nađem, tražio sam ko budala ovih dana.
Pa ne...
Mi ne treba nađem ih.
Elektrostanicu odeš. Na Dan Battleground. Otvaraj sve redom. Na primjer, našao sam u automobilu, digao sam haubu. Automobil je bio parkiran na ovome, na trafostanici pored ovoga Dan Battlegrounda. Ajmo drugi. plave patike, jel tako?
Yes.
Imam i jedne plave patike.
Very nice.
You're welcome, dude.
Stvari što će im 2 kečkija, daj da kupim to. Raider.
Kupiš gitaru umjesto kečki.
Why?
Zašto da ne?
Ajde, evo uzet ću jednu gitaru i uzet ću jedan kečki.
Što je zabavno? To sam ja, ponesem gitaru, se zajebavam. Budući da obično ljudi, ako neko ne upuca nekoga u leđa, u tom slučaju nema pojente da željavaš, jer će vas obojicu pobiti isti. Jedino kad naiđeš na randoma koga su ubili, kao što sam ja naišao na Berry City-u. 4-5 arkova su ga okružili bili. Ja pobacao one lurove, dimne bombe, uletao dim, digo ga i samo štura obojica, bum. Znači imam 2 plastike kod sebe, jednu sijalicu i jednu patiku. E sad, možda mi nešto promiče. Pričao sam siguran da moraju biti kola, znaš Darko? Pričao sam siguran da moraju biti kola da bi našao sjelicu.
Ja sam ušao elektromagnetnu oluju u korca nečemu od dova.
Nema.
Let's head home at the Red Lakes hatch.
Hello.
Ovdje. Roketira. Ajde kurc. Fucking cheater. Jebo vas roketir. Koga stavi tamo? Wow. Thanks, piece of shit.
All Raiders, we have ARC on screen. 5 minutes left. Go find a way home. I repeat, 5 minutes.
Hello, Raider. Hey! Howdy!
Hello.
left. Last chance to get out safely. I repeat, 2 minutes.
Yes. Very interesting. Da, jes.
Jesi.
Mogu da ti dam
Aj, sad ću ja izaći.
jednu patiku, 3 plastike i jednu sijalicu. To ti nudim.
Very nice.
You're welcome. Peto mi je dao reaktor od kraljice.
Hello.
Very fucking random.
A mene izgleda trešti, duva. Ne čuo ni kurca u pičku.
Sve to što kažete.
Da ti ponesem gitaru. Ne, treba ček samo da napravim nešto. Pravi shit. Sve to je to.
Oh my god. Kliknuo sam na claim i opet me zatrpa otpadom. Ovo je peto. What the fuck, dude? Why you bullying me?
Smashing Intel Pusher. Welcome to my channel. I'll review a stream do call.
Dude.
Baciti što imamo od ovoga. Gde? Reci ti. A možemo otići na Dan Battleground ako ćeš sjelica radraženja.
Možeš. Ja juče igram se sa malim crnim i on hoće da beži da trčka, znaš, ja ga vraćam nazad, uzem ga i toliko sam ga izljubio, 20 puta u glavicu na njegu, on samo protresao glavom i gleda me, znaš. Jebote, kako je mali, kao šaka jebote. On je crni, znaš. Mislim, svi su mali tako crni.
Na Riventide'u sam nalazio tih cipelica, gomil. Na Berry City manje više. Pre 2 dana sam radio jedan trial, trebalo mi je samo jedan Wolfpack granata. I obio sam 3-4 normana na security locker dok nisam našao jednu granatu.
Jao, dajte.
Malo pre sam ovo vuku danas.
Daj mi da uključim mašinu.
Malo pre sam treba.
Ja sam to bilo ostavila da ubacim za pranje.
Dobro, nosi per, šta ti kaže? Zvon.
To sam ja bila ostavila za pranje tu, pa sinoć zaboravila.
Zvon, per. Hvala. Imaš 2 safe pocketa, prepostavljam. Dar.
Some arc synthetic resin. Here. Head home at the Baron's hatch.
Još sam da otvorimo redar još. Da, kurac nije ništa da ne vezajim.
Da, definitivno ću odmah da izađem iz meča. To je kraj mapa. Na tu stranu ne može. Damage victor, destroy concept, fly ups. Dobro. Šta bi te zamolio da ne lutuješ? Ark kurire i one kako se zovu... Samo toliko. Dok sam s tobom u meču. Jer će odmah da mi otkuca poene za to, a to neće da radi.
Juriš neki rank?
Ne jurim rank, nego... Slušaj me. Znači, nije u pitanju jurnjava. Nije u pitanju jurnjava. Nego neću uopšte da me ukuca na listu, razumeš? Čim te upiše da imaš 20 poena, razumeš, odmah si kompetitivan sa ostalima. Neću da me ukucava na listu uopšte do 2-3 dana pred kraj, razumeš toga. O tome se radi. Nije u pitanju jurnjava, nego neću da tryhardem, o tome se radi. Hoću da uradim minimum. O tome se radi. A ne mogu da uradim... Prošle nedelje sam se zajebao. Slučajno sam otkucao onu, kako zove, kometu, ko me jurila. I on mi je otkucao, ne znam, 100 poena. I to je birding trial koji sam imao. I odmah me rankirao. Bio sam zadnji.
Ja imam, rešio sam one bele loptice.
To znam.
To ono prolazio sam ih rešio.
Pa, Berry City je takva mapa. Namuće šetam uda 10 minuta. Mi smo još od početka ovaj meč. 1/1. 1/1. Imam sjelicu, ali ti ne dam dok ne dođemo do izlaza. Neću da je posle tryharda da tražim jebenu sjelicu. Otvori ovo.
Metal, moj.
Aj, nisam ni vidio da može se otvoriti.
Zopčanik.
Čekaj, sporije.
Naredam još.
Pogledaj autobus da li ima sa strane. U onaj kako se zove bunker. Da li može bunker da se otvori? Imaš municije, ali... To. Evo ti ovo.
Could be interesting. Here.
Malo što sam udat vozio kad sam igrao solo, znaš, isto tako otvarao haube i gledao da li ima sijalice. Ajde pokažem gdje sam našao sijalicu, malo pre, jednu. Znači bio je to, kažem ti, hauba od automobila parkirano tamo, pored stanice. Probaj ovaj. Ja ovaj nisam ni mogu da otvorim.
Metal sam.
Levo, levo. Ko bi taj? Tu tablu. Viš. Ti ne možeš da otvoriš uopšte ovu haubu. Ti si otvoreno. Pa da. Možda su ostavili sjelicu, mada ne bi rekao. Nisu stavili ništa. Ništa me od ovoga ne interesuje. Ti. Ja, ti. Ja ti ovo ovdje. Ovdje vozić. Si ti završi event?
Nisam. Evo i ovdje vozić. Nema ih. Mada ovdje je neko išao ispred nas.
Da, ali vozić ne vredi puno novca. Jedino zašto bi ga mogu skupiti je za event.
Pa za event se skupi. Pare mi ne treba više će.
Pa ima ljudi koji me trebaju pare. Evo ti voz. Gdje je voz? Evo ga ovdje. Probaj generator, nisam siguran za generator. Da s tobom igra kad se nas ovuda dva neka imbecila sačekali.
Imbecila je mnogo.
A mislim kao što viš, ako bi bio prinuđen da poneseš bilo kakav kit, znači nisi siguran zašto bi išao okolo i ubio ljude na spawnu, razumeš, radi gira s kojim startuju meč. Nema logike s mozgom. Pojenta je da uzmeš stvari koje su nalutovali u toku meča, ne da ga ubiješ u startu.
Metal i hemije.
Ništa me to ne interesuje.
Petrohemija.
Imao sam 500-600 hemikalija, napravio sam onaj eksploziv. Imam 200 eksploziva. Mogu napraviti 1000 granata za onaj halkračak. Hoćeš pogledati armarići unutar za sijalice možda. Nijedan nije otvoren do Marić bi.
Nije, ali nema više.
Onda niko nije izlazio tuda. Obično kad izlazi ljudi provere da li možda što vođi ima to. Ne, možemo izdati slobodno. Nisam ti dao. Svejedno. Nema veze. Imaš koliko slotova? 2, zato ti nisam teo davati ovaj. Lakše mi je da ga čuvam sad, da ti ga vratim kad imam 3, nego da skupljam opet. Fuck. Znaš da ću dodam. Otići ću na Space Sport, tamo ima pun kurac automobila. Znaš onu cestu, razumeš, da imaš onih automobila koliko voliš okolo. Ovo ću jedno da izbacim, da. I da ću sebi jedan ključ. Kako mi neliko ključa? Mam više ključa nego što mislim. Isus. Space Port. Ima ih i na Bullgate-u, da, automobila. A Bullgate ima puno žbunja. Puno žbunja je da možda se sakriješ.
Zbonar. Da. Treba mi samo jedna ljubičasta cipela i 3 ova.
2.
Pa idem na novu mapu. Onda ispušim.
Na Riventide ideš? Patko ćeš najlakše naći na Riventide. Hello.
Hello. Good. TNX for asking.
Account created 8 hours ago. No. Sloops. January 9, 2025. Okay, sure. Alo, alo.
Howdy!
A raider flare.
Bum, kabum, kabum.
Neće se to 28.
Problem je što ja nemam šta da uzem na tom selu.
Tom selu.
Hello? Anybody here? Skupljam ulje, jer ja mislim da ti ulje treba za one blaze mine.
Helldrivers. Ne treba.
Ako ćeš da uradiš trav dok se šetaš okolo, kažem ti, probaj da lootuješ što više možeš onih hardkurira i kako se zove, probova. Ili se čekaj dan, dva, pa ću igrati ja s tobom.
Sačekat ću. Možda da imam sjelice.
Pa, sjelice i tražim, otvorio sam 5-6 elektroormana do sad.
Ovdje već ste cepilo.
Znači, što se reši, znači to ne moram tražiti, ne može.
Hello? A imaš li ovi često, nemaš?
Sjelice. Jao. Hello.
Hey, hello.
Anybody? It's fine. Anybody has a light bulb? Light bulb, you know, it produces light.
Volite da jedete Meksikane, one tunjevine sa povrćem.
I'm in a pickle, my brother. Thank you.
Thanks.
Evo jedna sjelica. Našao sam sjelicu u...
Thanks, man.
Morate authority buildingu. Sam našao jednu.
Thanks. Oh wait, you got a blueprint. Yeah, this way, this way. Follow me, follow me. I didn't pick it up. Let me show you.
This might be worth checking.
Yeah, right here.
In there.
You got a free blueprint. Right here.
Here.
Hey, you're welcome. And a free gun.
Anvil. Here.
Yeah, look, look, look.
Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. My inventory is full. Good luck with that.
Našao sam jednu sjelicu.
Hey, thanks for shooting pops, man. Thank you.
No problem, no problem.
Ti imaš jednu, ja imam dve. To ti je to. O, tako? Možeš odmah izaći, ako hoćeš.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Zahvaljujem se kolegama tu. Kolege raideri. Ja idem na izlaz. Na hatch. Evo si dosadan, dođi. Dođi, molim te, dođi.
another job well done. Easy peasy. Jurile me oni popovi, ja se sakrio i sviram gitaru, a oni kako me vide, ja ne mogu da skoče da sam ja. Ja stojim i sviram gitaru 1 minutu, dođe lik i ubije ga. O bože. Ludo bradan. Gdje mi je sjelica? To je jedna, gdje je druga? Druga je... Uff. A to je dole dragocenosti, da. Oh my god. Koliko se jako treba sjelica?
Pa jedno sam našao. 2 mi treba.
Aha. 2 treba, ajde, da doničite 2, pošto imam 4 zapravo. Imam 4, ja nemam pojma kako je 4, ali ono, whatever. Je, dude, whatever.
Čekaj, pičku mate da je mozi. Treba mi 2 sjelice, to je to, onda nađem samo ljubičastu cipelu jedno i to je to. Ček samo da ispraznim jebate, ne mogu da... Nešto moram da prodam je.
Znam.
Pičku materi.
Znam.
Čekaj.
Ja sam malo prebacio 1 anvil i 60 metaka čovjeku bukvalno pod noge. On kaže thank you. Ja rekao take it. Kuću s tim.
Pa nema veze, ajde, zovi pa kad ovo rešim onda ću tamo da rasprodam.
To je to, da. Čim daš to što treba možeš da ubaciš već u sljedeći onaj, kažemo, step by step.
Tako da imam stvari ovo. Mogu bi ovo.
Ako nađeš pomoranđ, nije pomoranđ, nego kajsijan hrani petla, možda ti baci one retke delove, znaš?
Petlić.
Ja. Fucking ruster. Što treba? Je ljubičasta patika, jel?
Jedna da...
No, ne. To baš ne. To je bar lako da proverim, ne. Imam zlatnu patiku.
Imam i ja 2 viška, da je zlatno.
Sačuvao sam je da stoji onako u sobici negde. Ako je stavi neku policu. A da mislim treba 3-4 komada da bi se vidjelo.
Da, meni stoji pored kreveta su dole. Evo, gledam se.
Ako imaš 2, da. Jedna ne. Neće da pokaže. Evo, ovo što stavili da apsolutno ne moraš pare da skupljaš, meni je palo kukecno da je to što ne moram da farmam. Pre sam rasprodavao sve živo. A boli briga.
Ja sam blizu kraja eventa, na 2411 poenosu.
Treba ti 3 nešto za čitav event.
350.
Ali to ti je tipa da nađeš još 2 zlatne cipelice i par ljubičastih. To ti je gotovo. Ali event traje još 30-40 dana. Biće ti pre reset nego kraj toga eventa. A ono što smo napravili za onaj blueprint i za onaj vault, ono je genijalno bilo. Vidjet ćeš. Wow. Izvoli sjelice. Da izađeš odmah. Ja sam mislio da odem da tražim patike.
Možemo ostati šta je.
Ako si stavio... Ako si stavio save pocket, možemo.
Pa nek me ubije, ako mi je pun inventar.
Tako ne. Tako ne kažem.
Pun inventar, vrati, oni. Para koliko hoćeš, svega je.
Sljedeći koji me upoka reći mu, why you bully me, reći mu thanks bro. Nadal sam ostavljao blueprintove kao Deda Mraz po mapu. Znaš to? Imao sam 2 blueprinta tipa za Anvil i za delove za oružje, nemam pojma. Ili tako neka glupost, ja rekao ovo imaju svi. Bukvalno sam ih uzeo i ostavio u sanduku kao poklon, ko prvi otvori. Kad već nema luta da ostavim ja nešto.
Pa se umorno osjećam, brate, već 2-3 dana, ovdje do vremena, brate. Vrućina, sparina, brate.
O mamu ti jebem, bježi. Bježu potom. Brate, šta je ovo? Sakrivaj se. Jebote palku. Zato ja nosim moj mali prigušivač.
Jebem ti.
Takvi si. Čučni, to. Pazi, idem na tebe.
Da, ne vidio ovo govno, skočim palu.
Pazi, ide. Bravo.
Kako sam teo da ga...
Palko opet. Stani! Poslušaj me, stani, aj za mnom. Pičku mater. Još. Predaj to i da krenemo iz početka. Dajem te sjelice. Ima zapravo jedan bolji razlog, što sam izašao, zato što ima pun kurac popova po hotelu.
Jebote, nabila ih 150.
Samo na ulazu. Eto, daj što imaš, a ja idem isto na River Tide da nađem tu ljubičastu patiku. Trader, Celeste.
Raider.
Thanks.
Good to see you.
Thanks. Nije mi žao da kupujem ove, kako se zovu, zujelice, znaš. Toga nosim svaki put po 3 komada, verujem. Bacim 2 do 3 po meču. Koliko su počeli agresivno da budu ovi, kako se zove, arkovi. Toliko agresivno napadaju, razumeš da moraš nositi toliko, inače te pobiš.
Ovo mi fali jedna ljubičasta, to je to, ovo sam sve dao sad. Jedna ljubičasta cijepa, to je. Ovamo.
Jesi sve predao, jesi?
Yes.
To ti je bilo, ja mislim, 10 plastike ti traži. To ti je bilo
Ne mogu da
3-4 steka. Da?
Ne mogu da verujem da to košta 400 divajnova.
Šta košta? To što hoćeš ti, ili?
To što sam napravio.
Pa što bi ga prodao? Što ga ne koristiš?
Zato što mi ne treba za ovog lika.
Da li imaš drugog lika koji možeš to da iskoristiš?
Ne.
A reci mi šta je, ili minion bonus neki?
Ogrlic.
Za? Daj mi statistiku.
Za melee skinovi.
Za melee skillove? Pa ko igra melee? Koji?
30% increase armor, 14% rarity found, spirit ima 64, 2 levela na sve skillove, 23 inteligenciji, 20 na sve atribute.
Samo stat bonus je dobar, ostalo je neki.
I znači ima 43 inteligencije,
Ne znam zašto bi to prodavao. Možeš bukvalno premiš bilo kom liku. Bilo kom. Samo stat bonus jak. Znači da ga nosi zbog statistika. A ako nemaš nikakva bilo. Jesi ga to lupio sa nekim odbojima ili?
Da. Kako je način da?
Nađoh ovaj jedan ljubičasti trinketni. On ti daje 50 merita.
Explozije mine, to ću ostaviti na 3.
Ne, radi minimalno štete. Jedino ako imaš deadline. Deadline nije loš, ali... Probao sam se deadline da uradim taj challenge, nisam mogao isto. Nemoguće je. Ubio sam... Iz jedne mine sam ubio ovoga bombardera. Nisam mogao završiti. 0 damage mi pisalo, jer se ne važi.
Nije toliko tog otvora, to nije. Napunio sam onaj najviši stash tab što ima, ne znam koliko.
Puta 4.
Ima koliko.
Jel taj?
Howdy!
Najšao je 24 puta 24.
Taj je najveći. A to je onaj puta 4 kao kvadra stash.
Napunio sam ga.
Pa nije to problem. Ono ujeti.
Ali se koji sam stavio?
Ovo jesu korisni stvari. gde sam ja izašao. Ja sam izašao na centar mape gde je najveći seks, znaš. Au, brate.
Sad ćemo se vidjeti.
Plave patike. Ne. Ne.
Hello there! Hey!
Ja moram leći da odmorim, ali nas sad vremena.
Našao. Wait a minute. Našao sam to što treba.
Sad ću se vrati. Kažem, sad ću da se vrati.
Nema potrebe da bazaš. I got it. I got it.
Se opružim, bacim dremu, pa posle slušam. Mikrofon.
Oh my god. Vjerujem me pauku, jedno 6 paukova da ti danas znaš. Jesus Krist. To je to. That's it. You got it. I'm your Venus, I'm your fire, burn desire. Slušaj, nema, ti častiš ključ, to je sve, ništa drugo, nema dva.
Morao sam ključ.
Vidi se, govorio sam do sad 6 komada, ali dalje mi opet mi ne fali. Imam, ali neću da dosim, bukvalno. Verit City. Brzo ćemo raditi. Hey, wait a minute. There you go. Ready, go. Rešen, one and done. Yo! Ja sam tražio 2 dana plastiku jebenu. 2 dana.
Pa znam.
Falilo mi 3 komada. Prvom jedan dan neće, prvom drugi dan neće. Prvom popodne i, kažem ti, počnem da otvaram haskove, one, po DM Battlegroundu i nađem. Jeba. Wow. 2 minuta.
Evo ću naći još.
God damn. God damn. Izvolite ovo. To ti je bonus. I evo ti... Pojma nemam da li ovo ovako radi, ali... That's what I got. To je to.
Let's go.
Ko je najbliži izlaz? Brzo vamo dole. A ne baš tako, ali ajde, otvaraj i bježi. Ajde. Tadam! Eto.
Nice.
Hvala za gitaru.
Thank you, welcome. Da navučem ljubičasto cipelu i da dremnem u cipelama. Yes. Howdy.
Yes. Je dobar je on.
Ma da, ostalo sam ovaj damage s ovim za 6. Yes.
I to sam, kažem, probavao više metoda, to sam pročitao da najbolja metoda sa ovim glupim liperom i sa minama, ovim zapaljivim. Sa redovnim mogu da napravim nagaznih mina normalni koliko hoćeš, ali mnogo malo damage radi. Do sutra bih tu.
Rašit ću.
Ježi.
Dječac je odo malo da dremnem.
Thanks.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Howdy.
Peace.
Of it. It's here that Paul has to close his eyes, because this will be another moment that he will go back to in his mind of what it is like to go against the goddess. Now, here things really begin to change. Up to this point, some of you are...
Jeste. Ali smo možda pustili onaj... Ne. 14:45. Galactic Network Maintenance is now complete.
Kakav maintenance?
Maintenance servera, zato su pucali serveri bili. Vratno su stavili novi patch, to je moja pretpostavka za Helldrivers.
Pa vjerovatno.
Vratno su fiksali store da ubace ovaj novi Warbond.
Face as Annie runs right over the top of it. It's here that Paul has to close his eyes, because this will be another moment.
Kako se zove onaj roadmap, trebalo da izađe ovaj mjesec. Ima još malo manje od nedelje dana, vidjet ćemo. Išao si.
That he will go back to into his mind of what it is like to go against the goddess. Now, here things really begin to change. Up to this point, some of you are probably very confused because I made the claim that Annie isn't real, and then you hear me explain all of this stuff that Annie does to Paul and everything that has happened up to this point. But I'm telling you, it will come back around at the end with the way everything is set up in the story, that this is what is supposed to happen. The more and more that you go through it, the more and more that she becomes real to both Paul and us as a way to explain everything that has happened. And seriously, if you've made it to this point, understand I do have a reason and a purpose for this video being so long, but it won't make sense now until we make it all the way to the end of this. There is an entire bigger point and purpose that I'm trying to make here, just as Paul is doing the same thing in the story. And you can see a little bit of that here as Annie now needs to deal with the body of the cop, and she can't just leave Paul, who made this mistake, in his room for when other people eventually come along to find out what happened to this young cop. So she picks him up and carries him down to the basement. This is where she's going to leave him, in a place with all of the rats that she has been catching throughout the story, that she is always catching when the rain or when the snow comes along, the ones that often either die in her traps or drown in the corners. He will be trapped down there with the rats, which is exactly what he is. But even with Annie joking that the rats will likely recognize Paul for one of their own and maybe even adopt him and bring them into their family, this is not his biggest concern. What should be his biggest concern is the fact that Annie has everything already figured out and has a full plan for what she is going to do. But we also get her explaining what she has already done, what she has done specifically for Paul, as she tells him that he needs to calm down. All she has ever done for him is pulled him out of a car wreck, saved him from freezing to death, fixed his broken legs, gave him medicine to ease the pain, and even talked him out of a bad book and into writing the best thing that he has ever written. It's with that Paul snaps back saying, yes, and you also took my foot off, and she reminds him that he better thank his lucky stars because she could have taken something else. She could have taken his man gland. And then we get her specifically saying, I thought of it, you know. And he does know, because this is something that Paul has already brought up previously, that it was likely an idea that he had had and that she clearly had also had. But one thing that is never to be skipped over when it comes to Annie, whether it's in the book or it's in the movie, is Annie is extremely smart. She's always one step ahead, always knowing exactly what to do and what steps to take, even if other steps are taken by Paul to get out of the situation or to help himself. There is always Annie in the way. See, Annie's plan is to wait till dark to get in the police car and drive it up to her laughing place. That way she can park it under one of the lean-tos that is off to the side and have it all covered up and out of the way where nobody will find it. And on her way, she is also going to take an empty Pepsi bottle that she is pouring out in the basement and throw it out the window as she drives a couple miles up the road from her house, specifically with the fingerprints from the police already on it. So that way, when others come along asking if he did stop by, she'll be able to say, well, yeah, of course he did. He stopped by, we spoke for a little bit, She even gave him a Pepsi to drink since it's been a long day. She would say exactly where he was going, and when they would drive up that way, they would be able to find the empty Pepsi bottle and see that she wasn't lying, giving them even more time to finish the book. But all of it is still coming down to Paul doesn't have forever. He is coming down to the wire and will need to hurry up. At most, this will give them 2 weeks, but if Paul can finish it in 1, that would be best. And all of this is only going to work if he plays along. Because if he doesn't, she will pull out her 44 and begin blasting, killing every single person that gets in the way. So Paul better keep quiet, and he better hurry up and begin writing this story, because already the young police officer's death is on his hands. But you want to know what Paul is mainly thinking about through this entire explanation of her plan and what is going to happen to him over the next week and a half? It's just that pain. The pain that is already beginning to come back in his legs, as well as that want for more novel. When night finally does come around, Paul is still down here in the basement. It's beginning to get dark. He's had a little bit of his medication, but before Annie leaves, she gives him a syringe so he can inject himself to take care of the pain for a little longer while she's gone. And then she jokes more about the rats and laughs all the way up the stairs and down the road. Him still being able to hear that laugh when she is long gone. But there's a few problems that Paul has when he's down here in the basement. It's that Annie couldn't chance leaving on any lights for him. His plan was to write just by hand more of the story over the course of the night with some sort of flashlight or lantern or anything that he could have that would just be here, but she didn't have time to cover the windows or block anything off, and she couldn't risk him crying out again if more people come along. So she leaves him trapped down here in the dark, not just with the rats, but also with that vivid imagination of his, of picturing the policeman sitting over there in the corner, watching him through the haze and the darkness and all of the terrors that his mind is conjuring down here at his lowest point when he is all alone. He ends up giving himself the injection, and then slowly, over the course of the night of struggling with everything, he has an idea. Just a simple idea to burn it all down. The next morning he wakes up fairly early. He's still all alone and realizes that he's right next to the grill. The grill where she made him burn his book, Fast Cars. There also sitting is the bottle of lighter fluid right next to it. And he begins to think of what she had said the night before, of how she said that she had talked him out of a bad book and into the best one that he had ever wrote. He begins to wonder if he had overestimated just how good Fast Cars was. He really begins to struggle back and forth with himself here, thinking of all of his serious books that he has written up to this point and how they had all failed in comparison to Misery. And he hated Misery, didn't he? But why was it so easy for him to write this new novel about Misery, to slip back into this role and bring her back to life? And maybe Annie was right, because this book is really good. This one here has not just been easy to write, it's actually been blissful for him. And he begins to wonder if maybe the hate was more at how the critics had seen Misery more than himself. As a result, hadn't his serious fiction become steadily more self-conscious? A sort of scream, look at me, look how good this is. Hey guys, this stuff has sliding perspective. This stuff has got stream of consciousness interludes. This is my real work. Don't you dare turn away from me. Don't you dare, you cock-a-doodle brats. Don't you dare turn away from me and my real work. Don't you dare, or I'll... What? What would he do? Cut off their feet? Saw off their thumbs? He doesn't know, but one thing is for sure, this serious fiction description he gives seems very familiar to a certain story that we are being told. Pain is also familiar, but now Paul's pain is more than in his legs, his pelvis, and his hand. His kidneys have also begun to hurt on top of everything else. He has an infection, but all of this pain would pale in comparison to a little idea that that inner voice whispers. How would he feel if she made him burn Misery's return? This scares him, but it also re-emphasizes the idea that he had in the middle of the night about burning it all down. Because what if it were her screaming instead of him? When Annie returns, she brings Paul back up to his room and sets him down, and both of them know that they have less than 2 weeks before everything goes wrong. But for Paul, he believes that he only needs 1 more week to write the book. And it's here that he tells Annie this and then makes her promise one thing: to not read any more of the book until he is either done or he has to stop. That way she can get the full story and the full ending instead of it being in these little weird fragments. And it'll have a lot more punch this way. Here, she asks if it's going to be good, because she can tell by the way Paul is acting that it is, and he tells her yes, it's going to be very hot stuff. Sure enough, Paul stands by what he said. More police show up, and he promises to Annie to keep quiet. He is just here now to finish this story. And sure enough, by the time they leave, Annie even comes in and wonders why he didn't scream this time. He didn't even make a sound, and he reassures her that his only goal now is to finish this book, to finish it in peace, and to finish it for her. Her who is Annie Wilkes, the Dragon Lady. People know who she is, and people begin to come out to the house after realizing this is where she lives. There's a news van that shows up at one point. There's like teenagers that are driving by, throwing stuff at the house, yelling at her. There's other people that keep constantly trying to stop by, and through all of it, Paul stays right where he is, writing the story, because time is ticking. It's running out. The police eventually return again, and Annie knows for a fact that when they come back the next time, they will have a search warrant. And Paul tells her it's 2 more days, maybe 3, but it is getting very close to the end. It's here that Annie even realizes that something has changed in Paul and questions him on this, of exactly who is he writing for now. Because both of them know that it is no longer just for Annie. He also wants to see the end, and he just doesn't give his full thoughts to her. Only that little bit, that no, it's not just for you anymore. This is also for me. And he leaves out the entire part of how all writers are when it comes to writing a book. It's never been just for their fans or friends or family or anyone else other than themselves, for their selfishness, which even horrifies them in the end. All of this is for him, and all of it will finally be finished tomorrow. Tomorrow around 6. With this news, Annie, of course, wonders if she should start reading the book now, or if she should wait till he is completely done. And he says, wait. And she will, because she loves Paul and tells him this. But he already knows, and goes right back to writing. I do this, of course, because he has been writing on the typewriter for the majority of this story, but for the last several chapters, with how messed up the typewriter is, he's physically writing all of this out by hand. But he knows that with how bad his right hand is now swollen from constantly writing for the last solid week, that he needs to do it on the typewriter, regardless of having to fill in all of the E's, the T's, and the N's. And Annie says, your hand is so badly swollen, let me get you some more medicine to help with that. But he declines it, telling her that he wants his head to be clear for this last part. And with them finally having a deadline, a time to meet, Annie begins preparing everything for a celebration for that evening, just as she does in the movie. But not only does she get a bottle of Dom Perignon,
Dom Perignon.
and she also has caviar, which Paul doesn't really care one way or the other about. He doesn't have any fond memories or anything, but what he does request and have fond memories of is a cigarette. Now again, there is a difference between the book and the movie with how Annie reacts to his request for a cigarette. In the movie, she's fairly excited because she knows that he gave it up many years ago, and this is just like a fun tradition that she gets to be in on. All throughout the book, she could care less about how he writes or the traditions that he has. She just wants to read the book. Here in the book, when it comes to the request for the cigarette, she despises it. She's very much against it, even bringing up to Paul that those things cause cancer. But Paul and her both know that cancer isn't something he has to worry about, and even questions her on this, that if that's really a concern that he should have. She doesn't answer. So instead, the plan is for him to smoke it before they have the Dom Perignon and the caviar. Once he is finally finished filling in all of the letters by hand, he can smoke and then call for her to celebrate the finishing and the end of Misery's Return. And speaking of the end of Misery's Return, we get it. It's right here. This is the final chapter of Misery's Return, and we even get the moment that he writes in big letters, "The End." Because he could not stand to do otherwise, Paul Sheldon rolled the last page out of the typewriter and scrawled the most loved and hated phrase in the writer's vocabulary with a pen. Paul thinks on this moment for a while and how he just has this odd emptiness about everything, and he compares what he has just done to climbing up a hill through a jungle for a very long time just to get to the very top of the hill and see a freeway. It's just, all of it's so absurd, but it's still always good to be done, to have caused a thing to be. And I fully agree, it's a weird feeling to complete any project, but after being able to look back and know that you made that thing is always good. But this story isn't done. There's still another part, another big part that all starts with the one lone paper match that Annie left him to smoke his one cigarette, as he then calls for her and she begins getting everything together for the end. And just before he lights the match, that voice within himself returns saying, "What if it doesn't light when you strike it?" The difference this time is it's too late for such thoughts. All of that has to go out. Now is the time for him to act. Annie is close, the end is near. Paul strikes the match and nothing happens. But he remains calm and he tries it again. And again, nothing. Just as the doorknob turns and he takes a breath, he strikes it again.
Paul, you can't!
Annie stops the moment that she sees Paul, and Paul tells her the book is better than good. It's great. Too bad she will never get to read it, as he then shows her a trick that he learned from her many months before. and sets the book on fire. She drops the champagne, runs, grabs it, turns to run out right as Paul picks up the typewriter and slams it into her back. She falls and is caught on fire by the book that is in her hands. It's as she flips over trying to figure out what in the world to do that Paul falls on top of her and begins grabbing handfuls of the burning paper and shoving them down her throat, trying his hardest to cut off her airway. But of course, she throws him off and then gets up. But it's here, when she steps towards him, that she trips over the typewriter and hits her head on the mantel. Believing it is all over, Paul begins crawling away slowly towards his wheelchair. He was free, the goddess was dead, and he was free. Only that was when Annie opened her eyes as she slowly gets up to her knees and begins crawling towards Paul. Completely in shock, he doesn't know what to do. His inner voices are struggling, telling him that he needs to go backwards or that he needs to stay here and just accept his fate, that it is all over. There is nothing he can do. Of course, he can't kill a goddess. She is immortal. There is nothing that he can do because now is the time to rinse. She grabs his stump of a leg as he's trying his hardest to crawl backwards and he starts to cry. She was still coming after him even after everything that had happened. She was still alive and still hurting him. The door was just in reach. He keeps crawling every inch, more and more pain, every sound of the goddess just thundering over him, all of it so close to ending one way or another. And he turns to see her bloody face and realizes that she is trying to grin, because one thing is for certain through all of this, that Annie is very hard to get rid of as she crawls on top of him and then collapses. It all stops for a moment. Paul is able to slowly crawl his way out from under her by wriggling back and forth and out into the hallway, shutting the door, taking a moment to catch his breath again, and still very unsure if she is dead. Surely she must be, but Paul doesn't quite believe it, and it's just as he has the thought, she shoves her bloody fingers underneath the door, grabbing at his shirt, causing him to begin crawling his way down the hall and into the bathroom. He shuts himself inside and gets his hand on some more Novril. He takes 3 right away and braces his body up against the door and falls asleep. Hours pass, and when Paul finally wakes up, it's dark, and he has this odd certainty that she is still somehow alive. Even after everything that he had done to her, he then hears something outside of the door. Or maybe he didn't. Maybe it's just his vivid imagination. He didn't hear anything. He did, he hadn't, he knew that he hadn't heard anything, but what if he did? She's dead, of course, but the goddess never dies. All of this arguing back and forth within himself, with the voices in each one of them seeming to speak in unison, is so good, and is another one of my favorite chapters, showing just how screwed up his mental state really is. But Paul still needs to decide what to do next, whether to stay here and wait for what may be his end, or to finish out the plan that he started. The plan that was supposed to have him setting the book on fire and then bashing Annie's skull in with the typewriter, and then letting the fire consume everything except for him and the real copy of the book that he had hidden away underneath the bed as he grabbed it and climbed out the window to safety to wait for someone to show up and finally help him. Only now, he fears that if Annie is still alive in the room, she may have already found the real copy of the book and has already read it. If she has, she is likely waiting just outside of the bathroom with the axe ready to take his head. Did he hear something just outside or not? Was it just his vivid imagination? Part of himself advises that it's best to stay here, to just wait. But another part, another braver part, urges him to go. Summoning all of his courage, he reaches for the doorknob and turned it. The door swung slowly open on darkness. And yes, there was Annie. There was the goddess standing there in the shadows, a white shape in a nurse's uniform. He blinked his eyes tightly shut and then opened them. Shadows, yes. Annie, no. Except in the newspaper photographs, he had never seen her in her nurse's uniform. Only shadows, shadows and, so vivid, imagination. Paul crawls forward, even knowing that every shadow could have Annie hidden away, that Annie could be any of the shadows. He still moves ahead. Whether she is in front or behind, it doesn't matter. He is only listening to that braver part of himself now. Lights of a car, cops, the cops that had just questioned Annie while Paul was being good writing his book are now driving up to the house as Paul reaches up onto that same table where he had knocked the penguin over so long ago. He grabs the ice block that the penguin sits on, the one that says, "Now my tale is told," and he thinks to himself, yes, it is, as he throws it through the window and begins screaming. We then hear the story of what happened next from Officer Wicks first, who Paul always thought of as David because the other officer, Officer McKnight, was Goliath. Wicks attempts to put into words what it was like when he's speaking to his wife that evening. He attempts to describe the screaming man that looked like someone that he had read about in a book a long time ago that was kept in solitary confinement for 40 years. But words and feelings aren't enough. All he can really say is what he remembered most. That the moment the man saw them, he began to cry. That night, they had found him. Paul tried to explain what happened, but it's too much to grasp or explain quickly. So Paul simply tells them to be careful. Annie is dangerous. She might be dead or she might be alive. She took his foot. Axe. They then move, guns drawn, towards the room that Paul spent the last half a year or 8 months of his life in, terrified of what awaits them. Paul screams for them to be careful and then pushes his way up against the wall, leaning his head back and closing his eyes, cold and shivering, waiting for either them to scream or her. As the sound of boots slowly walk back over to Paul, he opens his eyes and sees Officer Wicks standing over him. Paul knew it. He knew that she was dead after all. In the real part of his mind, somewhere, he knew. Wicks cuts him off when he's saying all of this out loud, and he tells him that the room is covered in blood and glass and charred paper, but there's no one in that room at all. Paul Sheldon looked at Wicks, and then he began to scream. He was still screaming when he fainted. The last section of this book, part 4, begins the same way that the start of the book did. Umber one, you're number one fan. These sounds, even in the haze. But then we also get something that is very familiar to us now. Now I must rinse, she said, and this is how it rinses out. 9 months passes, and then we pick back up with Paul. His legs had to be re-broken by the doctors, but they said he would walk again. With a limp, of course, but he would walk. His dreams are bad, and his drinking is even worse. But the sales of his new book, Misery's Return, are just as he thought. The best he has ever done. Both the story in the book and the story behind the book had it as his best-selling ever, but in truth, Paul didn't really care. He was begged by his agent to write a non-fiction account of what happened to him, his agent claiming it would be even bigger than Misery's return, likely one of the biggest that they had ever printed. But Paul doesn't believe that there's a way for him to write such a book. Not yet, maybe not ever, because for him to write it would be for him to write the last novel of his career. And he knows that it would be a novel. He also knows the truth would be there in the beginning, but then it would slowly change over the course of the book, a little at a time, making himself better and better and Annie worse, if that's even possible. Instead, Paul just wants to do what he did before. Drink and attempt to write, now just a little slower with his walking sticks in each hand. The drinking, though, just isn't the same. His legs still ache, and so does the constant want. That want for the pills that Annie gave him. So much so that even sometimes he has the thought that it would be worth it to go back to Annie's just to have a little bit more of her dope, Annie's dope, that good dope that he could only get from her. Now here, outside of his apartment, with his sticks propped up next to the door, all he can think about is the pain in his legs, his want for more of those pills, and how the moment that he gets inside, he's going to pour himself a double bourbon just to numb the pain of both. This is the end of the story. And he specifically says this is the reason no one ever writes the end. It's so dreary and too real. Paul knows this. And the other voice seems to be the one still whispering all of this to him. But the moment he opens the door, everything stops. It's too quiet, too dark, and it smells. He knew that smell. A deadly mixture of dirt and face powder. Annie rose up from behind the sofa like a white ghost, dressed in her nurse's uniform and cap. The axe was in her hand, and she was screaming, "Time to rinse, Paul! Time to rinse!" Paul tries to run, but his legs won't allow him to do that. As Annie closes in on him and swings the axe, he falls, realizing that she has nearly cut him in half. Rinse. She shrieks as he tries to defend himself, and his right hand is taken. Rinse. And then his left. He tries to crawl backward, using his bloody stumps to push his broken and bleeding body, but he knows he is too slow. He begins screaming that she can read it now, but the only word that he gets out of his mouth is Annie, as his head is taken off and the world begins to dim, and his last thought being goddess as he dies. The next 3 chapters are odd, to say the least, as if that entire encounter wasn't. We have the definitions of scenario, writer, and make-believe. Scenario being an outline or synopsis, a plot outline. Writer, one who writes, especially as an occupation. And make-believe, pretense or pretend. We then have an odd question, simply saying, Polly, can you? Yes, of course he could. The writer's scenario was that Annie was still alive, although he understood this was only make-believe. The day that Paul showed up to his apartment and was beheaded by Annie, he had been to lunch with his agent earlier that day, and his agent, of course, did ask to maybe have a story written of his encounter and everything that went on behind the scenes of him writing this story. The same conversation that we get at the very end of the movie, the one that you got at the very beginning of this video. But then he also has the full understanding of what happened the moment he showed up to his apartment. The cleaning lady had pulled the curtains and turned all of the lights off, leaving the room just filled with shadows. There was no Annie. Annie had not been an immortal goddess, of course. Paul understands now that Annie was just some crazy woman who had hurt him for her own messed up reasons. She had somehow managed to pull the papers from her throat and then crawl out the window of the room, where because of her falling and hitting her head earlier, she had actually fractured her skull. She had died because of the typewriter that Paul hated so much, but not before she had made it all the way out there to the barn and had gotten one hand onto the chainsaw. Paul knows that you can't kill the goddess. You can temporarily dope her some bourbon and she'll be gone for a bit, but that is all you can do. It's here that there's another change. As Paul stands at his bar, looking at the bottle, but instead of pouring himself a drink, he returns to pick up all of the stuff that he had dropped when he was trying his hardest to get away from Annie. Rinse. It's first that he makes the decision not to chase after his addiction anymore. And he finds himself sitting again down at his computer, this time within his apartment, looking at the blank screen, watching little Pip with no words there, knowing exactly how this will go. He knows that he's going to sit for around 15 to 30 minutes and then he will get up, have that drink. Only this time, he had seen something odd while on his way home from lunch with his agent. It was a kid pushing a shopping cart with a skunk in it, leading to him having so many questions. And it's here that he turns to look and sees Annie again, this time with the chainsaw coming right at him as he closes his eyes and begins to type out the answers. After a few sentences, he stops and realizes that his heart is pounding within his chest. And again, that question, can he? He doesn't want to answer it. He just wants to hold on to this moment.
A? Co? S osmehom?
Osvaldom.
Ko je Osvald?
Gospodinom Osvaldom.
Osvald. XP Collector. A, ok, pa Traveler. E, to igra moj brat. Kaže, nije loš.
Odličan je. Untouchables.
Jest.
As he continues typing more and more of the answers to what is this kid doing walking down the street with a skunk in a shopping cart. After everything that has happened, Paul is writing again, writing something new, writing something that moves him to tears, with the final words of the book being from that little ice block that ceramic penguin sat on. Now my tale is told, but it wasn't fully told until finally he had denied himself that want that he had, that even Annie had tried to return from the shadows to scare him back into getting something to numb this feeling, that the cycle is beginning to break and his story can finally be finished. Because for us reading this, you're so happy for Paul in this moment. He's pulling away from these addictions. The moment that he looks at his bar and has this look of goodbye towards all of the drinks that are there and goes to sit down to write and is writing this weird story about some kid, you're happy that he is writing a story he wants to write, something that inspires him, that he can just go with it because he can, because it's finally setting him free. Africa. The story would have a very different tone if he had sat down and began forcing himself to write even more about Misery Chastain. For anyone that would have read this story, had gone all the way through everything that had happened and how it feels to be inside Paul's head, you would be so excited for him to finally be free. If you were one of his #1 fans, you wouldn't want him to write any more about Misery Chastain, seeing the misery that it brings him, knowing finally his full story of how often he had to rely on his addictions just to get him through the next book, Rinse. But now, even with Paul's story being fully told through the book of Misery and Misery's Return and even Fast Cars, it's still not the end. One of the main reasons I went down this entire rabbit hole is because of Annie Wilkes, the Dragon Lady, and the bigger Stephen King universe. Because as you may or may not know, all of Stephen King's books and stories that he has written exist within one giant universe, and the main connecting factor between many of them is his Dark Tower series. I've talked about this in my video that I did on The Mist to give a little bit more explanation of what exactly is going on here. It's a long story. It's not something that I could ever possibly cover right now after everything that I've already covered. A simple explanation of the connections that are made across a bunch of them could be seen with The Shining and It, because Dick Hallorann appears in both of those, which also tells us that specifically the power of The Shining exists within both stories. You can now see this connection in the new series Welcome to Derry, where Dick Hallorann is there. A connection specifically to Misery and Paul Sheldon himself is 2 of his books, one being Misery's Lover and the other Misery's Journey, both of them appearing over in the book Rose Matter. And there may be a connection between Paul Sheldon and some of the characters from It, because we have him describing one of his mother's friends as Mrs. Kaepernick, which of course would have been Eddie's mother from It. It would have been after Eddie and his mother move away from Derry, and I don't remember if in the novel it says specifically that they moved to Boston, but here in Misery, Paul talks about them speaking with a Mrs. Kaepernick in Boston. And of course, there's also the fact that where Paul goes to write his stories at the Baldorado Hotel is in Sidewinder, Colorado. It is the closest town to where The Shining takes place at the Overlook Hotel, which we know, as it is mentioned in Misery, has already burned down by this point. That is just Paul Sheldon's connections to the rest of the Stephen King universe. There's quite a few, as you can see, but when it comes to Annie Wilkes, we have the show Castle Rock, which specifically is not canon to anything. It's a reimagining of a lot of the different characters. There's many events that happen in the show that have different outcomes for characters, as we know from the books themselves. That's not me being nitpicky, that's you being nitpicky. I'm just telling you how it is when it comes to the stories. Stephen King thinks that the Castle Rock is cool, but he's not there being the one to write any of it. Somebody takes all of the different characters and said, what happens if we put them all together and play out the events here? Annie Wilkes being here doesn't change the fact that when it comes to the bigger story across the novels, she still isn't mentioned. So to list it off for you, we have Annie Wilkes, the Dragon Lady, here in this story. We have her in the movie. We have her in the Castle Rock TV series, which is not connected to any of the events in the actual novels. We also have her unnamed, it's kind of mentioned, not really, in another series called Haven that is roughly based on a different Stephen King story. So you can't also count that. The only other spot that we have her being mentioned by name is in the show Bag of Bones, which is a Stephen King book that he wrote, but they also made a mini series out of it. But specifically, she is not being referred to as the Dragon Lady or anything like that. It is in reference to what happens in the story of Misery, as at a book signing, one of Mike's fans describes himself as his #1 fan. Joe teases him to have fun with Annie Wilkes in reference to what happens in this specific story. There are so many connections across all of King's stories, and somehow in the last near 40 years that this story has been around, not once does Annie Wilkes or the Dragon Lady appear in anything else that he has written. I do have a slight correction here, because Stephen King himself, from within the Dark Tower series, does reference Annie Wilkes, but it is specifically still pertaining to this story, and therefore my point remains correct, because he doesn't talk about the Dragon Lady or anything else that she did. It is only about a conversation that her and Paul have in this book about how the writer of the story is technically God to the characters. All of this coming from Stephen King, a character within the book that he wrote. It makes my head hurt. It's amazing. It's great. It's awesome, and my point still stands. I believe that it all has to come back to the purpose behind this book in the first place. What's really happening here in this story, beyond King writing specifically just a personification of himself and how he struggled with his own addictions through the 80s and 90s, and Annie is both his and Paul's boogeyman and the stand-in for those addictions, as he later laid out. There is a reason that Rob Reiner connected so much with the story that is happening in Misery, because he understood the deeper meanings behind all of it, being about a man that felt trapped by everything that he had done before, and not feeling like he would ever be able to move on because of his publishers or his audience. The reason that Annie isn't mentioned anywhere else in King's writings is because she is far too real for King's made-up world, and is only brought to life through Paul. There are moments throughout the book that it's very clear Paul is the one telling this story, just as he said at the very end. This is why no one ever writes it. It's too dreary. She should have died after I stuffed her head full of blank paper and busted pages, and I should have died then too. At that moment, if at no other, we really were like characters in one of Annie's chapter plays. He even tells us that if he were to write the story, it would be a novel, and then it would start out as fact, and then he would begin to tart it up a little at first, and then a little more, and then a little more. All of it as a way to get the idea across that this is his serious fiction that he is writing. Hadn't his serious fiction become steadily more self-conscious, a sort of scream? Look at me, look how good this is. Hey guys, this stuff has got a sliding perspective. This stuff has got stream of consciousness interludes. This is my real work. Don't you dare turn away from me. Don't you dare, you cock-a-doodle brats. Don't you dare turn away from my real work. Don't you dare. Or all what? What would he do? What would be enough to get the critics' attention, to get his audience's attention, to let them know how he feels deep down? When the drinking had become too much and he had finally finished a book that he believed was really good, the one that was going to get them to understand who he was deep down, he drank not just one bottle, but two. Enough that he believed he could drive wherever he wanted, that he could beat the storm, but he still wrecked in the very beginning. And all there was in the beginning is the same thing that he had at the end of the story. Sounds, even in the haze, of someone claiming to be a fan of his, as their stinking breath was enough to bring him back to life in a few weeks past, without him knowing where he is or what he was doing. All he knew in those moments was pain, and that he already had a problem, that he needed that numbing factor of this new addiction. It's his addictions that got him into the wreck in the first place, as he later admits to himself towards the end of this story. But it's through all of this, through the haze, through his own inner thoughts of telling him that he's terrible and that he probably hasn't written anything good, that fast cars was never going to be the thing to bring him up to a point where people would take him serious. That it didn't matter because he had lost it in the wreck anyway. But that's not the only thing that he had lost in the wreck. He had also lost a piece of his hand and one of his feet because of how shattered both of his legs and his pelvis were. He had pain, pills, and so many inner voices trying to convince him that he needs to write more misery. Each time he had taken a year or two off to write one of his other novels, what he thought of as his serious work, with what was at first certainty, and then hope, and finally a species of grim desperation. He had received a flood of protesting letters from these women, many of whom signed themselves your #1 fan. The tone of these letters varied from bewilderment, that always hurt the most somehow, to reproach, to outright anger. But the message was always the same. It wasn't what I expected. It wasn't what I wanted. Please go back to misery. I want to know what misery is doing. He could write a modern Under the Volcano, Tess of the D'Urbervilles, the sound and the fury. It wouldn't matter. They would still want misery, misery, misery. And he knew it, even through all of the pain. He knows that for a fact, that it doesn't matter what he writes. They're always going to want more misery. It's just after this realization that he has, and we get the story of the bird that is trapped, which is exactly how he feels throughout this entire thing, crying out even to the police, Africa, I'm here, please help me, Africa. It's through that, through this memory and this understanding that that is now him in the situation that he has built for himself, that he begins to have an idea that he could write another misery book, Misery's Return, but also have a way to explain how he feels to his audience, as well as explain exactly what happened to his legs, while all at the same time dealing with those inner voices and those inner thoughts and this new addiction that you could call Annie. giving Paul Sheldon the answer to all of his questions, a way to deal with his own personal struggles, a way to get himself out of the cage that he finds himself trapped in, so far away from where God had meant him to be, to explain to everyone what was going on both outside of himself and inside. All of it beginning with the truth and then slowly being tarted up over the course of the story until you reach the end. And even if you were his #1 fan, you still get the final novel by Paul Sheldon, the final sequel to his Misery Chastain series, and that you and all the rest of his #1 fans are truly satisfied with this ending, with this being the end of Paul Sheldon's writings and Misery, because he is finally able to move on to something else that is just for him. The reason he wrote the story this way should be very obvious by now, but it's the same reason this video is as long as it is. Because I know if you made it to this point, you either watched the whole thing because you like the long videos, or you skipped ahead to the very ending to see what my point was and how all of this ties together, thinking that this video could have been a lot shorter. Could have been 25, 30 minutes, and I would have covered every single thing, but I understand that I'm also kind of trapped in having to make these long videos at this point. That's what YouTube enjoys. That's what YouTube pushes in the long run, and I know many of you also really like these long videos. Now, don't get me wrong. I am the one that picks each individual story and video, and I'm the one that makes the script and takes all of the notes, and ultimately it's me is the reason that videos end up as long as they do. But I still have that voice in the back of my head that is telling me it better be long, it better have a good point, it better tie everything up in the very end, or it's not going to be as good as some of the other stuff that you've done in the past. I believe everyone who either writes or makes movies or makes videos or creates anything feels this same way. It's the reason that Rob Reiner said what he said at the beginning of this entire journey. The movie's really about a man who is trapped by his own success and is desperately trying to break out and establish himself in a different way. I felt very much those feelings when I finished All in the Family. Rob Reiner also suspected that it's the same reason that in the end of the story, King still had Paul hide away the real version of the book and send it to publish, instead of what happened in the movie, where he really does burn the true book and then writes something new to finally reestablish himself, believing that King too, subliminally deep down, had this same feeling that if he doesn't constantly publish something for his audience, then they will become upset with him, his publishers will leave him, all of these things will happen because he's not doing what was expected, leaving him to be trapped in a cage, still having these beautiful wings, but everyone can look and see that he is not where he should be. Africa. I need you to understand this, though, that through all of this understanding of the way that the story is told, I don't think this makes Annie any less of a villain. Honestly, I think this makes her the best villain that King has ever written because of how honest it is, how real she is, and how all of us should be able to connect with the feeling of having our own Annie. You just made it up. Your imagination, it's so vivid. I didn't. I heard it. He hadn't. He knew that. His hand reached for the doorknob, then fell uncertainly back. Yes, he knew he had heard nothing. But what if he had? She could have gone out the window. Paul, she's dead. The return, implacable in its illogic. The goddess never dies. All that she ever really was and all that she really is all of Paul's anxieties, all of his worries, all of his fears for his future and for what others may think, all being held together by his addictions. From his very first memories of her being those fingers in his mouth, giving him the pills, to the very end, when he decides, no, I don't need the drink. I have something else that will truly set me free. All of it makes this story one of the greatest that I have ever read. And I hope that you can understand why I needed to share it. I did it. We made it to the end. This is awesome. This entire thing, I lied to you just a little bit when it came to me like writing a bunch of this out, because I mainly had notes and I had the book and a lot in my memory to go through. You can see like there's a lot of highlights. I went through 2 highlighters and a pen to get all of my stuff in here. That's the reason that it changes. It was yellow, but you can barely see the yellow because it was running out. I had a lot of notes, and then we had to go all the way through it. And I hope it all makes sense, and I believe that it will by the time that I edit down the like 9 hours of recording. Yeah, I've been standing here a long time. That's why I'm wearing a different clothes, because this took me 2 days to record. And I hope that if you're here, you understand I wanted to do this, but at the same time, I know that a lot of you do like these really long videos. And I also know that the theory videos like this typically do really well because it's a good like catch to get people into it. So if you made it all the way here to the end, regardless if you skipped to the end, thank you for being here. Just clicking on the video is amazing. It takes a lot of time and a lot of work, and I have a lot more videos, but what I would like to have is some shorter projects that I can put out more frequently, and then these longer ones that take me time to read and reread and read again, watch the movie over and over and over again to get all of my details together to make a big project like this, but then to also have some shorter stuff that's just for you to turn on for lunch. Those videos are awesome. I enjoy those, and I know that you would too. And there's just this weird thing in the back of my mind, and the reason that I connected so much with the story being told here. And I know already that there's going to be comments from people saying, I'm your #1 fan. Ha 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 ha. You're not my Annie. You're not stuck in here. I have that up here. Gotcha. Annie doesn't exist. Please don't prove me wrong and then try to make all of this happen. That's insane. Don't do that. Just enjoy the videos. Whether those videos are here or on the second channel or on the upcoming podcast with me, King Newsme, and Crow Mudgeon over at the Let's Split Up podcast. All of that is linked down in the description, and we are getting very close to launching the channel. There should be, I believe, around 10 hours of content when the whole thing goes up. So you will have a lot of stuff to enjoy. Just as I hope you enjoyed this video. I know I've been talking for a very long time, but thank you. And of course, thanks to all of the channel members. I have some other side projects that I plan on doing over the next upcoming months, and for all of the channel members, I will record a part of the process of me going in and remodeling a part of my shop. It's that way. It's kind of behind where you sit up here in the corner of the room, so that way I can make these videos even bigger and better, and a lot of that is because of the channel members, so I thank you so much for being here. But with all of that, if there's one thing you got from this story and from this video, it's that Annie isn't real. That those things that are going on inside your head, they're only as real as you will believe them to be with your vivid imagination And you can fight back against all of those. They don't have to keep coming after you when it's time to rinse. You can break free. You can finally get out of here and stop being trapped in this cage, Africa. And you can all start by taking my hand, having an extra blessed day, so I can see you in the next one.
In some way, Eddie Wilkes, that whole experience helped me.
Ja sam pregladan. Ne znam kako vi ručate, Slavko, ali...
Sad ja spremam neke tortilje, sad ću da krenem.
Aha.
Da.
S povrćem ili s mesom?
I s mesom i s povrćem.
Pa ti si uzeo najbolje od svega. Ja. Okej, måla puzzle. Damn. Колко великий шифонер. Що, може 2 човека стърпат внутрь. Bolej me patka. Kaže, your budget will run out soon. Who cares? Very nice. Dumplings, šta? Dobro.
Ide gas.
Kaže da skuvam jel.
A ja volim tu spremim. Gdje i luk. Sad ću ja da startujem to na brzinu, samo da se snimim. Dum.
Nice. Dopada nešto. Okay. I'm off to eat something. I'll be back soon. Probably. Be right back. Oh, this madame actually started streaming at the same time as me. That's interesting.
Biank1. Welcome to my channel.
Oh, not yet. Oh Lord, please don't let me be misunderstood. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Come, come. Yeah, right. Hey. Okay, sure, buddy. Sure. Sure. Thanks. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome
America's humorist, Mr. Nick Offerman.
Good evening. Thank you. Thank you so much. Good Christ, people. Minor nudity was advertised. Minor nudity achieved. Drink it in. Drink it in. Life can be this delicious. Before I wrap it all the way up, I'd like to extend a personal thank you to a local establishment known as Virgil's Barbecue. The left portion is the pork ribs, the brisket sitting on top, hush puppies, mac and cheese, beans, ridiculous jalapeno cornbread muffins. People often say to me, well, enough that I would remark upon it, Nick, they say, where the hell did you come from? How did this occur that you are standing on the stage of the venerated town hall speaking to us? And I answer them the same every time. I honestly have no fucking idea how this happened, but I'm very grateful. I'm minding my manners, and I'm reminded of some words of Thomas Jefferson, of course, who said, I'm a great believer in luck, and I find that the harder I work, the more I have of it. So if we're going to talk about hard work, if we're going to talk about luck being the moment when opportunity meets with preparation, I can't do that without immediately thinking of my mom and dad, Rick and Kathy Offerman, two of the finest Americans you will ever hope to countenance. They did this. I don't know that they particularly meant to do this, but by God, they did it. They have been incredible teachers to me in my life. I'm interminably in their debt, and they're followed closely by the ridiculous stack of curves and comedy juggernaut that is my legal property, Megan Mullally. That's right. That's how I feel about that lady. Some of my most beautiful acreage. Read the paperwork. Shit is mine. Despite a life full of jackassery, I've managed to retain some of the choice lessons from these teachers of mine, and I thought I would pass them along to you in a show that I've entitled American Ham, My 10 Tips for a Prosperous Life. I'm not going to be testing you this evening on my 10 tips, but life will be giving you a pop quiz for the rest of your livelong days. So it might behoove you to mind your P's and Q's. End preface. Number 1, engage in romantic love. I don't know what I did to get so goddamn lucky to land the wife that I did, but I'm what the literati have often referred to as a lucky son of a bitch. But I can tell you that I intend to keep this sweet gig that I found myself, and one of the ways I do it is by indulging in romanticism. I'm a sap My whole life I've been a romantic. I used to be made fun of in school, and I learned later that it was because the people making fun of me were not getting any. I knew, even in school, you know. Oh, you guys kissing in the hallway? Yes. That's because I can't get a blowjob in the hallway. How's football going, bro? That's what's up. I realized one day I was driving to work, we had been dating, and I realized I was going to marry her. And I was pissed off because I would have liked to have been consulted in the matter. But I was not. We're very lucky, Megan and I. We have figured out how to stay together in a business that's really hard to stay together in. As a couple of Hollywood hotshots, people expect us to be skipping down to the Whiskey A Go-Go with the Sheen family and eating bath salts or whatever they're eating now to see shit weird. But we do not. Every time Emilio calls me, I demur. Not tonight, bro. You guys have fun. We stay home. We're boring. That's a key. It really is. We're homebodies. We love to stay in and read books and play cards and do puzzles. We watch HGTV. We do a shitload of cocaine, and then we mainly focus on puzzling. Honey, give me the fucking sky pieces! Fucking love puzzles. There's something so soothing about a field of cerulean blue when I'm using amphetamines. We make our marriage a priority. That's key. If you want a healthy marriage, it's like raising a shrub. You have to make it a priority. You have to water it and fertilize it and talk nice to it and caress it and nibble on its clitoris. With regularity. You gotta stick with it. It's a horticulture term. I don't know if we have a lot of green thumbs in the house tonight, but look it up. In our business, one of the things that can kill a relationship is success. Because one of you gets a sweet job in LA, one of you gets a great job in New York. You get the call, Peter Jackson wants you in New Zealand for 38 months for a role called Frodo Baggins. I turned that shit down. For love. I think that kid they got did a nice job. He was also very cute. I did, however, get to read for Gimli the Dwarf. I'm still trying to ferret the compliment out of that situation. My wife turned 50 a few years ago, which is a big birthday in a society that bases a lot of systems on the number 100. And I said, honey, this is a big birthday. Do you want something special, a bauble of some sort? And she said, no, you know, just make me one of your cards. By the way, if you're in a relationship, make your significant other a fucking card, please. I always make cards for Megan. I make her lots of gifts as well. Every time I'm doing it around my friends or coworkers, they always say the same thing. Oh, thanks a lot, man. You make us look so bad. Every time you make a card, my wife points it out to me, and I say, let me tell you something, Rob Lowe. I'm gonna tell you right to your face, you turn those blugels on anybody, and you don't have to do shit. Please just keep looking at me. His face is magic. I say to the rest of my friends that don't have insane blue eyes, go to your printer. There's paper in there. Find the paper, take a sheet of it, fold it in half, draw a heart on it, open it up, write I love you, sign your name. You will get so kissed You will be kissed so much more voluptuously than from any bullshit you can buy at the mall. Thank you. Here's a bonus. Go outside and find a tiny piece of nature. A leaf, a twig, a stone, a shell, a chrysalis. Adhere it in the center of the heart, and then get stretched out
Wow.
because you're going for a ride to the realm of coitus. So she said, make me one of your cards, do one of your funny dances. Oh, you know what? Actually, there's something I would love for my birthday.
Nice.
I would love a rainbow for my birthday. And I said, thank you, honey. I'm very glad I asked you. And I made a few calls that were fruitless. NBC did not help. And I thought I was fucked until I realized an important lesson, that I could make a rainbow out of art. And so this is actually the first song I wrote. I wrote it for my wife on her 50th birthday, the Rainbow Song. You read me my rights when you arrested me. You put me on trial and gave me life. But orange, you're glad I didn't say banana when you made me your bitch and I made you my wife. You yellow, you yell when I ball a melon, but you don't complain when I cook up some smack. We're both agreeing to serve our time. If I drop the soap, I know you'll watch my crack. Please enjoy this rainbow song and this gift of leprechaun romance. Please enjoy as part of this well-balanced breakfast the lucky charms you will find in my pants. You blew me away when you sang Shock the Monkey. Your fingers inside me let the games begin. Indigo is a tough one to pun with, but when we're apart it's the mood that I'm in. We get along so well we could never be compared to Jesus of Nazareth and Pontius Pilate. But if you'll endure the slight of calling me sir, I'll be Peppermint Patty to your Violet. Please let this song be your rainbow. I've got my Cialis so I shall not fail. Please don't deny my advances, for tonight you're going to take it in the pail. That's the butt. That's what you thought. And please let this song be your rainbow. I made it for you, this shit cuts like a knife. Forever I'll follow this rainbow to that 50-year-old sweet pot of gold that seems to grow foxy instead of old, from which I hope to never be paroled, my angel in a centerfold. She plays more than Sousa upon my fife, my jaw-droppingly beautiful wife. Thank you. Thank you. Number 1, engage in romantic love. Number 2, say please and thank you. Good manners should be applauded. I recently landed in Milwaukee, Wisconsin to go, thank you for your beer and sausage. Not to mention your motherfucking cheese curds. Oh boy. I was going to do a show in Milwaukee, and thanks to a US Air flight on an airline that shall remain nameless that was 90 fucking minutes late, I was in a hurry. I was in a rental car. I was trying to get onto a crowded highway to get to my show, and I was on a ramp that was merging with another ramp. Folks, let's talk about merging for a second. What the fuck? I think we all know by now. You take turns. But sometimes, when you're in that side that has the advantage because the other side's trying to get in, you just can't help it. It's their turn. You're like, no, motherfucker. No, 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 no. A gentleman performed this act upon me, and naturally, I was fucking incensed. Are you fucking kidding me? It's merge, dude. It's my turn. It's steam coming out my ears. And I pulled behind him, and everything changed. I realized that he was driving a salt-caked, pearlescent Chrysler 300, which is a fucking seriously badass attempt at a car, with the vanity plate Thunder Road. And I said, "You magnificent motherfucker. If you're going to whip out your throbbing cudgel of a cock and bludgeon the rest of us about the face and mouth with your hot rod fuck wagon, you may have my place in line, sir. You, my friend, are living." We are all brothers and sisters. I don't care if you're a librarian. I don't care if you're a litter bug. I don't care if you're a fan of celery. I don't care if you're that fucking guy. I don't care how low you are. We're all brothers and sisters on this planet while sharing the space, and we deserve the respect to treat one another with good manners. Say please and thank you. Get the door for each other. If somebody needs help with their groceries, jump up and give them a hand. You'll feel so much better. You'll blow their minds. Feels incredible. I can tell you, I've crunched the numbers again and again. It's a lot more fun to have 8 people with 1 beer each than to have 1 dude with 8 beers. It doesn't, it sounds incongruous. It sounds incongruous, but I'm telling you, I've been back and forth with this thing 6 ways to Sunday. I believe it was Jesus of Nazareth himself who said, "Love thy neighbor as thyself." Wise words from the Lamb of God. And I just want to take a moment to point something out about the Bible. We're going to talk a little bit about the Bible tonight, you guys. Is the Bible full of great lessons? No question. Religious writings in general, the Bible, the Quran, the Tao Te Ching, Grimm's fairy tales, Battlestar Galactica, the Redux. These holy texts are rife with morals and lessons of value about how to be decent to one another and how to share our space and our planet. But when Jesus said something like, "Love thy neighbor as thyself," I heard that in Sunday school and I said, "Fucking nailed it, Jesus." That's why you're the teacher, my friend. Thank you. And I went home and I went to my neighbor, Mr. Severson, and I said, "I like it like this, Mr. Severson." I get it's a little backhand. I've got this cleft in my palm. Feeling it? Mr. Severson liked it as well. He was my neighbor. We got along great into junior high, into high school. We had a great friendship. We don't know that's not what Jesus meant. We don't. My interpretation provided a loving friendship between two peoples on neighboring lands. Talking to you, Gaza Strip. Again, I have nothing against like any religion or club, especially any get-together where people are like, you know what, we're fucked up monkeys. Like, a great part of our innate being is we want to like fuck each other and eat each other and kill each other, and many of those things at the same time. We want to fuck each other while we shit in each other's mouths, some of us. The permutations are endless. But we've learned with socialization, that's not cool to just go up to people and start doing stuff like that. So we've established these guidelines, and we have these get-togethers of like, everybody come to the big building, or just once a week, let's just remind ourselves not to shit in our neighbor's wife's mouth. Unless it's consensual, you know. Nothing is set in stone. That's great. And here's all I'm requesting of our religious groups in the country and world is go to that place, go to your club, go to the Bible barn where you all get together and talk about the lessons and learn about decency and compassion and how to treat one another. Then go to your job at the Senate and you don't have to talk about the Bible. Just bring the decency and compassion. Like, that's all. I want to coin a phrase, and let's try and get this going as like a catchphrase. A separation of church and state. Or something like that. Just spread it out, see if it catches on. I really love that saying of Jesus, love thy neighbor as thyself. Unfortunately, he said it in the book of Leviticus. And I think we all know by now that Leviticus is the most fucked up book in the Old Testament. Leviticus, of course, is the book that details the punishments for menstruating women. If you like comedy, go home and curl up with Leviticus. The writers of The Onion are handed Leviticus when they show up for work the first day. As they say in Leviticus of a menstruating woman, when her flowers be upon her, she is unclean, she must be sent away. If she should touch any linens, those linens must be burned. If she sits in a chair, the chair is fucked. This is the Bible, you guys. What dicks who wrote this book of the Bible that were so freaked out with the simple nature of a woman's body that they wrote it down in the Bible? The fuck? Do not fret, ladies, if you should be so filthy. There is hope in Leviticus. You may be exonerated if you bring 2 turtles to the priest at the temple. What the fuck is that? The fuck is that? I've lost so much sleep on these turtles. What value did turtles once possess that we have no record of? I love animals, I love nature, but I have torn open so many fucking turtles looking for a pearl or ambergris or spermaceti. There must be something beyond their delicious meat that's upsetting to me. And I love to imagine these dicks that wrote the book of Leviticus hanging out at the temple. They've written these guidelines. They've been disseminated among the people. And they're just hanging out, waiting for people to start showing up and being holy. And the leader of the dicks at one point says, "You guys, what's with all these fucking turtles every place?" Oh, sorry. Steve wrote that part. He just loves turtles. I don't know what it is with the turtles. Steve! Money or fucking wine, bro? We've been over this. You know what, Steve? You're not writing any more of the Bible. Go press some more olives, shithead. And that is the story of the lost book of Steve. Considered lower even than the Gnostics. Leviticus is also one of the places in the Bible that tells us homosexuality is an abomination. And I quote, "If a man lies with a man, as one lies with a woman, they have done what is detestable. They must be put to death." The Bible! It fucking says that in the Bible. I disagree with that notion. I'm astonished that this never comes up. These writers. Hang on, just give me 1 second, please. 2 turtles to the temple, and she may be exonerated. Yeah. 2 what now? Excuse me, 2 bros? Oh, Jesus. That is so uncool. They fully love each other? Yeah, kill them, I guess. Right? Guys? What choice do we have? And I'm very glad to be alive at a time when it's finally evolved to the point where this issue is in the public eye and we're finally fucking slowly turning it over. Thank God, 2013. How many decades has it been? How many years has it been since we shitty white people with our hands in our pockets were like, you know what, you guys, no. So, it's cool. Everyone can ride the bus and sit wherever you want. That's our bad. It was confusing because we used to capture you and own you like a commodity, and so, you know, but no, use the water fountains, all that stuff. Sorry. That was before my lifetime. And now it's 2013 and we're still debating of like, I don't know if we should give everybody the same stuff. Here's the thing. It's like 2 people loving each other and, you know, with or without children, trying to build like a loving, productive household and be good citizens. It sounds good, you know, they play a good game, but have you read Leviticus? So it's great this issue is getting attention. However, I am irked by all the attention that it's getting, all the ruckus and hubbub about same-sex marriage, when all the while, motherfucking vegetarians are marrying, bearing children, right outside, right on these streets. They're fucking filthy, herbivorous urchins are prancing down your sidewalks with a canvas bag full of kale. I use 1 bag. I know how to pronounce quinoa. And I am fucking pissed. They're making a mockery of the sanctity of eating animal flesh. It shall not stand. Please, please. They call it the good book. I find it a bit uneven. You know what is a good book? The motherfucking Hobbit. Or There and Back Again. That is a good fucking book. Instead of legislation founded squarely upon the Bible, I'd like to see some laws pitched based on the writings of John Ronald Reuel Tolkien. That shit makes sense. Elrond was elected to lead the elves at Rivendell, not only despite his androgynous nature, but quite likely because of the magical leadership inherent in a well-appointed bisexual elf wizard. That's the guy you want picking shit out for your community. Who do you want throwing your gala Who do you want to hand menu selections and a color palette to? David Bowie or a fucking Mormon? The fuck? Was Elrond in a gay marriage? We don't know because it's none of our goddamn business. Whatever the nature of his elvish lovemaking, which I happen to know a little something about, I can tell you this is a frighteningly accurate depiction. Their genitals are more velvety and bluish, but if there was a sheet here with a light behind it, you could not tell the difference. And they like to bring them in and stop, just not quite touching, and then back out again. Fucking drives them crazy. That's neither here nor there. The point is, no matter what Elrond was getting up to in the bedroom, it doesn't matter what you do in your bedroom. You can do whatever you want, as long as you don't hurt anybody or anybody's property. If you're in your bedroom, if you want to get it on with your elvish, weird genitals, or if you want to take a cantaloupe and throw it in the microwave for 20, 30 seconds, don't go over 40.
Oh. Thanks.
That pulpy center heats up. Let me tell you something. For nothing, you want to put a 45-degree chamfer around the edge of that hole, because that outer rind can really chafe. I've read this. I don't know, it was Martha Stewart or Dr. Phil. I don't care if that's your thing, if you're a melon fucker. Don't bring it into the workplace. No matter what Elrond got up to, it did not affect his ability to perform his job like a boss. And that is to provide travelers with great directions. No matter what, the citizens of Middle-earth seem to remain in pretty good spirits as long as they were packing long-bottom leaf into their pipes. A lesson we could all do to pay a little attention to. And even on a long road trip to the dragon's mountain lair, they did not forget to say, please and thank you. I think you get it. Number 3. Use a handkerchief, hand kerchief, or hanky. See what I'm rocking tonight. Field of light taupe with red roses. Weren't expecting that, were you? Another bonus, if you want to get with a lady of a higher quality, start throwing around the color taupe. Boom. It's quite magical. My dad had 2 rules when I was a kid. Wear a clean white t-shirt every day and always carry a handkerchief. I said, Dad, you can wear a t-shirt and look like a nerd or Ron Swanson. I'm gonna show a little chest bush and look like motherfucking McConaughey. Sadly, the reality is somewhere more between Chickless and Sizemore. Weird Belushi or Galifianakis cousin. When I suggest it, they say, I don't want a rag full of snot in my pocket or my purse. Nor do I. Suggesting that you have toilet paper in your home doesn't mean I want paper full of effluvia hanging around in the house. But if you're at a bus stop and someone has a face and hand full of snot and mucus, you're a motherfucking superhero. Think about all the occasions that a handkerchief saves the day. The list is endless. For drying someone's tears, if a fucking New York, man. An old lady is crying in the gutter.
Yeah!
Humorous in the right context. If someone's tears need drying, If a severed artery is in need of a tourniquet, use it as a hot pad to change the smoking magazine on your anti-tank weapon. Poke it into your hand to make a nifty pouch for collecting pussy willows and acorns and bear's teeth down by the fighting ring. If you should find yourself in the vicinity of the Netherlands and you spot a hole in a dike, plug the hole with your hanky and go get some apple pancakes because that shit is delicious. There's no way this is not going to be my first hit single. Keep a handkerchief in your pocket. That was my father's rule. It looked bitchin' on my neck in Cub Scouts, and it saved my bacon in school. 'Cause when I'd get whooped in a fight, I'd never soil the floor. I'd wrap it round my knife handle tight, and even the fucking score. Hankies can make you seem polite, or wipe ejaculate from your chin. Or when you break and enter, erase the prints from where you've been. For gravy or mud or even menstrual blood, it can protect your eyes from a spunky flood. You just gotta have your hanky for wiping your tears when you wish you could still get hard after all of that wine. And when you run out of toilet tissue, a hanky will do just fine. For a sniffle or a sneeze, it'll shoo away bees. When you have to suck a dick, it's a cushion for your knees. You just gotta have your hanky. In love play with Justin Bieber, use your hanky as a gag. Then he can play the naughty sweeper and clean your chimney with his sooty rag. When your lover has been pleased, it'll wipe away the cheese and the suppuration from your venereal disease. You just gotta have your hanky. Dad, I always carry my hanky. Thank you. Thank you, the hanky song. Number 4, eat red meat. Number 5, get a hobby. Hobby is an unfortunate word for something that can have such beautiful meaning in one's life. On the plus side, it shares a root with the word hobbit, which could not be a more charismatic sequence of consonants and vowels. But on the downside, it's just one of those words that sounds wrong. Hobby. Like underpants. So instead of hobby, I choose to use the word discipline. Get a discipline. You may or may not know that when I'm not making an ass of myself in front of you or working as an actor, I'm making things out of wood in my shop in Los Angeles. Thank you for applauding. But I want you to take the notion of that applause and find the dozens or hundreds of local artisans around you that aren't on Parks and Recreation, and go watch them make boots and stained glass and fucking soup, and applaud for them and support them. Right now, go. Good night. Woodworking and making things with your hands is not only not nerdy, it's fucking sexy. If you want to like up the delicious factor in your life, find out what you love to make. And it could be so many things, food, music. One of my best friends is a CPA, and his thing is that yeah, right on. Thank you. He loves to make all the numbers right. He's admittedly OCD, but that's his jam, is he's like, I love to get everybody's fucking paperwork and like, you've seen it, you know, Simple Mind, like all these fucking numbers going down the screen, and he's like, that's his trip, where he's like, yes, done, boom, whatever it is you love to do, that is the sexiest part of you. And it hits a button when you see somebody making something. It just hits that like nesting button of like, oh, you fucking knitting? You wanna make a fucking nest and shit? Fuck yeah. One of the things that I think keeps us from doing what we love and expressing what's great about ourselves as individuals is the amazing inventions that have taken over the world, certainly our worlds. These things are incredible. It's a miracle machine. These and the computer and the internet and all that stuff. It's insane. It's going to, hopefully, bring our planet together in a network quickly enough so that our children and grandchildren can save the planet from us. Please. We're sorry. Please clean up our shit. We love you. But the thing that I don't like about those, and I'm speaking to you as an addict here, I tried Twitter last year for a couple of weeks. It pissed me off so much. I think it feeds on this part of human nature that always thinks things could be better for us somewhere else. If you're not experiencing ecstasy, then you're like, yeah, this is okay. But man, it would be fucking cool if I was in Tucson right now. That's just something that we have. It's the human condition where it's like, oh man, here I am at NYU. Man, it'd be fucking so cool at Stanford. Well, now we have a window in our pocket to Stanford and Tucson and wherever the fuck else we want to be, and we can distract ourselves. We fill in the lulls in our day with nothing on these devices. You finish your transaction. I gotta do my work. I gotta do this. I gotta pay attention. That's done. What's going on in Tucson? Okay, kind of boring. Oh, that's kind of funny. Next. And when you add that up, for me, after a couple weeks, I was like, how much time did I just fucking spend like idly going like this down my phone? That's when I used to read books. That's when I used to talk to the people standing in front of me. And it really made me mad in New York. Because something I love about New York is it's obviously vibrant citizenry fucking shoving, elbowing down the streets. Everybody's living like a motherfucker. Just children, little old ladies, get the fuck out of my way. And there's this sense of like, hey, move, fuck you! There's a life, there's a vibrancy, and now everyone is doing this, and so you have to go up to people and be like, excuse me, fuck you. Sorry, go ahead. And so, what I said was I have to wean myself off of this. I eventually came back to Twitter, admittedly, but I announced I'm only going to disseminate information, I'm not going to participate socially. And it's working. Because I made that announcement, I don't feel like I have to like, what did everybody say? And go in and, because that would take up my whole day. And I wouldn't get to make shit out of wood. And I wouldn't get to write these hilarious jokes about the Bible. Here's the thing that I'm suggesting. Instead of playing draw something, fucking draw something. That's what I'm saying. Take the cleverness you apply to Words with Friends or Scrambly Town and apply it to making some kick-ass cornbread. Cornbread with friends. Try that game. Everybody loves that fucking game. I liken learning a new discipline to giving oral sex. The first few times you do it, you're going to embarrass yourself. You're going to ruin some raw materials. You're going to contract flesh wounds. And after a few times, you start to get the hang of it. In woodworking, everybody knows what a chisel is. It's a long, flat piece of steel, the end of which forms a wedge-shaped tip that you sharpen to a very sharp edge, so sharp and strong that you can use it to shave wood like soap or butter. And the first time you do that correctly, you're hooked, you're bewitched. And everything in a wood shop is just some version of that chisel. A saw blade and a circular saw is just 36 little chisels in a machine that spins around. It's all just a form of a chisel shaping wood. And when you realize, I can shape this wood into anything I want to, it's so powerful, and I know that I have a lifetime of study in front of me that will be incredibly pleasing, just like eating pussy. And furthermore, if If you have one of these miracle machines called the human body, these things are insane. Have you guys seen shit like fucking... Have you seen crazy like fucking... That's just the tip of the iceberg, ladies and gentlemen. These things are insane. We all have one of these. I can shovel a fucking trench a mile long. I can build a barn. There's all these things I can do, and then there are things that much more talented people can do that are way better than that. But we all have our place, and I just feel like if you have one of these, we're somewhat obligated to do more with it than work out these muscles and these muscles. That's all. I feel like it makes for a much more delicious life, and I can't talk about tips for prosperity without talking about the joy of work, finding work that you love. It's so sad that so much of our society says, man, thank God it's Friday. Thank God 5 of the 7 days of my life are fucking over because I hate 5/7 of my life. Now I'm gonna spend 2/7 getting drunk at the Olive Garden so I don't have to think about the upcoming 5/7. Thank God. That's so sad. Find something to do that you love, or at least something you can do that you can tolerate so that you can then have time to do what you love after work. Maybe it's grow things in the garden or whatnot. Fuck cantaloupes, whatever your thing is. It's your business. I'm not asking questions. But I mean, work is a privilege. You just have to find the right work. I mean, we've got a long life to live, and you can't just like watch videos and hang out in the pool. I've tried that. It's cool for a minute, and then you're super depressed. Like, what am I gonna just fucking lay in the pool? I should be fucking making salad forks. We've lost the notion that working outside and working at things that take muscle or things that get you dirty, we've come to think of those types of work as being beneath us, and that's wrong. Those kinds of work are really noble. It's amazing, like, don't clap for me, clap for the farmers of America. Because they're still there. Like, there's this huge population that we're not really aware of because they're not on uprocks.com or wherever else we look. They're not there. They're out there, like, shouldering the burden for so much of our country. All I'm saying is that the internal combustion engine, the telephone, the hardline telephone, amazing miracles in their day. But the thing about the phone, when you hang it up on the wall, you then don't come back every few minutes to see if it's gonna do something cool. Of like, no, hang on, you guys, hang on. No, just want to see if it's gonna refresh or... I know, I want to come play baseball too, but there might be a worthy distraction. You guys go ahead. That's all I'm saying, is baseball is better than waiting for that. Get your hands dirty. Make shit with your hands. Give excellent head. Get a hobby. By the way, I had a little news. I've heard some rumblings. I just want to take a brief moment to say something to the gentleman. If a lady says to you, I can't wait to get your dick in my mouth. I love to suck your dick. She is lying to you. She's telling you a beautiful lie. She's giving you a generous gift. You need to reciprocate that shit. You guys, it's a relationship. It's absolutely equal. When you think about it, a dick is like a thumb with a pee hole. How good can your thumb taste? You know, they're not sitting at work thinking, man, I want to fucking get Eric's dick in my mouth ASAP. Just love the way his dick tastes. That's false. If they're giving you a gift, guys, give it back. It's only fair. I wish this song was about eating pussy. I just wrote this. On the internet, it's all intersect.
But not every opinion is rendered.
Stop the audio. Shut it down now.
Why? Who the hell are you?
I'm an intellectual property attorney, and you have stolen my client's melody.
No, but it falls under parody.
Biggest misconception in the world. Now, you can change all the lyrics you want, but that tune of notes belongs to the Cash estate. Your musical plagiarism is perfectly actionable.
Actionable?
It means I'm able to take action, which is what we're doing. I'm sorry, my hands are bound.
Is actionable a word?
Actionable, yes, it's a word.
In Cambridge, perhaps.
It's a word.
What you're saying is talkingable.
The tune of your song, I Stay Offline, that we just interrupted, is obviously recognizable as I Walk the Line by Johnny Cash.
I really think Johnny Cash would enjoy my song wholeheartedly. It's about getting off the computer and going outside and respecting life and tasting.
Please, stop saying tasting. I'm not interested in your blue, prurient language. Oh, for example, may I draw your attention, please, to the line, quote, my wife and I will use one another like whores. Whores, Mr. Hoffman? What is that poetry meant to evoke? Love or laughter? Perhaps you're right. Maybe he would have taken pleasure in your particularly vermilion tint of smut. Maybe his family is better off without his disgusting habits of rutting, buggery, and whatever other Pink Floyd scenarios he enjoyed. Maybe Johnny Cash was a disgusting monster.
Go on.
You know, you don't have to hit me for it to be assault.
It's a good-hearted song. It's about tasting...
Oh, here we go, Margaret. Exhibit B, quote, my wife and I like to suckle at each other's tits. I... jam my balls inside her so deep it gives her the shits. Are you enjoying this? Are you proud of that?
It gives her the shits.
You're laughing.
That's the best lyric in the song. No, hang on, sir. If you'll just let me...
Let you what? Jam parts of you into me so deeply that I, too, am forced to defecate?
No, God. I will comply with this order. I get it. I don't agree with it, but I will respect it. I just wanted to say that my song is about tasting...
Fine. Tasting what?
Pussy.
A song no one will ever see in this special. It's cut.
They can probably find it on YouTube.
Who are you?
Don't worry about it.
What are you doing?
Nothing.
Why are you looking over my shoulder and winking?
I don't know what you're talking about. It's just you and I here in my wood shop.
Mr. Offerman, if you are somehow suggesting that you're going to inform people that they can search for your songs on YouTube, I must ask you to stop.
The song that I'm legally prohibited from showing you is about eating pussy. Thank you. I thank you. That's what I love about Megan. I was working on that song. I was running her through these lyrics, and she said, oh, that one is pretty good, but I feel like it should be dirtier, like we should be sucking on each other's tits or something. And I said, I fucking love you. And then, of course, I had to top it. And so I said, okay, how about this? And I read her back about shoving my balls inside her. And she laughed so hard she fell on the kitchen floor. And I said, we're gonna stay together forever. You're all right with me, lady. Number 6, go outside, remain. Number 7, avoid the mirror. The mirror, avoid it. The mirror should be a maintenance tool. The mirror should be for checking to see if you have shit on your face. It is not. It has become so much more. It's even more evil than that bitch in Snow White, or that even more evil bitch in the Chronicles of Narnia. Because the mirror is a conduit. You can imagine the tunnels that shoot off your mirror and connect with a network that go to all the billboards and magazine stands and advertisements. Bless you. And we've all been programmed for decades with this barrage of messaging, so that when you look in the mirror, you don't just see this. You see this, but you also see what you've been taught to compare it to. So I see my face, and I see Keira Knightley. And you get stressed out. You don't look like people on magazines. You get upset. It's so sad when you see your friends. You're like,
Reassuring Lyndon.
why are you?
Welcome to my
you weigh
channel.
72 pounds.
I'll review a stream
There's
com.
bacon. Like, you go buy shit or pay surgeons to cut your face
No,
open
thanks.
and take shit out or put shit in. What the fuck? If you're gonna spend your money, get something that works every time. Like bacon. How bad can it be that cutting your nose off and like sculpting it with inorganic shit is being like, oh, thank God. Phew. If you saw me before, my nose was a slightly different shape. Like, but after